Vegapunk creates technology in the ninja world. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101 Ideas and Plans. The quarrel in the Hokkage's office ended with the traditional ending of "You will regret it, I'm the Hokkage." But Sarutobi Hiruzen did not take any action other than verbally disagreeing with the Will Village Danzo, nor did he monitor the actions of the route. It seemed that after verbally speaking, Danzo would be educated. HMPH, hypocritical guy, you say you disagree, but you are just trying to shirk responsibility. Walking in the dark base of the route, Danzo had a cold face and talked to himself. He knew the character of his old friend very well. If he really disagreed with his plan, then the Enbu would have already started monitoring the periphery of the route base. And if it was just verbal opposition without any substantial action, it was basically equivalent to a tacit attitude. After so many years of cooperation, the two had actually developed a tacit understanding to a certain extent. It was precisely because of this that Danzo's dissatisfaction with Sarutobi Hiruzen was increasing day by day. After all, he knew in his heart that he was just a scapegoat. If the plan succeeds, it's the Hokkage's wise leadership. If the plan fails, it's all Danzo's own doing. He can't see any benefit from just taking the blame. If anyone stays in Danzo's position for a long time, I guess they won't be willing to accept it. Although this is Danzo's own choice, it was almost 30 years ago. The 20-year-old Danzo would take on the so-called darkness because of his ideals and ambitions, but the 50-year-old Danzo has long been tired of this kind of life. If I become Hokage, if I can become Hokage, I will never be so weak and incompetent. In Danzo's heart, it is precisely because of the weakness of the current third Hokage that he needs to bear so much darkness. Although this idea is not wrong in a way, it is obvious that this guy is just using this as an excuse to provide a basis for his ambitions. Vegapunk. If I can control this genius scientist, maybe I can truly become the Hokage. However, if I want to control a person permanently without affecting his intelligence. Danzo frowned and thought. In the current timeline, Uchiha Shisu didn't even know if he had awakened the Mangeki, and Danzo didn't even know about the terrifying ninjutsu of Katamatsukami. He didn't even have a real Sharingan transplant. Although he had the idea of using illusion to control Vegapunk, Danzo found that it was difficult to implement, and even felt like he had no idea where to start. Fortunately, Danzo was not alone. His Genshu was also full of talents. He knocked on the table, and a few ninjas with extraordinary momentum appeared in front of Danzo a moment later, half kneeling on the ground. "Master Danzo, what do you want?" Danzo glanced at his three subordinates, and his eyes finally focused on Yamanaka Feng. "Feng stay, Ryoma and Tojin retreat first." After the voice fell, the two ninjas of the Aburain clan had already retreated, leaving only Yamanaka Feng, who was best at illusion, still half kneeling in the same place. "Feng, if I want to completely control a person's mind without damaging his intelligence, can this be done?" Yamanaka Feng was stunned for a moment. As a member of the Yamanaka clan, he was also proficient in the secret arts of the mind. If you ask him how to destroy the other person's mind, or control someone's body, he may be an expert, but completely manipulating the mind of others without even damaging their intelligence, this really hits his blind spot. Although the brainwashing training of the route was partly designed by the Yamanaka clan, those who were brainwashed were cannon fodder and death warriors, and even their intelligence was very thin. Their so-called intelligence was limited to knowing some common sense. This, Lord Danzo, do you want to keep all his intelligence? Not keep, but not damage it at all. Danzo said with some dissatisfaction. He is a scientist. If there is really a problem with his intelligence, what use do I have for him? This, Yamanaka Feng looked dumbfounded. If it weren't for the fact that his boss's methods were always cruel, he would probably ask, is there a problem with your intelligence too? The more knowledge you have, the more actionary you are. The smarter you are, the better you will judge the situation. Therefore, the so-called brainwashing work can basically be understood as stupidization work. It is of course no problem to use it to produce death warriors. If it is used to brainwash scientists, it can only brainwash a tool person with no creativity. Of course, Shan Zanfeng would not say what he was thinking. He just shook his head and said, Danzo, this is impossible. If it doesn't work, you should use the curse seal to control him. Danzo rolled his eyes. Use the curse seal. What a good idea. Wouldn't it offend those nobles more than just killing Vegapunk? If Vegapunk was killed, it would only cause the Sea Kingdom Alliance and the Wind Kingdom to riot, and the daimyo of the Earth Kingdom and the Lightning Kingdom to reject him, and the daimyo of the Fire Kingdom to hold him accountable. Then, using the curse seal to control a noble and the heir of a daimyo would be enough to make all the nobles desperate to destroy the Konoha village. Although Danzo has always been a radical, it doesn't mean that he is really a fool. If he really did something like this, even the Konoha village would not be able to protect him, and even the Konoha village might be completely destroyed in the anger of the world's enemies. Not to mention scientific research. It's not like someone has to kill people and set fire to complete the task. If Vegapunk is really controlled, he can just slack off. Anyway, other people can't see his research. Waving his hand, Danzo directly asked Yamanaka Feng to retreat. It seems that controlling Vegapunk is impossible. If we kill him directly, the impact will probably be very bad. Even if we can find a way to put the blame on other ninja villages, it is not absolutely perfect. You know, because of the strange abilities of ninjas, each ninja village has rich experience in blaming and counter-blaming. Now, ninja villages almost always infer problems directly from the direction of the beneficiaries, and rarely pay attention to the forehead protectors on the heads of the perpetrators. In this case, maybe we can only find a way to get the advanced technologies of the Wind Country and the Sea Country from this scientist first. Wait, if that's the case, why not let the Yamanaka clan read his memory directly? In this way, not only can we get advanced technology, but we can also damage the scientist's brain, so that he will never have so many advanced inventions in the future. Thinking of this, Danzo's face showed a somewhat sinister smile. Chapter 102 Assassination and Reconstruction. Vegapunk didn't know someone was thinking about his brain. He was dealing with a group of assassins and killers at the moment. Really? We are only a few hundred kilometers away from Konoha, but we still encounter ninjas from the Cloud and Rock ninjas. Is the deterrent power of Konoha village so low now? With a helpless expression, Vegapunk took his hand away from the head of a ninja wearing a Konoha forehead protector, shook his head, and looked speechless. It's normal. Ninjas are originally such a profession. It is much easier to use them for destruction than for protection. Konoha village can't protect its surroundings, and other ninja villages are actually similar. Meditarumi stood aside and spoke very calmly. It was hard to tell that she had just easily and completely melted the terrible power of 3 ninjas. But have you confirmed that it was the Cloud Ninja and the Rock Ninja who did it? Did the Konoha Ninja village have no involvement? Of course, don't worry, my brainwave reading and chakra belong to completely different systems, and those seals in their brains have no effect on me. Any ninja sent out by the ninja village to do dirty work must have various seals in their brains, and they will even undergo strict brainwashing to ensure that no one can read information from their mouths and brains. However, those seals are for the chakra system. Vegapunk can directly use the huge computing power of the quantum chip to deduce the other party's brainwave signals and convert them into tangible information, which is almost like reading minds and reading memories, and can completely ignore the existence of those seals. After all, no matter how much the seal is, it is impossible to seal the brain waves. If the seal is really gone, it is not a dead soldier, but a dead person. The forces sent by the Rock Ninja and the Cloud Ninja were actually quite strong. They had 2 Jonin, 4 special Jonin, and more than a dozen elite Chunins. With this kind of strength, even if they were to assassinate the shadow of a village, they would have a slight chance of success if they had sufficient intelligence. You know, under normal circumstances, the number of Jonin in a ninja village would not exceed 100, and there were even fewer who were willing to sink into the darkness and do dirty work for the village. Even a large ninja village could not pick out a few. Konoha was known as the largest ninja village in the ninja world. The number of Jonin who really did dirty work could be counted on 5 fingers, and other ninja villages were no exception. It was obvious that the Cloud Ninja and the Rock Ninja were indeed very afraid of Vegapunk. It just so happened that this time, Vegapunk was invited to Konoha. If he was killed on the way, Konoha would naturally be the most likely suspect. Even if other ninja villages had doubts, the first target of the war would probably be the Konoha ninja village, which was always considered the strongest. It can be said that the two large ninja villages used a thorough conspiracy this time. Unfortunately, the two major ninja villages knew nothing about Vegapunk's true strength. Although they knew that Vegapunk had powerful guardians around him, they always thought that Vegapunk himself had little combat power, so they felt that they had an opportunity. However, before the ninjas even approached the carriage, they were already sensed by Vegapunk and Hancock's observation haki, and then Hancock asked the driver, Achihara and the maid, Terumi Mei, to deal with them. However, Vegapunk felt that it was a bit too wasteful to solve them directly, so under the instructions of Obito, most of the rock ninjas and cloud ninjas survived in the end, but they were turned into idiots by Vegapunk's electronic pulses. As for what kind of biological weapons or experimental subjects these guys will be transformed into by Vegapunk, that's unknown. I'll go to the laboratory in the Cheyenne Simmons Hang space to transform these people. Well, I just think they can be used in Konoha Ninja Village. Vegapunk gave a command to several people and asked Hancock to open the door to the different space and took those experimental subjects and disappeared directly into the space. After Vegapunk left, Achihara and Terumi were left standing next to Hancock. Hancock didn't even look at them and went to rest in the carriage. Terumi also got on the carriage carefully. When Vegapunk was around, Hancock could be more restrained, but now that Vegapunk had gone to do experiments, she was afraid that she would be bullied badly on the way. Really, why didn't Konoha Ninja Village install a space teleportation array? There weren't even cars and trains, and they had to ride something as backward as a carriage. Terumi complained secretly in her heart. As for Achihara, he just shrugged and ran to drive the carriage again. Of course, Achihara didn't actually learn the skill of driving a carriage. He just cast an illusion on the horses and let them run away by themselves. Well, is it time? Vegapunk glanced at his watch. According to the time reminder on the watch, Hancock and the others should be arriving at Konoha Ninja Village soon, right? He took another look at the ninjas he had transformed. Because time was tight and there were not many resources, and because the other party was an enemy, Vegapunk used an almost destructive transformation method. After being transformed by him, the faces of those ninjas were livid, their muscles swelled, and they looked extremely powerful. The chakra fluctuations on their bodies were extremely strong, almost 3 or 4 times that of normal Jonins. At the same time, Vegapunk also installed intelligent combat chips in their brains, using these chips to control the chakra in their bodies, so that they could perform their own ninjutsu without almost forming hand seals. After such a transformation, the strong among these ninjas could almost fight with the cage level ninjas, and the weak ones would not be worse than the Jonins. But this transformation mode was completely carried out in a way that squeezed life and destroyed wisdom. According to Vegapunk's estimation, not only were the potential of these ninjas exhausted, but even their lifespans were estimated to be only a few years left. Forget it, why do we need so many disposable weapons? And their strength is just right. Vegapunk shook his head. After integrating most of the ninjutsu knowledge in the Naruto world, if Vegapunk was willing, he could indeed make these disposable weapons more perfect. Even with the bodies of Tusenia ninjas, it would not be too difficult to make disposable death warriors who could use the 8 gates. But for Vegapunk, that was too time consuming and labor intensive, and it was not easy to control the destructive power. What he wanted was to be suitable, not simply strong. I wonder if Konoha Ninja Village will like the gift I gave them? Vegapunk smiled. He didn't think that this time, he would go to Konoha to visit in the name of the Sea Country Alliance, and it would be smooth sailing. In that case, it would be more interesting to let the Konoha Cloud Ninja and Rock Ninja mess up first. Chapter 103 Arrival at Konoha. In the exquisite carriage heading to Konoha Village, a black space door opened, and Vegapunk walked out. Vegapunk, who had just walked out of the carriage, looked around and suddenly trembled slightly, revealing a speechless expression. A scene that made people's blood boil was being played out in the carriage at this moment. Hancock sat lazily on the chair, with a half smile on her beautiful face. Her slim cheongsam made her already perfect figure even more popular. A pair of slender legs shining with a faint jade light overlapped together, and one foot was slightly raised, revealing a perfectly shaped jade foot. In front of Hancock, Terumi Mary knelt on the ground with a confused look, holding Hancock's jade feet with both hands, her mouth slightly opened, her tongue sticking out, and she was slowly licking Hancock's toes. The appearance of Vegapunk startled the two of them. Terumi immediately recovered from her confusion, and then, she showed a look of shame and anger on her face. Hancock didn't care at all. After seeing Vegapunk, she showed a happy expression. Dear, did the experiment go well? The experiment went very smoothly. But what are you doing? What happened to Terumi? I was just bored and practiced my devil fruit ability. Hancock looked at Terumi, whose face was red and almost bleeding, and said indifferently. Then she looked at Vegapunk, squeezed over and hugged him, gently bit his ear and said, how is it? I trained this maid well, right? Do you want to try it tonight? Not only this maid, I can do it too. Wrapped in Hancock's soft body and sweet breath, and hearing such exciting words, Vegapunk took a breath. If they were not still on the carriage, they would have almost reached Konohagakure. Vegapunk might have been unable to resist accepting Hancock's suggestion and killing the two women on the spot. But now he could only glare at Hancock fiercely, pat her buttocks, and let her separate from him. Hancock was tired of Vegapunk for a long time, and then let him go with satisfaction, and then hugged one of his arms. As for Terumi, she was hiding aside at the moment, looking timid and wanting to find a hole to crawl into. God has mercy on her, she is still a virgin. Even if she likes Vegapunk very much, because of his appearance, she can't stand such a fierce word. Not to mention what she just experienced. Hancock's sweet fruit, coupled with her beautiful appearance, plus the absorption of a large amount of Otsutsuki chakra, made her temperament more extraordinary, especially the chakra also greatly added to the mental power, almost making Hancock's devil fruit ability close to awakening. Even a ninja of Terumi's level, with her chakra restrained, and a great psychological shadow on Hancock, was easily deceived, and made the almost despicable action just now. Especially when she thought of what happened just now, and Vegapunk saw it. Terumi had the idea of dying directly, and even this beautiful woman with a queenly demeanor didn't even dare to raise her head. Looking at the timid Terumi, Hancock showed a smile at the corner of his mouth. After this incident, this maid should never dare to have any thoughts about the position of the legal wife again. It has to be said that when it comes to love, women's IQ will become very erratic. Even if the Empress is a love-brained person who doesn't seem to be very smart, she will burst out with a weird IQ in some aspects. Finally arrived, Konoha Ninja Village. After getting off the carriage, Vegapunk looked at the village in front of him. Although Konoha Ninja Village is called a ninja village, it actually occupies an area equivalent to a large town. It's just that compared to those modern towns, it's closer to those urban rural junctions. It already has public facilities such as electric wires and water pipes, but there are no high-rise buildings. Even the tallest Hokage building is only 4 or 5 stories high. There are many houses, but the planning does not seem to be perfect. There are wide streets and many crowded narrow alleys. Of course, although it looks messy, because of too many houses and people, the large flow of people also makes it bustling with people. There are all kinds of shops. Compared with the original Mist Village and Sand Village, it is undoubtedly much more prosperous. But compared with the current Mist Village and Sand Village, it doesn't look good here. Terumi glanced at the Konoha village, revealing a bit of disdain. The city planning is really bad. It's much worse than our sea village. The two Konoha ninjas standing at the door glared at Terumi, but Terumi didn't care. Now she has the confidence to say such things. The Mist Village was originally the first village to come into contact with Vegapunk. After the great development of science and technology, the entire Mist Village was simply demolished and rebuilt to become the new Sea Village. Because there was no burden of the previous Ninja Village planning, this reconstruction was naturally not hindered at all. The current Sea Village is already full of high-rise buildings and wide streets, almost like a small modern port city, which is much better than today's Konoha. In particular, the new site of the Sea Village is located in the key port of the water country. The daily trading volume alone is astonishingly large. Various tasks almost make the sea ninjas receive a lot of tasks, and everyone's pockets are bulging. Without the blood mist policy, various businessmen will not miss this god-given opportunity. The current sea village is definitely above the Konoha village in terms of modernization and prosperity. Compared to Meditarumi, Vegapunk and Hancock looked indifferent. The pirate world can be said to be a civilization on each island. Not to mention the level of technology and prosperity, even the ecological environment is completely different. These two people are truly knowledgeable. The Konoha village, which is just a rural urban junction, is really not in their rise. On the contrary, Urahara, who has been driving, showed a complicated expression when looking at the Konoha village. Was it nostalgia, guilt, or hatred? Even Obito himself couldn't tell clearly in his heart. However, when Urahara was transformed, Vegapunk had already made some changes to his appearance. Even some acquaintances could hardly see the shadow of the original Urahara on his face. In addition, he wanted to keep a low profile and wore a big bamboo hat, so no one noticed his complicated expression. Chapter 104 Disturbance. Excuse me, are you Dr. Vegapunk? This is Konohagakure. Welcome to the village. After entering Konohagakure, Vegapunk saw the current third Hokage, who was walking towards him with a smile, and behind him was Hatake Kakashi. As the only ninja who had dealt with Vegapunk for a period of time, Kakashi was naturally pulled over by the third Hokage to entertain Vegapunk. Although Vegapunk had a high status, he was not a daimyo of the country after all, so it was not considered a neglect for Kakashi, a senior ninja, to entertain him. It's the third Hokage, Vegapunk said with a smile. You look quite energetic. Haha, thank you for your compliment, but I can't compare to you young people. Dr. Vegapunk's inventions have contributed much more than an old man like me. Your current fame is much better than that of a ninja leader like me. No, how can I compare with you, old man? The two of them had a boring boast here. Although Vegapunk didn't like this kind of thing, it didn't mean that he didn't understand this kind of interpersonal communication. After chatting for a few words, the third Hokage felt that the beautiful woman standing next to Vegapunk had a colder and colder look, which made him feel like a thorn in his back. The third Hokage knew very well that the woman next to Vegapunk was definitely very powerful. After all, Kakashi had suffered a great loss from this woman. Even he was afraid of the strange power of petrification after hearing it. Therefore, seeing that Hancock was already somewhat dissatisfied, he did not talk to Vegapunk for more, but left Kakashi and quickly left with an excuse. Drive Vegapunk, let me guide you to visit Konoha village next, Kakashi said directly, but when he spoke, he looked at Urahara who was following at the end with a strange look, and always felt that this low-key driver was familiar. But soon, Kakashi shook his head and attributed it to his own illusion. As for the driver, he also had strong chakra, and Kakashi did not doubt it at all. After all, he was Vegapunk's exclusive driver, and to put it bluntly, he could be regarded as a bodyguard. It was normal for him to have some strength. On the contrary, Urahara, who was considered by Kakashi to be a driver, kept glancing at Hatake Kakashi with the corner of his eyes, and he himself did not know how to describe the complex feelings. But in the end, Urahara just lowered his head, better restrained his presence, and strengthened his belief. As long as we can go back to the past. As long as we can go back to the past. All regrets can be made up. All tragedies can be redeemed. As long as we can go back to the past. Konohagakure still attaches great importance to Vegapunk and others, and gave them a reception level second only to the daimyo. At least the hotel that hosted them was already the largest and most prosperous in Konohagakure. Of course, there must be a lot of Anbu nearby, but as soon as Vegapunk and others entered, they directly set up a barrier to block all the eyes of the outside world. The night fell quietly, and outside Vegapunk's hotel, some mysterious ninjas quietly appeared. Vegapunk, who had been holding back a lot of anger during the day, was now enjoying the service of Hancock and Meditarumi, and was soon alarmed by the warning set by his quantum chip. Damn it. At this time, these guys from me I couldn't even wait for a day! Exclamation mark. Vegapunk, who was enjoying it, was suddenly full of evil fire. He patted Meditarumi's head below, moved his toes again, and reminded Hancock. Meditarumi raised her head slightly and glanced at Vegapunk with a dazed look. However, Hancock, who possessed the observation haki, suddenly sobered up from her originally flushed face and intoxicated expression. Damn, these bastards. I must feed these ninjas to the snakes. Hancock hurriedly got up and grabbed the Chiangsum on the ground, dressed in a few seconds, and her originally beautiful face showed a terrifying look. She was ready to teach all the Konoha ninjas a lesson they would never forget. Meditarumi, whose perception ability was not up to standard, finally reacted and hurriedly spit out what was in her mouth. The brown-haired beauty also showed an ashing expression, ready to put on her clothes and make a scene with Hancock. Vegapunk hugged the two of them. Don't get excited, I've already thought of a way to retaliate. Don't mess up the plan. Okay, for my dear's sake. Hancock softened after being hugged by Vegapunk and said that with a pout. As for Meditarumi, she said nothing more. Hancock, open the gate in the heaven realm first. Let's go inside first. After hearing Vegapunk's instructions, Hancock nodded meekly and directly controlled her ability to open the gate of the heavens palace. Then, Hancock and the other two walked in directly. The black space doorway did not close like that, but after a moment, 10 lifeless figures walked out. In the space of the heavens palace, there are Vegapunk's laboratory and rest house, as well as machines that can directly observe the periphery. Vegapunk directly used his electromagnetic ability to give orders, and a projection screen appeared in front of the three people a moment later. Okay, let's watch it here, Vegapunk said with a smile, and then sat directly on the sofa behind him. After the transformation of the Shiansimins Hang space by Vegapunk, not only can the outside be observed from the inside of the space, but even the space walls have become more solid. In addition to Hancock himself, only Vegapunk with the corresponding space coordinates and space shuttle technology can enter. Others, even through spiritualism and space-time ninjutsu, have no chance of entering. It can be said to be truly impregnable. Hancock looked at the sneaky ninjas in the projection and the biological weapons transformed by Vegapunk, and a bored look appeared on her face. She didn't think it was interesting to watch ants fighting. However, when she saw Vegapunk sitting on the large sofa, Hancock's eyes suddenly lit up, and then she walked towards the sofa, squeezed her warm body next to Vegapunk, and winked at Meditarumi. Meditarumi's body shook slightly, her face flushed, and she hesitated, and sat on the other side of Vegapunk, and then both of them gently leaned down. Vegapunk, who was paying attention to the projection, took a breath of cold air, and felt a tingling sensation from his scalp to his toes. Chapter 105 Fool. That's where the target is. Everyone get ready. In the night, a group of ninjas wearing strange masks and full of coldness slowly surrounded the hotel where Vegapunk was. It was very strange that the Konoha Anbu that originally surrounded the hotel for both monitoring and protection had all been transferred away at this moment, and no one was left. Of course, these indifferent ninjas were not surprised by this, because this kind of thing happened frequently in the past. When the root ninjas were on a mission, they never conflicted with the Konoha Anbu, because when they were on a mission, it was impossible for the Anbu ninjas to be present. From this point of view, the tacit understanding between Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen was still very high. There is only one target, but he should have 3 protectors around him. One of them is a female ninja from the Sea Village, who possesses multiple bloodline limits, and there is a relatively low-key male guard, but there is no clear information about him. But the most difficult one should be the female guard named Hancock. Preliminary judgment shows that the other party's strength may have reached the level of Cage, and has a bloodline limit with strange petrification and charm abilities. Whether it is the charm ability of the spirit system or the petrification ability that specifically counters the physical body, it can be said to be an extremely difficult bloodline limit. Ordinary ninjas would probably back down after hearing this. However, these dead men trained by the root in front of them did not even change their breathing rhythm. The training of the root obliterates humanity, and it is difficult to create a true master. Even a strong man at the level of Jonin is difficult to appear. However, with a large amount of resources and the supply of various secret techniques, it is not difficult to mass produce elite ninjas at the level of Chunin. Some talented people can even reach the level of special Jonin. More importantly, after the training of the root, the dead soldiers, because of their cold style of doing everything for the mission, and completely disregarding their own and their companions' lives, have stronger combat power than the ninjas of the same level. it is almost common for them to kill ninjas stronger than themselves. And this time, Danzo also made a big move. In addition to his deputy, Aburane Ryoma, almost all the ninjas with some strength in the route came out, nearly 20 special Jonins, in addition to the 2 elite Jonins, Aburane Tojin and Yamanaka Refuyu, which can almost be regarded as all the high-level combat power of the route. There is no way. According to Kakashi, although Vegapunk has little combat experience, his basic physical fitness and chakra amount are enough to compete with ordinary Jonins. And Hancock is even more terrifying. The weird petrification ability and strong physical fitness are so strong that even the shadows of the major ninja villages would be scratching their heads when they see it. It goes without saying that Meditarumi is a dual bloodline limiter, which shows her talent. It is not only the bloodline limit that adds to her strength, but also because she can synthesize a double bloodline limit, which shows that her chakra control and chakra attribute changes have been cultivated to the limit. There may be weak ninjas with bloodline limits, but ninjas who can synthesize bloodline limits are definitely not weak. The weakest is also an elite Jonin. In other words, the route may have to face 2 cage level strongmen in this battle. If it weren't for the fact that all the root ninjas were brainwashed tools, ordinary ninjas would have lost their morale long ago. Even Danzo dared to launch the plan because he had the information that Vegapunk himself was not good at fighting. Otherwise, if he really had to face 2 cage level ninjas, he would not have any chance of winning, even if he put the entire route on them. In the lobby on the first floor of the hotel, Uchiha Obito sat up silently from the bed and looked up at the darkness outside. Just as he was about to pick up the weapon beside the bed, he suddenly shuddered, as if he had heard an order, and retracted his hand. Then he lay back in bed. After a space distortion, he and the bed were sucked into the divine space. The room became empty in an instant, leaving only his muttering, "Go to sleep, a bunch of idiots who are looking for death." The masked ninjas quietly lurked outside the hotel. Because of the barrier set by Vegapunk, the ninjas did not dare to act rashly. First, several ninjas who were proficient in barrier and sealing techniques began to break the barrier of the hotel. But soon, more than 10 minutes passed, and the root ninjas who were proficient in barrier and sealing techniques were still busy. The masks blocked their expressions, but from their sweat-soaked backs and heavy breathing, it can be seen that the progress of these people was obviously not smooth. In the space of Cheyenne Simin, Vegapunk, who was almost unconscious due to the comfortable feeling, looked at the outside world in a daze, and it took him a long time to react. These idiots can't even break this level of barrier. It is obviously created based on the chakra system, and I have tried my best to simplify the barrier. They can't even break this level of barrier. Aren't they too useless? In terms of sealing techniques, Vegapunk's sealing techniques are completely different from those of the ninja world because he has absorbed all the knowledge of the ninja world in the parallel world and has a quantum chip with supercomputing power. Otherwise, he would not have been able to create the 64 trigram seal, which is countless times more powerful than the 8 trigram seal. If he really used his full strength to cast the barrier, even a 6 paths level figure could barely resist it once or twice, and super shadow level ninjas like Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara could also be trapped for more than 10 minutes, so this time, the barrier he arranged on the periphery has been simplified again and again. In Vegapunk's estimation, these things should not be difficult for those ninjas in theory, but in fact, it is only in theory. As a top scientist, Vegapunk's thinking inspiration is far beyond ordinary people. His brain can be said to be producing many unimaginable inspirations all the time, which also leads to his wild thinking when performing the sealing technique. The entire barrier seems to be consistent with the traditional barrier, but in fact, there have been many small changes and optimizations. If it is the ninjas of the Konoha barrier class, they may be able to completely break Vegapunk's barrier after spending a certain amount of time and get a lot of new knowledge from it and even improve their own sealing techniques. But for the ninjas of the root, because of long-term brainwashing, even these barrier ninjas can only memorize and rigidly perform or break fixed barrier techniques. For Vegapunk's spiritual barrier, these people are simply helpless. Seeing that the gang had been busy for a few more minutes and still unable to do anything, Vegapunk had no choice but to use his electromagnetic ability to control his biological weapons. to slightly reduce the structure of the barrier inside. I overestimated the intelligence of these idiots. It's really funny. They can't even break my outer barrier, and they still want to cause trouble for me. Do these ninjas have brains? Chapter 106 Chaos. Finally solved. When the outer barrier was partially broken, not only the ninjas outside, but also Vegapunk felt relieved. As soon as he relaxed, he hummed slightly. After a moment, Hancock wiped the corner of her mouth and squeezed into his arms again, reaching out and gently pressing on his chest. Stop it. Vegapunk quickly grabbed Hancock's hand that was inputting pure yang release chakra. Usually, this is considered a boudoir pleasure between Hancock and Vegapunk. Relying on the powerful yang release chakra stimulation, they can quickly recover their physical strength. However, now Vegapunk feels that he has something important to do, so it is better not to indulge himself. Hancock is very obedient. After listening to Vegapunk's words, she just squeezed on Vegapunk's body and then looked at the image in the projection boredly. After breaking Vegapunk's barrier, all the root ninjas instantly rushed into the entire hotel, and then there was a loud bang, and the hotel immediately fell apart. The faster the masked ninja rushed, the faster they retreated. Amidst the roars, more than a dozen ninjas with livid faces and swollen muscles chased after them. Damn it, what's going on? Where did these ninjas come from? Where are Vegapunk and the others? Several root ninjas struggled to resist the cyborgs created by Vegapunk. Compared with the root ninjas, these cyborgs were even more indifferent and cruel. The root ninjas were not afraid of death, but these cyborgs had no concept of death at all. In terms of strength, although the cyborgs had no original combat experience, they had a programmed combat program. They had no flash of inspiration, but their performance was extremely stable. In addition, their strength after being transformed was already stronger than that of the root ninjas, and they almost crushed all the root ninjas. There were also two strongest ninjas. In addition to having instant ninjutsu, super strong physique, and enhanced chakra, they also had another kind of bonus. That was because Vegapunk had simplified the chakra transformation for them and opened the port for them to absorb natural energy. However, under normal circumstances, a cyborg without any emotional fluctuations would not actively absorb natural energy. They would only absorb natural energy continuously during battle. As the battle progressed, the natural energy absorbed by their bodies would increase, and the power they would burst out would become stronger and stronger. However, because they were just hastily made disposable products, Vegapunk obviously would not spend too much effort and resources on them. Therefore, although they could absorb natural energy, they could not close this port. If the battle lasted too long, after absorbing super strong natural energy, they would self-destruct due to energy conflict. Vegapunk deliberately changed the method to explosion. In other words, they would burst out with the power of the tail beast ball like human bombs. Of course, according to Vegapunk's estimation, the two human bombs could still withstand at least 1 or 2 hours of fierce fighting, but once this time point was exceeded, the two of them would completely explode with a bang, enough to turn the entire Konoha into ruins. However, before they exploded, as they absorbed natural energy, the strength of the two modified ninjas would continue to grow, and both the power of their ninjutsu and their physical strength would increase dramatically. It seems that before these two modified ninjas exploded, Konoha village could no longer hold on. Looking carefully at the projection screen, Vegapunk said with a smile on his face, as the two powerful men, whose strength was close to the level of Cage, absorbed more and more natural energy, their strength and the power of their ninjutsu also increased sharply, and soon killed most of the ninjas of the root. However, the root ninjas carefully selected by Danzo were not vegetarians. They might not be as good as the powerful men close to the level of Cage in terms of real strength, but they were better in the weirdness of ninjutsu. As long as they did not enter the 6 paths level and their bodies showed a trend of chakra energy, ninjas would always be mortals with strong offense and weak defense. It was not uncommon for them to kill stronger men with some powerful or weird ninjutsu. Of the dozen or so ninjas that Vegapunk had originally transformed, 4 or 5 have now died, including the 2 strongest human bombs that were transformed, and one of them died together with the Aburame Tsubasa who possessed the nano-poison insects, without fully exerting his abilities. Damn it, retreat. Retreat quickly. Shan Zanfeng, who was firmly protected by the root ninjas, shouted twice and prepared to retreat directly. As a family that excels in psychic abilities, the Yamanaka clan is almost unremarkable in terms of frontal combat capabilities. This time, the mission is to directly search for Vegapunk's memory, so naturally he is also best protected. So he can still maintain a good state and command these root ninjas. As the root ninjas are almost dead or wounded, the power gap between the two sides will naturally widen further. If they retreat now, they can still save some of the vitality of the root. If they don't leave, they will probably be wiped out. So even if Shan Zanfeng saw the unconscious Vegapunk being carried away by a tall ninja, he didn't think of snatching food from the tiger's mouth. Damn it, where did these ninjas come from? How could they sneak into Konoha village? Are all the Uchiha guards blind? If I had known, I wouldn't have transferred all the Anbuan garrison ninjas. Otherwise, I could have just sent a signal and called for support. He gritted his teeth, but Yamanaka Feng retreated quickly and soon got rid of the entanglement. The modified ninjas created by Vegapunk did not pursue them. Instead, a tall ninja carried Vegapunk on his back, and the others surrounded him in a protective manner and left quickly. In the distance in the Hokage building, the third Hokage, smoking a pipe, was looking at his crystal ball. Strange, why is there no way to lock the chakra of those root ninjas? Did Danzo do something? No, the chakra in that area can't be seen. Could it be because of the influence of the barrier? But it actually affected the entire area where the barrier was set up, and even the nearby area can't be seen. Such profound knowledge of sealing techniques. With a rumble, the noise outside was heard, and the third Hokage frowned. The root has taken action, but the momentum is too huge, right? If it is discovered at the beginning, the possibility of the plan succeeding, I'm afraid it's not great. While speaking, the third Hokage tried hard to perform the telescope technique, and at this moment, the crystal ball became dazed, revealing the battlefield, where the root was killed. Chapter 107 Blame and Crisis. Not good. The third Hokage immediately noticed something was wrong after just one look at the battlefield. Where did these ninjas come from? How did they sneak into Konoha? But soon, he realized that now was not the time to think about this, and he began to summon his Anbu without hesitation, to support the root ninjas. However, when the Konoha ninjas arrived at the scene, the place had almost become a ruin. The reformed ninjas had already left, and only the root ninjas who were beaten and fled were left. Danzo, what's going on? The third Hokage gritted his teeth and looked at Danzo, but Danzo just pulled a face and said coldly, what else can it be? Before we took action, ninjas from other ninja villages had already taken the lead. Why are you throwing everything on my head? Can't you see that my root also suffered heavy casualties? You mean to say that at least a dozen Jonins from other ninja villages easily sneaked into Konoha village, and you root knew nothing about it? Danzo shut up all of a sudden. Not only Danzo, but also the Anbu and the ninjas of the Uchiha Guard all looked ashamed. More than a dozen Jonins. This kind of strength almost accounts for 1/6 or 1/7 of the top ninjas in a ninja village. It's simply a fantasy that so many ninjas entered Konoha village without anyone noticing. The other party should have used some other means to become Jonin. A ninja with a scar on his face and a pineapple-like haircut checked the bodies on the ground and said, these people are not Jonins at all. They just used some method to stimulate their own vitality and became much stronger in a short period of time. Even if they are left alone, they can only live for 1 or 2 years. After hearing this, Danzo and the third Hokage looked even uglier. You know, 1 or 2 years is not a short time. Although this cruel method is definitely impossible to spread on a large scale, it is a killer for any large ninja village. If I'm not mistaken, the other party should be from the Rock Ninja and the Cloud Ninja. Danzo walked to the side of the Jonin cyborg who was killed by the nano-poisonous insects, gently turned the corpse a few times with the crutch in his hand, and spoke coldly. As the leader of the root, Danzo has almost all the information about the ninjas in other ninja villages whose strength reaches or exceeds the special Jonin level. Even if these ninjas belong to the same agencies as the root and have hardly left their names in the outside world, the root, which has been entangled and fighting with such departments for a long time, must have some records. Danzo couldn't confirm the names of these guys, but at least he could confirm which ninja village they belonged to, and therefore, he was even more furious. You know, this time, the two allies, the Cloud Ninja Village and the Rock Ninja Village, directly put a big pot on Konoha's head, but he escaped with Vegapunk, the biggest gain. Hiruzen, this is the ally you mentioned. They are really friendly to us. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was ugly. After listening to Danzo's words, he just gritted his teeth and said, there is still a chance. Start chasing them, before they escape from the land of fire. All Anbu and security ninjas, listen up. Everyone chase them, and make sure to rescue Dr. Vegapunk. As soon as the voice fell, a group of ninjas standing behind the third Hokage agreed and disappeared in a flash, preparing to chase the other party. Boom. With a loud bang, the Anbu and other ninjas who were chasing stopped and looked into the distance in surprise. At this moment, the iconic building of Konoha, Hokage Rock, collapsed with a violent explosion, crushing several buildings below, and even the force of the collapse hit the Hokage building, causing the entire Hokage building to tilt. What's going on? The third Hokage roared and rushed over. A group of Anbu ninjas and security ninjas looked at each other, and finally followed the third Hokage to the Hokage Rock. When they arrived there, it had become a tragic battlefield. A ninja with powerful and ominous chakra was fighting with the ninjas of Konoha. A swing of his fist could cause a storm. The speed of his body was almost beyond the speed of sound. A casual kick could knock down a tall building. Every ninjutsu could be instantly launched, and the power was not less than that of A-level ninjutsu. The ninja in front of him was undoubtedly the best among all ninjas. He was a Kage level ninja who was considered by the ninjas to be qualified to be the Kage of a village. Just now, because of the order of the third Hokage, almost all the elites in the Konoha Ninja Village ran to the Vegapunk Inn. The rest were just some ordinary Chunin and Genin who were maintaining order. Facing the ninja in front of them, they had almost no power to resist, and were completely using their lives to stop this guy from destroying. The ground was covered in blood and corpses were lying everywhere. At least hundreds of ninjas had died at the hands of the ninja with a livid face. The ninja's face was not due to anger or other reasons, but simply the result of being transformed. Asshole, stop it. With a roar, the third Hokage directly summoned his own summoned beast. With a clenched fist, the summoned beast called the Monkey Demon turned into a huge golden hoop and smashed directly at the transformed ninja in front of him. With a loud bang, the transformed ninja was directly pushed back more than 10 steps, and each step left a deep footprint. When he stood firm, he raised his head and looked at the third Hokage in front of him with indifference. He clapped his hands without hesitation and directly performed ninjutsu. Water escape, great explosion water wave. A terrifying amount of water comparable to a lake was summoned out in an instant. With the blessing of powerful natural energy, this water escape technique, which was already famous for its wide range, pressed down on many ninjas with overwhelming force in an instant, causing everyone's faces to change instantly. The chakra of the transformed ninjas had already increased 5 or 6 times, and with the blessing of natural energy, especially after nearly half an hour of fighting, the natural energy content in the transformed ninjas was already extremely high, and the power of the ninjutsu they performed was getting closer and closer to the fairy technique, which naturally made it difficult for ordinary ninjas to resist. Use joint ninjutsu. The third generation Hokage roared, and was the first to take the lead in making hand seals. Among the remaining ninjas, those who reacted quickly also immediately began to make hand seals. Earth escape technique. 10,000 miles of earth flow wall. A huge stone wall like a cliff rose up, barely blocking the huge waves that were pressing like a tsunami. After the terrible water flow impacted for a moment, it finally scattered to both sides helplessly and washed away more than a dozen houses nearby. However, just when many ninjas had just breathed a sigh of relief, a violent lightning flashed, instantly penetrated the earth flow wall, turned into a tree-shaped lightning, and directly hit 7 or 8 ninjas. RRR. In the painful screams, the 7 or 8 ninjas all turned into charcoal in an instant, and many ninjas dodged in fear. Damn it. What's wrong with this guy? Why can he perform ninjutsu so quickly? Even if the ninjutsu is optimized to the limit, and it is very fluent, and can be performed without seals, it is impossible to perform it continuously like this. Like ordinary ninjutsu, it is performed by controlling the flow of one's own chakra through hand seals. Therefore, in addition to the hand seals, how to control the flow of one's own chakra is also the real secret of ninjutsu. However, the control of human body and mind is limited. Generally, after performing a ninjutsu, at least wait until the flow of one's own chakra calms down before performing another ninjutsu. Otherwise, not only will the body be hurt by the chaotic chakra, but no one can control the chaotic chakra. In fact, these modified ninjas themselves have no sense of pain, and their bodies have been strengthened, so they naturally don't care about the damage caused by chaotic chakra to their bodies. Another point is that this is because they have strong chakra control in their brain chips, so they can control the chaotic chakra. The ninjas of the root who have fought with the modified people have known this information for a long time, but because of the character of those root ninjas themselves, they naturally won't remind other ninjas, which is why some careless ninjas were instantly taken away by one move. Of course, the most important reason is that the power of this modified ninja's ninjutsu is too strong. Otherwise, even if the lightning escape restrains the earth escape, ordinary lightning escape cannot penetrate this combined earth escape ninjutsu. Just after the earth escape wall was penetrated, the figure of the modified ninja flashed and passed through the earth escape. In his hand, he grabbed a long sword from an unknown corpse and chopped it directly at an Enbu. The Enbu raised a kunai to resist, but it was cut in half in an instant. The enhanced Senjutsu chakra greatly enhanced the sharpness and sturdiness of the weapon, allowing him to almost directly open the invincibility in the crowd. Don't be too arrogant. This is Konoha. The third Hokage roared and smashed a stick over, and with a bang, the transformed ninja who turned around to resist was directly knocked away. Then, the transformed ninja turned over and stood on the ground. He did not entangle with the third Hokage, but killed other ordinary ninjas. Damn it. Are you trying to delay time here? So that those ninjas can escape? The third Hokage gritted his teeth and his face flushed. If you ignore this guy, the damage to the entire ninja village is too great. The Rock Ninja and Cloud Ninja who took Vegapunk away are quite powerful. Even if they catch up, if they want to take Vegapunk back, they will need at least a few elite Jonin, or he, the Hokage, will take action directly. But if this guy in front of him is destroying the ninja village, he can't get away at all. After all, this is the Konoha village. The other party can use powerful lethal ninjutsu with all their strength, but they have to be timid. Not to mention that the other party is the kind of ninja who does dirty work and has no humanity at all. When he started just now, he was specifically targeting those weak ninjas, killing them wholeheartedly, and did not confront the powerful ninjas at all. The third Hokage can even be sure that, if there are ordinary villagers nearby, the other party will definitely use ninjutsu to massacre them. Thinking about the current situation, the third Hokage finally gritted his teeth and ordered, "Danzo, bring your root members, the two of us will deal with this guy." The rest of the Anbu continue to track down and rescue Dr. Vegapunk. Kakashi, you lead the team. It is difficult for the Anbu members to play any role in a team with nearly double-digit Jonin. In other words, even with Kakashi, an elite Jonin, leading the team, this rescue operation is almost impossible to succeed. But at least it can delay the time for them to leave the land of fire. Are those guys fools? They only saw your clone and didn't see me at all. Why didn't they have any doubts? Leaning on Vegapunk, Hancock said with an unhappy face, showing a bit of disdain on her face. Ninjas ninjutsu are all kinds of strange, so most ninjas only look at the results in the end and don't pursue the process. Vegapunk said very calmly, in the case of intentional calculation, even a powerful ninja is likely to be dragged down by some ninjutsu. Besides, in this situation, we can't expect the third Hokage and Danzo to think carefully. Vegapunk was captured, and the blame fell on Konoha Ninja Village, and Konoha Ninja Village was also destroyed. In this case, they must think of calming down the chaos first, and then finding Vegapunk to get rid of the blame. As for why the guards around Vegapunk couldn't see his shadow, they would have to wait until the situation calmed down, before they would carefully review and explore. Let Kakashi lead the Anbu to pursue. Kakashi is now 17 or 18 years old. After the last strengthening in the snow country, his strength is almost at the level of an elite Jonin. But I'm afraid he doesn't have much chance to deal with my cyborgs. Are you planning to use these people's lives to delay time? Just inform Uchiha Obito so that he can take action. Then, I wonder if the third Hokage can sense the crisis of the self-destruction of the cyborg ninja. The self-destruction ability possessed by the cyborg ninja requires continuous absorption of natural energy. In fact, ninjas with a certain level of strength can also sense when natural energy flows strongly. The level of ninjutsu of the third Hokage is unquestionable. He can reach the level of Kage with ordinary 5-element escape techniques. He should be extremely sensitive to the flow of energy. When it is close to the critical point of self-destruction, I'm afraid he can't hide it from his senses. At this moment, the battle has been over for more than 10 minutes. Although the cyborg ninja has suffered some injuries, his strength is getting stronger and stronger. The power of his ninjutsu is getting stronger and stronger, and his physical strength is getting stronger and stronger. This guy, the more he uses chakra, the more it increases. Wait, this strange flow of energy, could it be a magic? The third Hokage's face looked a little ugly, but he soon discovered that the flow of natural energy was extremely violent, and it obviously had nothing to do with magic. Chapter 108 Eye replacement successful. Sensing that the transformed ninja was constantly absorbing natural energy in the atmosphere, Danzo narrowed his eyes slightly and said, maybe this guy won't need to fight for too long, and he will collapse automatically. But the third Hokage, who had gone further in the field of ninjutsu, and had some understanding of natural energy and fairy arts, changed his expression slightly. No, the opponent will indeed collapse automatically, but the powerful natural energy will not disappear, but will completely erupt in an instant. This ability is almost like that Tsuchigumo clan's wrath of the Tenchigumo clan. Even if the natural energy it absorbs is far less than that of the Tsuchigumo clan, it is enough to destroy most of Konoha. What? Upon hearing this, the faces of the surrounding ninjas changed drastically. This constantly growing transformed ninja in front of them would actually self-destruct? Well, judging from his current condition. The third Hokage carefully observed the ninja whose veins bulged all over his body, eyes rolled back, and whose appearance was almost like that of the ninja with the 7th gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu opened, as well as the natural energy that was extremely chaotic and intense enough for most ninjas to sense, and came to the conclusion, in 5 to 10 minutes at most, this guy's body won't be able to withstand so much natural energy, and then it will completely explode. Damn it, why didn't you say it earlier? Danzo roared, and the third Hokage waved the golden cudgel, barely blocking the attack of the transformed ninja, and replied, I couldn't see it at the beginning. Don't talk so much. We must drive him out of Konoha. Otherwise, we're doomed. As he spoke, the third Hokage roared wildly, and the golden cudgel in his hand waved wildly, forcing the transformed ninja to retreat step by step. The third Hokage had already discovered the abnormality of this modified ninja. This guy seemed to have completely lost his personal feelings, and would only judge the form of battle with reason. The fighting state guided by his reason was to cause the greatest damage to the opponent as the ultimate goal. On the surface, he would still dodge in the face of various attacks, but in fact he did not take his life too seriously. The reason why he avoided damage and avoided injury was just to cause greater casualties and destruction. Therefore, the third Hokage knew very well that it was impossible to force him out of Konoha village in this way. If he really reached a desperate situation, even if the opponent did not absorb the energy completely, he should be able to start a certain degree of self-destruction. At that time, at least several blocks of Konoha could be blown up, killing and injuring thousands of people. So his round of crazy attacks was just to restrict the opponent's actions. At the end of the swing, he stretched out his hand and threw it. The golden hoop suddenly turned into a monkey demon again, grabbing the arms of the modified ninja and restricting him tightly. As for the real countermeasures, Danzo, activate the ceiling barrier. Danzo, who was following the third Hokage, narrowed his eyes slightly. He had been working with this old friend for decades, and he knew Sarutobi Hiruzen very well, so he naturally knew how to cooperate with him. He casually performed the shadow clone technique, and the 4 shadow clones stood in a corner, and then he directly performed the ceiling technique, 4 purple flame formation. 4 purple lights turned into walls, directly trapping the transformed ninja. At the moment when the ceiling formation was just established, the constantly strengthened transformed ninja had already broken free from the restraints of the Sarutobi demon and directly elbowed him back to the spirit world. Looking at the ceiling formation in front of him, the transformed ninja frowned slightly, and then quickly performed ninjutsu to bombard one of the seals. In the rumbling sound, the violent lightning and the ceiling formation consumed each other, and the purple flames burst out instantly. Danzo, standing aside, gritted his teeth and said, "Hiruzen, hurry up, my shadow clones can't hold out for too long." With the sealing ability of the 4 purple flame formation, it is not a big problem to seal a cage level strongman, but the 4 shadow clones separated by Danzo do not have too much chakra. It takes a lot of chakra to continuously maintain the sealing formation under attack. Once the chakra is consumed excessively, the shadow clones will automatically disappear, and the sealing formation will naturally break without attack. Not to mention that, if the ninja inside really blew himself up, this ordinary 4 purple flame formation would definitely not be able to stop it. I know. The third Hokage also gritted his teeth and showed a bitter smile on his face. I never thought that I would use this trick in Konoha village one day. As he spoke, he had also separated 5 shadow clones, which surrounded the entire ceiling formation from a distance. As for the original body, he opened his mouth and ordered, "All ninjas immediately retreat and leave this area." Hearing the order of the third Hokage, all the ninjas retreated quickly, including the third Hokage and Danzo. There were only 9 shadow clones of the 2 of them left on the entire battlefield. The 5 shadow clones of the third Hokage looked at each other and stretched out their hands to make seals at the same time. 5 escapes, great linking bullet technique. At the same time, Danzo's shadow clones simultaneously lifted the 4 purple flame formation. There was a loud bang, and 5 ninjutsu of different attributes mixed together, causing an almost terrifying super explosion. In an instant, the horrific explosion not only submerged the reformed ninja and Danzo's 4 shadow clones, but also the 5 third generation Hokage's shadow clones who also used ninjutsu were instantly affected by the explosion and turned into ashes. The shockwave like a tsunami directly swept away the nearby blocks, leaving only a large pit several dozen meters deep on the ground, and a range of hundreds of meters turned into ruins with this pit as a center. Fortunately, when this battle began, those ordinary residents had already escaped under the guidance of the Konoha ninja. Otherwise, hundreds of people would have died in just this one blow. A long sigh of relief was let out. Both the third generation Hokage and Danzo were shaky, and the feeling of the shadow clones being swallowed by the explosion in an instant was not so pleasant. Not to mention that both of them consumed a lot of chakra, and now the chakra is almost at the bottom. However, the third Hokage still showed a somewhat relieved smile on his face. Although the destructive power of the 5 styles Great Link Bomb was also very strong, he had just deliberately surrounded the 5 clones in a circle and tried his best to compress the scope of destruction. So in the end, only the buildings were destroyed and there were no casualties. In comparison, if the ninja was allowed to explode directly, it would be a disaster for the entire Konoha village. Finally solved. My old bones are about to fall apart. The third Hokage breathed a long sigh of relief. If it weren't for the fact that the ninja on the opposite side had been transformed, although his fighting skills were not inferior, he didn't have much spirituality. It would be more difficult for him to win. Even in a one-on-one duel, the already old and weak third Hokage really didn't have much chance of winning. The chakra and physical strength of the ninjas present have almost been consumed. Danzo said with a dark face, "Should we continue to chase Vegapunk now?" This battle lasted for nearly 20 minutes. With the search and obstruction of the Anbu, the opponent should not run too far, but now the ninjas of Konoha are not in the best condition, so Danzo has this problem. We must chase him. In this situation, it was the third Hokage who strengthened his confidence. No matter whether it succeeds or not, we must show our attitude first. Vegapunk's problem is in Konoha, so most of the responsibility lies with us in Konoha. If we don't pay attention when chasing him, I'm afraid we will not be able to convince the Sea Kingdom and the Wind Kingdom. Even if a war really breaks out because of Vegapunk, Konoha cannot be the first target. So this action is naturally the top priority. Even if we chase him to the land of earth and the land of lightning, we must find him back for me. Even if we can't find him back, we can't blame him. The third Hokage didn't express it in his heart, but that's what he meant. In this regard, Danzo, who was used to taking the blame every day, was not so sensitive. However, he was a high-ranking official in the ninja village after all, so he quickly reacted. "Okay, then I'll give the order now." In the dense jungle, 8 or 9 ninjas with livid faces and full of deathly silence were carrying an unconscious blonde boy on their backs and moving at high speed on the big tree. But at this moment, there was a sound like 1,000 birds chirping in the woods. A figure like lightning suddenly rushed over from the side and instantly pierced the chest of a peripheral ninja. With a bang, the ninja turned into a pile of wood. At the same time, several ninjas on the opposite side reacted at the same time. A ninja holding a chain sickle swung it directly and tied up the figure who suddenly rushed over. However, the figure also turned into a pool of mud in an instant. It was obvious that no one knew when the earth clone was used. After the episode ended, the group of people did not guard or wait for anything, but still maintained the original formation and continued to move forward. After they left, a head popped out from the ground with silver hair and a mask. It was none other than Hatake Kakashi. Have you seen through my intention? These guys are really hard to deal with. They don't even have the slightest intention of stopping. Kakashi sighed and frowned. Is that guy Vegapunk really that easy to catch? He couldn't say what he felt, but Kakashi, who had the most contact with Vegapunk, always had some doubts in his heart. He didn't think that the cunning and cautious guy would really be caught by a group of ordinary ninjas. Not to mention that the beautiful bodyguard next to Vegapunk didn't even show up. There were too many things worth pondering, but there was no way. It was useless for him to speculate about this kind of thing. Kakashi, who was only 17 or 18 years old, was only just above the level of a jonin, and reached the level of an elite jonin. What kind of person was he in Konoha? Besides, regardless of whether Vegapunk had any other ideas, the situation was right now, and he couldn't just say he wouldn't save people. Trouble, the remaining Anbu haven't caught up. And I don't have much chakra left, Kakashi said in distress, with a look of hesitation on his face. Kakashi, who had been trained in the Vegapunk training cabin, stimulated his body with lightning chakra. In terms of speed, he was one of the best in the entire Konoha ninja village. Those Anbu, whose strength was no more than that of a special jonin, naturally couldn't keep up with his pace. Now he kept using various methods to hinder the opponent's progress, but the effect was not very great. At most, it slowed down the opponent's speed by about 3 or 4 levels. If the large force really caught up, it would probably take at least 7 or 8 hours. With the ninja's foot speed, 7 or 8 hours would be enough to run halfway through the line of fire. Maybe the opponent had other members to support them, which would make it even more difficult to catch up. Just as Kakashi was still thinking, he suddenly felt dizzy. In the extreme dizziness, he stretched out his hand to cover his head, but halfway through, he felt his eyes go black and fell to the ground. After a while, Uchiha slowly walked out from the side, looking a little surprised. He really has no power to resist. It's strange. I can't feel any chakra fluctuations at all. What did Vegapunk do to Kakashi? After a little sigh at Vegapunk's methods, Uchiha was not the kind of person who would get to the bottom of it, but quickly started the eye transplant surgery. It's called an eye transplant surgery, but in fact it's just to dig out the Kamu Sharingan, press it into your eyes, and then drip 2 drops of yang release chakra eye drops developed by Vegapunk, and you will be completely restored. As for Kakashi, Uchiha also prepared an ordinary 3 Magatama Sharingan and directly installed it in his eyes. Similarly, he dripped a few drops of yang release chakra eye drops and then wiped off some blood on his face. The potion made by Vegapunk is very effective, and it even has a certain effect of alleviating genetic rejection. After getting a new eye, not counting the Kamu ability, Kakashi's normal combat power will only increase. After all, Obito's original eyes looked like 3 Magatama Sharingan, but in fact they were Mangeki, and the consumption of Kakashi's chakra can be imagined. After changing to ordinary 3 Magatama, the chakra consumption was reduced by more than half, and when the eyeballs were connected, the special medicine of Vegapunk was used, and the consumption would be reduced a little more, which was enough for Kakashi to release more than twice the chakra. After taking a look at Kakashi who had recovered, Uchiha took out a remote control, pressed one of the buttons, and then the whole person disappeared in the space. After a while, Kakashi woke up. He covered his head. Well, what's going on? Oh, by the way, I still have to chase Dr. Vegapunk back. Then, Kakashi continued to track, as if nothing had happened. After Kakashi left, Chihirobito's shadowy figure reappeared. Vegapunk's invention is really terrifying. There is no chakra fluctuation, and no sealing technique is needed. It easily wiped out Kakashi's memory without even causing him to have any doubts. While thinking, Chihirobito gently pressed his forehead. The thing in my head is probably more difficult than Kakashi's. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109, The Clones Arriving at the Kumogakure. Cheyenne Simmons Hung Space. TSK. This old man's reaction is really fast. If we wait a few more minutes, we can see the fireworks of Konoha Village. Hancock smacked her lips and said something unhappily, as if she regretted not seeing the self-explosion of the modified ninja. Terumi Mei, who had been burying her head in Vegapunk's chest, said with a red face, destroying Konoha is not that simple. Although such destructive ninjutsu is rare, each ninja village still has a few hidden tricks, but the possibility of them actually being effective is not great. After the voice was finished, Terumi Mei saw Hancock's eyes looking at her, and she was immediately panicked. She lowered her head and buried her whole body in Vegapunk's arms. Thinking back to what she had just done under Hancock's control, Terumi Mei was extremely shy. Even though she had a queen-like demeanor, she was even more afraid of Hancock's almost incredible charm. Vegapunk didn't care about Mei Terumi's feelings and touched his chin. In fact, he was not too surprised by this situation. There are actually quite a few ninjutsu that can directly damage the entire ninja village and have super destructive power. For example, the giant fireworks that Deidara set off with his life and the tailed beast ball performed by the tailed beast are basically ninjutsu that can destroy most ninja villages. However, despite such super destructive ninjutsu, the major ninja villages have been safe and sound until now, which itself explains some problems. For such super destructive ninjutsu, the major ninja villages must have a certain degree of preparedness and defense methods. If Six Paths Pain hadn't messed up the entire Konoha ninja village at the beginning, it would probably not be so easy for him to directly use the Shinra Tensei to flatten Konoha. If you think about it carefully, Deidara's own self-destruct ninjutsu has a fast activation time and is more powerful. Moreover, this guy's not afraid of his own life, which is much stronger than the transformed ninja. Even so, the Iwagakure has never planned to raise any ninja village to the ground. Of course, there is a fear that other ninja villages will follow suit, and geniuses like Deidara are rare, but the low success rate of the plan is probably also a reason. It seems that Konoha village still has some tricks, but our goal has been achieved. Next, it depends on what Konoha village will do. But no matter what, I guess Konoha, Kumogakure and Iwagakure will definitely fall out. Mei Terumi whispered again at this time. Lord Vegapunk, I don't think Konoha will really fall out. At most, it will argue with the other two ninja villages, right? Well, Vegapunk thought about Konoha's performance and felt that what Mei Terumi said was really reasonable. Konoha, which is in a period of transition, really has no confidence in war, not to mention that the third Hokage has almost changed from a moderate to a compromiser. At least 3 ninja villages can no longer work together. The other 2 ninja villages can never have any trust in each other. After experiencing this kind of thing, the only ninja village with a little credibility, Konoha, can no longer cooperate with the other 2 ninja villages. Although the 4 major ninja villages are eyeing Konoha, in fact, if these ninja villages really digitize all the credibility of the ninja villages, then Konoha must be ranked first. Although Hashirama Senju did a lot of stupid things, he did leave a good reputation for Konoha. Most of the time, this reputation has no effect, but when sincere cooperation is really needed, the name of Konoha still has a little effect. And since the establishment of the ninja village, Konoha is indeed a mess, but it has never broken its international credibility. At least it has never torn up a contract by itself, although this is more likely due to its own political environment. But in any case, its credibility is much stronger than other ninja villages. As long as Konoha village resists, the alliance between the 3 ninja villages will basically fail. At that time, They will do their own things at most, and they will have to guard against each other's backstabs. The internal friction alone will reduce the combat effectiveness of the 3 ninja villages. In fact, I think, dear, you overestimate them. With my strength alone, I can flatten all the ninja villages. Hancock said with some disdain, and Vegapunk nodded. What you said is true, but in this case, many of my experimental data that need to be collected in war will not be able to be carried out. In fact, compared to unifying the world quickly, what I really want to do is to continuously verify my experiments through war and improve technology. As for unifying the ninja world, that is already a foregone conclusion. Vegapunk said it easily, but at the same time, revealed a bit of coldness. Hancock didn't care at all, but Meditarumi trembled slightly. Feeling Meditarumi's trembling, Vegapunk stretched out his arms and hugged her. Don't worry, there won't really be a ninja war. At most there will be some local wars. Vegapunk didn't think he was a guy with outstanding strategies. In the pirate world, it was because everyone's average intelligence was not high that he was able to fool the world government. Although there are many psychopaths in the Naruto world, at least their IQs are not too big. The reason why he is confident that he can control the situation is that his own technology has carried out a dimensionality reduction attack. With the technological progress, after obtaining the chakra system, Vegapunk's infiltration of the 3 countries including the Far Country has also begun. At least now, many noble officials of the Far Country have been gradually replaced. If the 3 countries' daimyos had not had their own ninjas to protect them, they would have been replaced long ago. Meditarumi hummed in a sullen voice. She knew in her heart that, although Vegapunk looked very gentle, he was actually very indifferent to human life. He would not kill innocent people, but if he really needed it, he would never have any psychological burden. In fact, Vegapunk is considered to be a good ninja in the Naruto world. Compared with a group of ninjas with many psychopaths, his moral standards are still high. And Meditarumi is also very clear that, although she had a relationship with Vegapunk, she could not shake his mind at all. If Hancock had an opinion, Vegapunk would listen to it, and she would not have to waste her breath. As for counting on Hancock to oppose Vegapunk, Meditarumi felt that the possibility was smaller than the possibility of defeating Hancock. She even suspected that with Hancock's obsession with Vegapunk, she would happily agree to destroy the world if Vegapunk asked Hancock to do so. If the ninjas of Konoha village are really ruthless, they are actually very powerful. What even Vegapunk did not expect was that the other party actually chased him out of the land of fire and into the land of lightning, and even directly fought with the ninjas of the land of lightning several times before finally giving up. Even the 3rd Hokage almost fought with the Two-Tails Jinchuriki, but they retreated in the end. In the end, the ninjas transformed by Vegapunk actually connected with the Cloud Village. Although Vegapunk transformed those ninjas, their memories had long been input into the chips. In addition, these ninjas who did the dirty work were brainwashed and looked very mechanical. Except for their livid faces and swollen muscles, those ninjas still looked very normal. As for this change in appearance, for ninjas who often use some messy ninjutsu, it is actually nothing. They just need to make up a reason for using some secret medicine. Ninjas have a very high sense of confidentiality for their own ninjutsu secret medicine. Although it looks a bit strange, the ninjas of the Cloud Village really don't doubt it. As for the ninjas of the Rock Village, they were directly detained by the Cloud Ninjas, but not long after, before everyone returned to the Cloud Village, these ninjas died one after another. So, Dr. Vegapunk, you don't know what happened? How did our Cloud Ninja die? Even you, the person involved, don't know. The tall, muscular 4th Hokage, who looked like a super brother, frowned and asked. In front of him was a handsome blonde boy with a curious look on his face, looking around. After hearing what the 4th Hokage said, he said without raising his head, "Of course, I was knocked out by your ninja and taken away. What can you expect me to know? Although I don't know what happened, I know how your Kumo ninja died. They ran out of vitality. Who knows what secret medicine or ninjutsu they used. I've seen a lot of things like consuming vitality in exchange for short-term powerful strength. Although I didn't really see it. But don't tell me that your ninja village doesn't have this technology." The 4th Hokage snorted and didn't ask any more. To be honest, in his heart, he also felt that it was probably an imperfect ninjutsu made by the ninjas of his own ninja village. The ninja's ninjutsu is the top secret of the ninja. If the ninja himself doesn't want to, even the ninja village leader can't take it away by force. Just like the sealed book of Konoha, it is impossible to record the unique ninjutsu of some secret family, such as some special brainwashing ninjutsu of the root, or ninjutsu such as the 4 seals in the inner ninja village. Probably, it's a special drug developed by a ninja. But I didn't expect that Vegapunk would be captured directly. Unfortunately, it's hard to find the drugged formula now. The 4th Raikage thought with some regret. Although the 4th Raikage can be regarded as the most upright one among all the cages, this does not mean that he is a bright person. The Kumogakure, whose personality is closer to that of a barbarian, never thinks that using some dark and extreme means is a problem. Of course, it is not ruled out that Vegapunk did something. But even if these are really things done by Vegapunk, the 4th Raikage will not be able to pursue them. Soon, the 4th Raikage put the matter of that team of ninjas behind him, and looked at the boy in front of him with some excitement. Okay, those things are in the past. Dr. Vegapunk, I now solemnly invite you to join our Cloud Ninja Village. As long as you are willing to join, I can now establish you as my successor, and you can definitely become the 5th Raikage in the future. The blonde boy raised his head and showed a half smile. The 5th Raikage is another matter. First of all, you should confirm my true identity. After Vegapunk, you should add the 3 words clone. Cap. The 4th Raikage was stunned, and then he punched the table hard. The poor table was immediately shattered, and a lot of wood chips flew around. Vegapunk, who was frowning, stretched out his hand to block it, but some wood chips still pierced his body, looking quite embarrassed. This body didn't have as many resources invested as the original body. Although it was physically strong, far superior to ordinary people, and had been trained in the training chamber, it had strong chakra, but it could only fight with Jonin at best. This was because the clone had a quantum chip receiver, and could use the quantum chip's combat program. Otherwise, with Vegapunk's combat talent, he might not even be able to beat a Chunin. Damn it, then isn't this plan meaningless? Clones and the like, this is the technology of some crazy scientist. Looking at the angry Raikage, Vegapunk clone frowned slightly. Cloning technology is not that crazy. How can genetic technology advance without conducting experiments on artificial humans? Do we have to capture people for experiments every time? The captured people may not be genetically matched. The 4th Raikage rolled his eyes. You are a clone, and you are talking to me about some big principles. Wait, you are not kidding me? In fact, you are not a clone at all. You just want to use this method to trick me, so that I can escape from here. Vegapunk clone sighed. Forget it. It's hard for me to convince a guy like you who is obsessed with muscles, but I'm indeed a clone. The real Vegapunk is still in the original laboratory. You can go and find out for yourself after a while. However, even if I'm a clone, it doesn't mean that I'm worse than the original. I have all the memories of the original, so I can still develop technology that is far beyond the imagination of you muscular barbarians. Hearing this, the 4th Raikage was full of doubt. Oh, possess all the memories? Why would Vegapunk create a clone like you? Isn't that asking for trouble? And we Cloud Ninjas are indeed muscular barbarians, but that doesn't mean our technology is undeveloped. In fact, among the 5 major ninja villages, our Lightning Country has the most advanced science and technology. Don't look at me like this. I have actually read through the entire physics and electricity, and even studied some magnetic field principles. Of all the cages in the 5 major ninja villages, no matter they are the previous generations or the current ones, my scientific literacy is the highest. That's really unexpected. Even Vegapunk showed an expression of being caught off guard after hearing this. This is really unexpected. The Raikage, who looks like a muscular barbarian, actually has a strong scientific literacy. As for the question that the Raikage asked at the beginning about why he was causing trouble for himself, this body is actually just a remote-controlled body, completely controlled by Vegapunk's own quantum chip. The so-called clone itself does not actually have any consciousness. Chapter 110 Electric Current Push, Neural Acceleration. By the way, is the so-called electric current-driven fist you developed reliable? Aren't you a scientist? Why did you start studying ninjutsu? In the experimental base of the Cloud Ninja, the fourth Raikage scratched his head and asked in a strange tone. The Vegapunk clone standing beside him rolled his eyes. So-called scientific research, to put it bluntly, is nothing more than using dialectical thinking to find the correct laws in the operation of things. It's no different from ninjutsu research. It's not like I'm asked to write an article, so why can't I make achievements in ninjutsu research? Not to mention, if the training chamber I developed didn't have a deep understanding of the human body and in-depth research on the nature of chakra, how could it be made? In order to gain the trust of the fourth Raikage and show that he is indeed a capable scientist, the Vegapunk clone immediately stated that he would use his latest research to convince the fourth Raikage. The electric current driven fist he proposed is the enhanced ninjutsu of the Cloud Ninja Village's Thunder Release armor, and it is also the ninjutsu that best suits the fourth Raikage. Directly using lightning to circulate inside the body, will there really be no problems? It looks quite dangerous. The fourth Raikage was also a ruthless person. In the original work, when he fought with Uchiha Sasuke, his hand was burned by the black flame of Amaterasu. He cut off his hand without blinking, and turned around, and kicked Uchiha Sasuke who was using the black flame to protect himself. He was really willing to exchange one leg for someone's life. But even such a ruthless person still felt scared after seeing the electric current push proposed by the Vegapunk clone, and hesitated for a while. Don't worry, with your ability, the experiment will definitely not go wrong. After all, this thing is not an unscientific thing like magnetic field rotation. Don't you understand my principle and experimental steps? The Vegapunk clone looked at the fourth Raikage with excitement. The fourth Raikage shrank inexplicably, but secretly believed in his heart that this guy was indeed a capable scientist. If he was not capable, he would not be crazy to this extent. But then, he asked again, what is magnetic field rotation? There is nothing wrong with your electric current push principle. However, the required adaptability to lightning and control of chakra are a bit high. The Vegapunk clone replied impatiently, magnetic field rotation. It is a combat system that claims to require wisdom, but actually requires madness. Although I can't figure out how to use cell friction to generate electricity, I don't understand the relationship between the number of magnetic field rotation and the ability of material reorganization. Are you willing to do the experiment? Ahem. Practice the electric current push I developed. The fourth Raikage glanced at the Vegapunk clone. I heard it all. You just said the experimental subject, right? You are really brave to use me, the Raikage, to do experiments. You are worthy of being a clone of Vegapunk. But after taking another look at the electric current push in his hand, well, this ninjutsu is indeed too suitable for his own combat system. If he really gives up, he can't do it. It's okay if he didn't see it, but he didn't want to practice it because of the danger after seeing it. How is this possible? None of the top ninjutsu in the ninja world is easy to practice. Practicing Flying Thunder God may get lost in space. Practicing spiritualization technique may cause a soul to leave the body and not come back. Practicing Sage Mode may turn into stone or animal, and even his lightning escape armor, before the difficulty was reduced to be level ninjutsu. Who knows how many Sage ninjas were turned into charcoal. Okay, I will practice with you. But at least you have to proceed step by step, not so radical. I think the first step of your electric current push is to start directly from the brain. It's a bit too dangerous. The so-called electric current push, the initial practice method is not to stimulate cells, but to directly modify one's own nerve conduction signals, changing the initial semi-chemical conduction and semi-electrical conduction directly to complete electrical conduction, greatly enhancing people's reaction ability. Naturally, Vegapunk chose the first improvement target, which is to start from the brain, because Vegapunk has accumulated the most experience in brain research, and even quantum brains can be transformed. It is naturally easier to transform the brain's neural receiving system. After the brain was transformed by chakra, it would be much easier to transform the nerves all over the body. All you need to do is to transform the nerves in the brain directly along the neural network. If you are not afraid of becoming half disabled due to disordered body signals before the electric current is fully developed, you can also start the transformation from other places. The Vegapunk clone rolled his eyes and spoke. How could there be such a problem? Why would training with different brains lead to disordered body signals? It's not that the body's signals are really disordered, but that the body receives signal commands at different speeds. For example, after the brain issues a command to run, it lets your left and right legs move together. But at this time, your left leg has been modified, and your reaction is one step faster, while your right leg reacts one step slower. This manifests as disordered body signals, and you fall flat on your face. If you practice with ganglia in other parts of the body instead of the brain as the center, there is no way to accelerate the nerves as a whole. In my estimation, it will take 3 years to successfully practice, and this problem will accompany you during these 3 years. Upon hearing this, the fourth Reikage immediately shook his head. Forget it, I'd better start practicing directly from the brain. If the fourth Reikage was just an ordinary ninja, it would be fine to practice for 3 years. It wouldn't matter at all. Instead, if you practice for 3 years, you can develop a ninjutsu with a power exceeding S level. Almost no ninja can refuse. But besides being a powerful ninja, he is also the Reikage of the Cloud Village. It is okay for ordinary ninjas to have some problems with their combat power in a short period of time, but if it is the Reikage, the impact of 3 years is really too great. Not to mention 3 years, if there is a problem with the shadow of a village, it will only take half a year to attract endless prying, and there may be some assassination arrangements. The Vegapunk clone smiled. He didn't expect that the Reikage was quite straightforward. If it were the leaders of other ninja villages, they would definitely not dare to practice the research results he gave easily. However, this is also a move that only the fourth Reikage can practice. In addition to the fourth Reikage, only the Vegapunk body that has eaten the thunder fruit can be pushed by electric current to completely transform itself. The reason why Vegapunk is willing to hand over the research results to the fourth Reikage is to further deduce data from the fourth Reikage's practice process, so that the transformation of himself in the future will be perfect and have a certain universality. As for the other lightning ninjas from the Cloud Village, it's not that Vegapunk looked down on them. Even though he had simplified the electric current a lot, it was not something that these ordinary ninjas could mess with. Don't worry now. I'll make some instruments to help you practice. Unfortunately, I don't have the ability to control the magnetic field of my original body, so the instruments I make may not be of much help. The Vegapunk clone really hoped that his only experimental subject, the fourth Reikage, could succeed in his practice, so he really didn't have any bad intentions this time. Okay then. Give me any materials and instruments you need. Our lightning country's previous technological level was absolutely the best among the 5 major countries. Of course, let's not talk about the current level, because after Vegapunk, the technology of the alliance between the wind country and the sea country has almost exploded, and the two sides are almost about to open up a gap of an era. The lightning country still uses technology, while the wind country and the sea country are almost science fiction. However, the industrial foundation of the lightning country is not bad. For the Vegapunk clone, although it is a bit reluctant, at least it is enough to piece together. When the Vegapunk replica was customizing instruments and making blueprints, he was not stingy with his scientific and technological knowledge. As time went by, the technology of the Lightning Kingdom also took off. Unlike other countries, Vegapunk has not replaced the name of the Lightning Kingdom and controlled the power. However, the Lightning Kingdom has always been encouraging the development of science and technology and has invested much more money than other countries. Therefore, in the initial stage, the development of science and technology was not much worse than that of the other 2 countries. It took half a year to prepare various instruments and prepare some medicines before the current-driven practice. However, this half year was not wasted. Whether it was the Cloud Ninja Village or the Lightning Kingdom, they all made rapid progress after receiving the casual guidance of the Vegapunk replica. In particular, the original industrial system of the Lightning Kingdom was the first among the 5 major countries. This kind of infrastructure is not something that the Sea Kingdom and the Wind Kingdom can catch up with in just 3 or 4 years. After the outbreak of science and technology, its production value soon approached the Sea Kingdom and the Wind Kingdom. It is just that the cutting-edge technology and the average combat effectiveness of the ninjas are not as good. The Cloud Village was very satisfied with their actions, because they had obtained Vegapunk, even though it was just a clone. However, the other two ninja villages were in a state of panic. Konohagakure was almost blown to ruins, and 200 or 300 ninjas died. Vegapunk was abducted on the spot, and at first they were under pressure from the Kingdom of Wind and the Kingdom of Sea. They were really angry. Fortunately, the news that the abducted Vegapunk was just a clone spread, which made Konohagakure a little better. Even so, the entire Konohagakure was ashamed and its prestige was greatly damaged. In comparison, although the losses of the Rock Village and the Land of Earth were relatively small, the reaction was more intense. After all, it was a joint action of the Cloud Ninja and the Rock Ninja. In the end, the Rock Village only suffered losses, while the Cloud Ninja Village plundered the greatest victory. It would be strange if the Rock Ninjas were willing to do so. Anoki's character is stubborn and cunning, much tougher than the third Hokage. Without saying a word, he pushed his ninja troops to the border and threatened to go to war with the Cloud Village. Of course, the barbarians of the Cloud Village are not vegetarians. If they want to go to war, then go to war. Who is afraid of whom? The two sides yelled at each other for a long time, and the final result was, the Cloud Village would share part of the technology of the Vegapunk clones with the Rock Ninja, and the Rock Ninja would also have to pay money and their mineral resources. So, both sides were happy on the surface, but they dispersed with their own ulterior motives in their hearts. It can be imagined that the Rock Village will definitely have some other small actions, but the Cloud Ninja is labeled as a barbarian, and it is not as easy to mess with as Konoha. Anoki probably has to think of a way. Have you confirmed the news? That clone also has a technological level that is no less than that of Vegapunk? In the Smoky Hokage's office, the third Hokage knocked on the pipe in his hand and asked. He opened his mouth and gently blew out a whirlwind, sweeping all the smoke in the Hokage's office out of the window. Danzo said with a sullen face, "Smokeless. I can't tell whether he is as good as Vegapunk, but at least he should have Vegapunk's memory." Now the strength of the Cloud Ninja has increased a lot, obviously with the help of the training cabin. For us, what difference does it make? The barbarians in the Cloud Ninja Village have never been honest. You should know what they will do after their strength increases, right? And the Rock Ninja Village, although their cooperative alliance is extremely fragile, they may stab each other at any time. But on the point of dealing with Konoha, I believe they will not change this consensus in a short time. The third Hokage sighed tiredly, always feeling that the world is changing so fast. How come Konoha has fallen behind the times in just a few years? Moreover, the original situation of Konoha being the enemy of the world has not changed. It's just that the opponents have been strengthened. If this happens, the situation will be even worse. In this situation, other countries will probably unite against our Konoha. If there is another ninja world war, then before the battle, it is probably the consensus of all countries to sweep out the already backward Konoha. But there is no need to be so pessimistic. Compared with Konoha, the major ninja villages may be more wary of each other, especially the Cloud Village and the Rock Village. The connection between these two ninja villages lies in the Vegapunk clone, but the two ninja villages worked together at the beginning, but now it has become the Cloud Village that benefits. If the Rock Village wants to obtain Vegapunk's technology, it will have to pay a lot of resources, and even the technology it gets should be outdated. In this case, the Rock Village is almost destined to lag behind the Cloud Ninja. It would be strange if it could endure it. Danzo said with a cold face. According to my investigation, the Rock Ninja did send a large number of intelligence personnel to the Cloud Ninja to investigate during this period. Maybe they even have the idea of retaking the Vegapunk clone in their hearts. Chapter 111 Planning and Training. Do you have any idea about that Vegapunk's clone too, Danzo? The third Hokage narrowed his eyes and looked at Danzo and asked. Danzo snorted coldly, "Isn't that certain? You know, this Vegapunk was taken away from us. He should have been the strength of our Konoha village." The third Hokage did not say anything to cause disputes. Vegapunk himself might cause disputes, but the weight of his clone's words would be greatly reduced. What's more, this clone was taken away by the Kumo village once. In this regard, Konoha would not be condemned too much if it took him back. That clone. What does Vegapunk's original body think? Danzo frowned. That's what I find strange. The other two countries and ninja villages don't seem to care much about that clone. Logically, even if the wind country and the sea country don't start a full-scale war, they should at least oppress the cloud village. But in fact, although the wind country and the sea country have held them accountable, their strength is not as strong as our Konoha village. The third Hokage was also puzzled. Could it be that Vegapunk's clone technology is not as good as Vegapunk's? So the two ninja villages don't care much? Maybe. Danzo nodded. In fact, he instinctively felt that this was not the case, but he couldn't say any other reason. Just then, there was a knock on the door, and the third Hokage said, "Come in." A young man with silver hair and a mask on his face walked in. It was Hatake Kakashi, who had become a captain of the Anbu. He looked a little serious, and took out a letter, and handed it to the third Hokage. "Hokage, this is a secret document sent from the Iwagakure. Anoki? What is that guy doing?" Danzo asked immediately. After reading the secret document, the third Hokage coughed twice, and Kakashi immediately left the secret room. "The Iwagakure invited us to work together, to rescue the clone of Vegapunk," the third Hokage said with a complicated expression, and Danzo laughed. This 3-inch male is still so thick-skinned. Obviously, the Iwagakure, also took action in this matter, but now they are pretending to be the messenger of justice. Who are they looking at? The third Hokage did not comment on Danzo's words. Although Anoki was thick-skinned and black-hearted, he was still very qualified as the leader of a ninja village. Ninjas originally paid more attention to interests rather than face, and the leaders of ninja villages were naturally the same. The key is whether Konoha needs to participate in this operation, the third Hokage asked. Although he was the Hokage, things like this were basically handed over to Danzo, so he also had to ask Danzo's opinion now. After hearing this, Danzo immediately lowered his head and pondered. This is not easy to do. The last battle, the route suffered too much loss. In Danzo's opinion, this kind of thing must be participated in, and it would be best if the clone of Vegapunk could be brought back to their root. If not, it doesn't matter if they are killed. However, the root is now seriously injured, and it is difficult to maintain a normal intelligence network. It is not easy to withdraw manpower. Thinking of this, Danzo looked at the third generation Hokage. "Hiruzen, Konoha must participate in this operation. You should add some manpower to our route." The third generation Hokage looked helpless. "Who do you have your eyes on for reinforcement?" "I think Hatake Kakashi is very good, and the other major families should also send some manpower. In addition, I need the cooperation of the Anbu in this operation. The Anbu's matter is easy to talk about. As for the manpower, you can talk to them yourself. If you can convince them, then I will naturally give you the green light." The third generation Hokage waved his hand and said directly. Danzo frowned immediately. Although the route was very powerful, it was not easy to transfer personnel from other families. After all, the route wanted almost all elite ninjas, and the families in Konoha would definitely not want their elites to join the route. Ninjas who joined the route would be cursed, which was basically like throwing meat buns at a dog, and there was no return. It was not the same as the Anbu. Anbu ninjas could often quit after joining for a period of time, but the only way for root ninjas to quit was death. The cruelty was far beyond that of ordinary ninjas, and it was not easy to convince the patriarchs of those families. If it was just one or two ordinary families, Danzo could still use his power to oppress them. If he really angered most of the families in Konoha Ninja Village, he, the leader of the route, would also be humiliated. The route is far from being all-powerful in Konoha, otherwise, his subordinates would not be just a few big cats and small cats. It's okay to bully ordinary ninjas without backgrounds, but if they really reach the level of Jonin, or have powerful families behind them, Danzo can't do much to them. However, Danzo thought about it and agreed. This kind of support is probably the limit of the third Hokage. The Hokage himself can't force those families to hand over people. Then the Konoha Ninja Village will really be divided. Besides, direct coercion doesn't work, and Danzo can always think of a way. The so-called darkness of the ninja world, although he has taken the blame for countless things, but because of this, he also has a lot of black materials about the families in his hands. As long as it's not too much, those families will give him face. Not knowing the thoughts of the other two ninja villages, the fourth Hokage at this moment is looking at the new machine designed by Vegapunk with a sharp gaze. It is a square machine several people tall, with a seat in front, and a bright silver helmet like a motorcycle helmet on the top of the seat. Is this the machine you developed to help me practice? It looks so weird. That's right, Big Brother wants to practice, so he has to sit on a weird machine, like a fool. The 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee standing next to the 4th Raikage sang and danced a few lines, causing his grumpy brother to punch him again, but Killer Bee seemed to have experience and dodged it flexibly. Okay, stop it. Killer Bee. The 4th Raikage said helplessly, I will practice soon. If the practice fails, then Vegapunk will be the 5th Raikage. Hey, what do you mean? Are you leaving a suicide note here? Vegapunk's clone rolled his eyes and said, you have to have some confidence in my invention. I dare not say that the success rate is 100%, but at least it is 70% to 80%. Even if it fails, you will not die with the help of my machine. Vegapunk is still very concerned about his only experimental subject. No matter what, it is impossible for him to die directly, right? As for the 4th Raikage's decision to make him his successor, it was quite normal. Over the past 6 months, Vegapunk has perfectly proved his ability and developed a new battle route for the Cloud Ninja village, the Mecha Ninja. Lightning Chakra is the easiest chakra to use as energy, and Vegapunk used it to develop the Chakra Mecha. Compared with ordinary mechas, which are completely driven by machinery, the Chakra Mecha he developed only assists the body. After all, the ninja with chakra is not weaker than the normal mecha in terms of physical strength. Although the number of mechas produced is not large, even the Jonin cannot have one per person, and only a dozen elite Jonins can have one. But any mecha is enough to double the strength of an ordinary Jonin. After the elite Jonin gets it, they can even fight with the shadow level strong for a while. The Sea Country takes the Animal Devil Fruit route, the Wind Country takes the Chakra Attribute Fusion route, and the Thunder Country takes this Mecha route. Only the Thunder Country with developed heavy industry can take this route. 3 different routes, naturally, 3 different developments. The main founder of these routes is Vegapunk, but there are many other ninjas and researchers who fill in the details. For Vegapunk, other people's research can also bring him more inspiration, which is why he uses different routes in different ninja villages. It is precisely because of this kind of merit that, if the 4th Raikage is really going to pass the throne to Vegapunk, others will not have any objections. After all, there are still many people waiting for Vegapunk to develop and strengthen new mechas. Then I'll borrow your good words. The 4th Raikage shook his head, smiled heroically, and then walked towards the machine that Vegapunk turned on. Why do I always feel that this guy's training is like a life and death duel with his nemesis? Don't you have any confidence in my invention? Vegapunk clone muttered, and Killer Bee standing next to him gestured twice. Of course, seeing your electric current push, normal people would think that you are looking for death. Vegapunk clone rolled his eyes. If you really want to die, your big brother wouldn't be so active in training. At this moment, the 4th Raikage has already sat on Vegapunk's invention, with a strange helmet buckled on his head, and then weak electric current and magnetic field flowed on the helmet. As soon as the 4th Raikage put on the helmet, he found that his induction power increased significantly, and he also found that once the lightning chakra he released during training was slightly stronger, it would be completely suppressed by the helmet on his head. I see. Is this its function? To strengthen control and act as a safety valve to prevent the brain from being burned by electricity. Such a thought flashed through the 4th Raikage's mind, but soon he continued to indulge in training. The method that Vegapunk formulated for him was to use the lightning chakra to completely transform his brain, first transforming the brain's receiving method, and finally spreading to all the nerves in his body. At that time, his reflex nerves would be almost as fast as the speed of light, far exceeding the reaction of normal humans. The limit reaction speed of humans in the normal world is about 100 milliseconds. Because of the chakra in the Naruto world, the limit is greatly improved. For example, the reaction speed of the 4th generation of Raikage and Golden Flash can reach about 20 to 30 milliseconds, which is almost the limit. But after the transformation, according to Vegapunk's estimation, the reaction speed of the 4th generation of Raikage can even be increased to about 2 to 3 milliseconds, which is completely inhuman. After an hour or two, Vegapunk's machine automatically popped up and threw the 4th generation of breakage out, which means that his training time has also reached the limit. If brain cells and nerve cells are damaged, it is irreversible. Even with Vegapunk's means, it takes a lot of time and resources to completely recover. This is why every exercise must be cautious and set a time. The 4th breakage shook his head and waved his arms gently. When he was fully focused, he could even feel the world slowing down slightly. Is this the feeling of improved reflexes? It's really scary. If I can fully cultivate it into electric current propulsion, I'm afraid even the golden flash will definitely not be able to beat my speed in a short distance, right? After muttering twice, the 4th breakage smiled. You know, ninjutsu is easy to practice, but talent is hard to change. The first step of electric current propulsion is to change one's talent first, which can be called a groundbreaking ninjutsu. What's more, this ninjutsu is in perfect harmony with his own development direction. Once it is fully cultivated, the 4th breakage is confident that he can beat his father, even if he is resurrected. Of course, in Vegapunk's view, beating the 3rd breakage is nothing. Although the 3rd breakage is already the strongest among the cage level, and can fight with the 8 tails until both sides are exhausted and fall down, he is not taken seriously by Vegapunk. How about it? Now you know my technical level, right? Haha, sorry, I really shouldn't have doubted you. It's mainly because the brain is too dangerous and your theory is too advanced. The 4th breakage laughed twice, and Vegapunk didn't care. He ran directly to the back of the giant chair used for training, and began to check the collected data. Well, not bad. Basically there is no real damage to the brain, but some cells will still die due to fatigue and long-term exposure to lightning chakra. The intensity of the lightning chakra here should be regulated. The lightning current in this direction can also be modified. Slightly adjust the direction. The dense ganglia can be better transformed. The nerve reception also needs to be adjusted. Very good, that's almost it. Looking at Vegapunk who was busy there, Killer Bee made some weird movements. I always feel that, brother, you are still an experimental animal. What nonsense are you talking about? The 4th breakage punched Killer Bee, rolled his eyes and said, when I have completely succeeded in my practice, Dr. Vegapunk should be able to reduce the danger and difficulty of this kind of practice. Then it will be your turn to do the experiment. Practice. Killer Bee shrugged and did not object. In fact, he had proposed at the beginning that he should practice first, but was rejected by his brother. Chapter 112 Rendezvous and Spies. At the border of the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth, a group of mysterious ninjas are gathering here. I never thought that you, Kakashi, would lead this operation. It seems that Konoha still attaches great importance to this operation. A tall and sturdy man with a serious face looked at Kakashi and said. Kakashi with silver hair looked at the tall man in front of him, pulled his forehead protector. His eyes seemed lazy, but he was secretly amazed in his heart. The one who really didn't expect it should be me. It turned out that you came in person? Huangtu. Huangtu is the son of an Oki and is also one of the few moderates in the Rock Village. In terms of strength, he is actually no less than any cage level strongman, but because of his inappropriate personality, he has never become at such a cage. But his status in the Rock Village is no different from that of the cage's deputy or successor, and it can be said that he is second only to an Oki. The Rock Village is now in a period of transition. In the entire ninja village, except for Anoki, there is only Huangtu, a normal cage level, and the remaining cage level is only Jinkriki. Later, Anoki finally cultivated Deidara, but unfortunately this happy boy didn't like anything except explosions. He ran to Akatsuki to pursue art, which almost pissed Anoki off. It can be said that Huangtu's status in the Iwagakure is as important as Jiraiya in Konoha. Even Kakashi was a little surprised when he took action personally. Okay, let's stop bragging to each other and wasting time. What plans do you have in Konoha? The plan is very simple. Kakashi took out the map in his hand. Our spies have already found out the current situation of the Cloud Village. It seems that the 4th Raikage is practicing some powerful ninjutsu and has rarely shown up recently. Without this guy, who is always close to Vegapunk to protect him, the success rate of our plan will be much greater. And Vegapunk normally hides in the Cloud Village all the time. However, occasionally when handing over some extremely precise instruments, he will come out in person to check it out. At that time, it's time for us to act. The plan does not sound complicated, but in reality, the more interconnected and precise the plan is, the more likely it is to go wrong. On the contrary, it is easier to achieve the goal with a simple and crude approach. However, Huang Tu still frowned. Even if there is no fourth breakage, Vegapunk will be protected by at least 3 elite Jonins, including the strongest young generation of Kumo ninja, Nozomi and Eru, and even the two-tails Jinchuriki protected by the wooden man. Jinchuriki? Kakashi said in surprise. It's rare for a Jinchuriki to do this kind of work. Most Jinchuriki often need protection from others. Although they are powerful, it is actually difficult to control their power at the beginning. Only fully mature Jinchuriki do not need to be monitored and protected. Even so, basically no one will assign them the job of protecting important personnel. After all, even if they can control their desire to run away, it is difficult for Jinchuriki to control their own power during the battle, and they may smash the people they protect into meat patties. The Jinchuriki of Kumo Ninja is different. That is a rare perfect Jinchuriki, powerful and not inferior to you and me. Huang Tu said with a heavy expression. Kakashi smiled bitterly, knowing that Huang Tu was even a little humble. Huang Tu, who is now in his early 30s, and at his peak, may not be inferior to the perfect Jinchuriki, but if it were Kakashi, he would not have much chance of winning against an ordinary Jinchuriki, let alone a perfect Jinchuriki. Even after being strengthened in the training cabin, and having a new Sharingan to release more of his chakra, Kakashi is still in the category of elite Jonin, but his combat experience and combat IQ are extremely high, and his combat power is stronger. I have heard of that Daru. It is said that he is a genius cultivated by the third Raikage as the fourth Raikage. He synthesized the rare storm release bloodline Genkei on his own. It seems that our operation this time is really troublesome. Kakashi sighed. The strength of a ninja who can synthesize a bloodline limit on his own will not be low, and it goes without saying that he can be regarded as the successor of the Raikage by the Cloud Village, a ninja village that values strength. At least his strength will not be worse than his own. No matter how troublesome or difficult it is, we must carry out this operation. Huang Tu said with narrowed eyes. Although he was a moderate, he would definitely kill a lot to survive in this world of Naruto where people fight with each other every day. Moreover, compared with the Konoha ninjas who only had a superficial understanding of Vegapunk's technology, the Iwagakure village had truly learned about the power of Vegapunk during their exchanges with the Kumogakure village. The training cabin that could definitely train Genin to Chunin was enough for the Iwagakure to do anything. In fact, after truly knowing the power of Vegapunk's technology, the Iwagakure ninjas almost took the attitude of dying if they failed to succeed. Anoki was even ready to start a ninja war immediately if the mission failed. While other ninja villages are making rapid progress, if the rock village still stagnates, the consequences are naturally imaginable, especially since the relationship between the rock and cloud ninjas is extremely bad. Even Huang Tu, a moderate, does not think that his ninja village can coexist peacefully with those cloud ninja barbarians. Huang Tu glanced at the sky and clenched his fists. No matter what, this operation must succeed. The Kingdom of Wind, Laulan's experimental base, HMM. This time, quite a few experimental assistants have been recruited. Vegapunk glanced at the list in his hand and touched his chin. I don't know how many experimental assistants are actually spies sent by other ninja villages. But, this appearance. Vegapunk picked up a personal resume with a photo attached to it. It was a beautiful woman with glasses and flaxen hair, who looked quite gentle and kind. He took another look at the description on the resume. A Chunin who knows a little bit of medical ninjutsu? Haha, that's right. The average wandering ninja only knows a little bit of medical ninjutsu at most. It would be too conspicuous to reach the level of Jonin, or be proficient in medical ninjutsu. This woman's resume looked very normal, but Vegapunk was sure that she was definitely not a normal person, only because Vegapunk had seen her photo before. She was the walking shrine maiden, pharmacist Nono. If I hadn't seen the real photo from Orochimaru, I really wouldn't have recognized her. There is still some gap between the two-dimensional and three-dimensional worlds. But logically speaking, this walking shrine maiden should have died a year or two ago. Is it because of the butterfly effect I brought about? Vegapunk's muttering was so low that Yi Kang, who was standing next to him, didn't hear it very clearly. Seeing him looking at the resume in his hand and seemed to be saying something, he suddenly asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Is there anything wrong with this woman's resume? If I'm not mistaken, she should be a spy of Konoha. I think her nickname is a walking shrine maiden. I've seen her photos and introduction from Orochimaru. She should be a very capable spy. Walking shrine maiden?" Yi Kang was stunned for a moment and narrowed his eyes. "I didn't expect it to be her. This is Konoha's ace spy. That's right, she is qualified to lurk around you, so she should be an ace spy. But the Konoha ninja village probably didn't expect that even Orochimaru has joined your men," Yi Kang said with some emotion. Orochimaru should be considered a ninja of Yi Kang's previous generation. Although Yi Kang had not seen him much and had never fought with him, he had heard rumors and knew that he was an extremely proud ninja. However, thinking that Vegapunk had even taken the wind country and the sea country into his pocket, he did not think it was a surprising thing. What about this woman? Should we put her under our noses and monitor her? For spies whose identities were completely confirmed, in Yi Kang's eyes, there was no need to take them down directly. The counter-espionage strategy was not only invented by our Chinese ancestors, but these ninjas were also very good at it. At a critical moment, a wrong piece of information is often much more important than 100 correct but meaningless pieces of information. No need. Vegapunk shook his head. Intelligence or something is meaningless in the face of the crushing times. This ace spy came here probably for my technology. It's meaningless to give her some fake technology. This is not some battle intelligence that requires every second. Just capture her. I have a way to control her. According to Orochimaru, her medical personnel level is not bad. At least in the Sand Ninja and the Mist Ninja, she can be said to be one of the best. Okay, in that case, I will do it directly. Yi Kang nodded and took another look at the photo of the pharmacist Nono. He knew very well that Vegapunk was not only interested in this person's medical ninjutsu. However, Yi Kang did not care about this. With Vegapunk's ability, he did have the qualifications to be willful. Although ninjas are monogamous, if you count his noble status, Vegapunk, who spends most of his time studying and has less than a dozen female companions, can almost be regarded as a clear stream among the nobles. Not to mention that, even if she is the wind shadow, she can only be regarded as a concubine beside Vegapunk, so how can she control him so much? In the reception room outside the laboratory base, Yakushi Nono lowered his head and sat with a dozen applicants, looking not very eye-catching. Vegapunk's experimental base often recruits some assistants. Under normal circumstances, they are recruited from the ninja village. But even in the Sand village and the Mist village, there are not many ninjas who can be called scientifically literate. Most of them are just pure thugs. So sometimes they will directly recruit some people from outside. These people may not have the chakra of ninjas, but they can help with ordinary research. The Naruto world seems backward, but in fact, electrical appliances such as refrigerators and color TVs have long been popularized. It is a real modern world. Naturally, there will be normal researchers and scientists who do not understand chakra, and these are also the main force of recruitment. But occasionally, if you really meet some talented ninjas, even if they are not from a ninja village, the Laulan experimental base will also recruit them. Among them, those who know medical ninjutsu and sealing techniques are given priority, and of course their identities will be investigated. The identity information of Yakushi Nono was arranged by Konohagakure personally. From the beginning, the hidden line was buried. Even if you carefully investigate, you can't find any omissions, because it was true, just a different person. However, somehow, Yakushi Nono, who was waiting here, always felt a little uneasy. As a spy who often walks on the line of life and death, Yakushi Nono believes in her feelings very much, and has already had the idea of retreating in her heart. It's just that Danzo gave her a death order this time, and she has no choice at all. Now she can only pray that this is an illusion caused by her excessive nervousness. Excuse me, is this Miss Cheyenne you? Two ordinary looking sand ninja guards came forward and asked. It's me. May I ask the two adults, have I been selected? Yakushi Nono smiled gently and said to the two. Although he was uneasy in his heart, as an ace spy, Yakashinono's psychological quality is absolutely first class, and naturally he will not show his mood. Yes, Dr. Vegapunk wants to see you. Come with us. The two sand ninjas nodded, standing in front of and behind Yakashinono, and said. Yakashinono's smile remained unchanged. After looking at the positions of the two sand ninjas, he became more nervous and slowly followed the two. Ignoring the envious eyes of the other applicants, Yakashinono just walked into a corridor, lowered his hands, clenched the two senbon in his sleeves, smiled on the surface, and looked at the two ninjas with caution in his heart. Just then, with a sound of footsteps, a beautiful woman with a good figure and full of heroic spirit appeared in front of Yakashinono, and Yakashinono's eyes shrank immediately. Miss Cheyenne you, or the walking shrine maiden, I didn't expect that Konoha would send you, the ace spy, here. Hearing the words of the heroic beauty in front of him, Yakashinono's face changed slightly, revealing a few bitter smiles. I really didn't expect that it would be Lord Kazukichi who would personally receive me. I don't know where I revealed the flaw. Lord Kazukichi, can you explain the doubts in my heart? Yi Kang smiled. Sorry, I don't think I have the obligation to explain. The reason why Yakashinono was discovered was because of Orochimaru, and Orochimaru's surrender to Vegapunk was also a secret. Although Vegapunk and Orochimaru didn't care much, and were not afraid of others knowing, Yi Kang still couldn't change the ninja's natural habit of attaching great importance to intelligence, and naturally would not easily leak it. Yakashinono shook her head, as if she wanted to give up, and then in an instant, she raised her hand, and two senbon had already shot into Yi Kang's eyes. Chapter 113 Ambush. Yakashinono's sneak attack was very sudden. It might be effective for some ordinary chunin with little experience, but it was undoubtedly meaningless against Yi Kang. With a whoosh, two senbon penetrated Yi Kang's phantom and shot at the metal wall, making a jingling sound, and breaking in half. Yakashinono saw Yi Kang disappear, and was slightly startled. Suddenly, he felt a slight pain in the back of his neck and immediately fainted. Yi Kang, who flashed behind Yakashinono with the instant body technique, chuckled. In her eyes, this walking shrine maiden might have extraordinary intelligence ability, but her combat power was at most a chunin. Facing her, the Kazukichi, she was just a cannon fodder that could be killed at will. If Vegapunk hadn't been interested, Yi Kang would definitely not hold back. The walking shrine maiden was famous, and knew a lot of confidential information. At that time, Yakashinono's end would definitely be miserable. It would be better to kill her directly, and read the confidential information from her head to get a refreshing feeling. When Yakashinono opened her eyes again, she found herself in a clean white laboratory. It was just that she seemed to be fixed on the bed. She turned her head slightly, and saw several metal rings buckled on her hands and feet. In addition, it was very difficult to mobilize her own chakra. It should be that some medicine or seal was used to suppress the flow of chakra. When she looked up, she saw a blonde boy busy in front of the laboratory table. Next to him, a woman with a princess hairstyle and unimaginable beauty was looking at the boy with an obsessed face. Vegapunk, Boa Hancock? Yakashinono's heart moved slightly, and she recalled the information she had read, and immediately knew the identities of the two. Unfortunately, it was useless to know these now. After all, the people were arrested. Although she had thought about meeting these two people, she didn't expect it to be this way. I don't know how they are going to deal with me. According to the intelligence, although Vegapunk is a super genius in scientific research, as a young nobleman of 16 or 17 years old, he still has the weakness of greed for beauty. Yakashinono is still somewhat confident in her appearance. It is precisely because of her appearance and gentle temperament that she can win the trust of others in a short time. The reputation of the walking shrine maiden depends on the goodwill brought by her appearance for at least 2 or 3 layers. However, after seeing Hancock's beauty, her confidence is not so sufficient, not to mention that she knows very well in her heart that Vegapunk is just a little greedy for beauty, not the kind of character who is fascinated by others. But at least she was not thrown into the torture department. Thinking of the torture ninjas she saw at the root of Konoha, Yakashinono couldn't help but flash a trace of fear in her eyes. Hey, are you awake? Vegapunk, who seemed to have calculated a data, stretched his body, looked up at Yakushi Nono, and spoke with some surprise. Pharmacist Nono said in a low voice, "Is it Dr. Vegapunk? What do you want to do by bringing me here?" "Oh, of course, to be my experimental assistant and experimental subject," Vegapunk said indifferently. Pharmacist Nono was stunned for a moment and forced a smile. "Experimental subject or something? Doctor, are you kidding? How can I be an experimental assistant if I'm an experimental subject?" "I'm not kidding," Vegapunk said seriously. "How can I let you be my experimental assistant if I don't do some tricks on you and do some experiments?" As he spoke, Vegapunk reached out and took out a syringe. In the syringe was a strange silver substance that exuded a metallic luster. Pharmacist Nono didn't know if he felt it wrong, but he actually felt that there was even a faint chakra flowing in the silver substance. It is not surprising that dead things have chakra, but those chakras are basically fixed. Only living things have such flowing chakra, but no matter how you look at those silver things, they don't look like living things, right? At this time, Vegapunk also began to popularize science. The human brain will produce different electrical signals in different emotions and different thinking states. By analyzing the area of electrical signals, it is possible to read human minds. For me, if it is just to control the magnetic field to read the mind, it is actually not a difficult task, but I want popularization, not special cases, so I developed this kind of nano mind reading machine. As long as these nano machines are injected into your brain, they can understand everything you think in your mind by reading the signals in your brain. Of course, even if I'm best at studying the brain, it is not easy to do this. So I can only trouble you to be a test subject and let me do a few more experiments. When the experiment is successful, I will write a program for the nano mind reading machine. As long as you have any dissatisfaction with me in your heart or have the intention to hurt me, it will directly release electrical signals in your brain. The pain simulated by the electronic signal directly connected to the brain will even cancel your brain's shielding function. The degree of pain is definitely beyond your imagination. I believe that after a few lessons, you will become obedient. The more Vegapunk talked, the paler Yakushi Nono's face became. After listening to Vegapunk's explanation, Yakushi Nono felt that the handsome blonde boy in front of him was already a more terrifying figure than the devil. Even his inner thoughts would be completely seen through, and even the slightest thoughts would be punished. This kind of thing is even more perverted and terrifying than Danzo's Dark Ninja World. No, don't come over. Land of Lightning, Cloud Ninja Village. Well, okay, I got it. Vegapunk's clone hung up the phone in his hand, glanced at the fourth Raikage who was adapting to his body there, and said, "I have to go to the village to see the newly ordered third generation electron microscope." With a bang, the fourth Raikage who was training his reaction ability did not stop and crashed into the steel wall, leaving a human-shaped mark. If you look closely, there are at least 70 or 80 human-shaped marks on the wall, which are obviously all made by the fourth Raikage. During this time, the fourth Raikage had been adapting to his almost lightning-fast reaction ability after practicing electric current propulsion, and he was adapting very quickly. If Vegapunk hadn't distracted him just now, he wouldn't have made the same mistake again. Shaking his head, the fourth Raikage crawled out. "Electron microscope? Can't they send it over? I have to see if it meets my standards. This kind of custom-made thing needs to be carefully made, otherwise it will take a long time for them to remake it." The Vegapunk clone shrugged and said something. This is not the first time this has happened. During this period of time, Vegapunk's clone has also strengthened himself in a series of ways. Even if his combat talent is not very good, relying on his body and chakra, he has become a top-level elite Jonin and can fight against the cage level. What's more, every time he goes out, the protection measures are also very good. With the Jinkriki and 2 elite Jonins at the level of the cage guard, even if a cage level strongman runs into him, he will not be able to get away with it. At the beginning, these people were both guards and monitors. Even the fourth Raikage himself came out in person, fearing that the copy of Vegapunk would run away. However, after such incidents happened more and more, the fourth Raikage had some trust in him, and now it was just pure protection. So the fourth Raikage did not refuse. "Okay, I'll arrange those guards." When will you leave? Tomorrow. Let's finish collecting the data first. The next morning, Vegapunk saw his 3 protectors at the gate of the Cloud Village. Deru, who looked lazy, Yukato, who looked a bit arrogant, and Nozomi, who had a rare white complexion in the Cloud Village, and looked very serious, were Vegapunk's guards. Deru seemed lazy, but he was actually a ninja with a style similar to Hatake Kakashi. Not only was he extremely powerful, but he also had a lot of combat experience and combat wisdom. He was considered the leader of the team. Needless to say, Yukito was a perfect Jinkriki, a cage level ninja who was good at destructive power. Although Z's strength is not as good as his 2 teammates, his ability is extremely comprehensive. Whether it is ninjutsu, illusion, perception or medical ninjutsu, he has reached the level of Jonin, and he can be called a versatile person with no blind spots. It can be said that except for the ab combination of the Cloud Ninja, the 3 of them can be called the trump cards of the Cloud Ninja. The 3 of them joined forces to protect Vegapunk, which also shows the importance of the Cloud Ninja to the Vegapunk clone. Doctor, you are here. Are you going to leave now? Deru saw Vegapunk and asked respectfully. Of course, I'm in a hurry. Let's go now. With the Cloud Rail, it shouldn't take long to reach the destination. The Cloud Rail is specially used in mountainous terrain such as the Land of Thunder. The transportation tool manufactured is actually not high in technology, but it requires the country to complete basic industrialization. This is why the Land of Lightning has already realized high-speed transportation before the transportation tools of other countries have undergone major changes. Vegapunk, with its top technology, can make up for it on its own, but the process of industrialization cannot be accomplished by a scientist alone. It requires at least several years of struggle by the entire country. The Cloud Village is built on a high mountain, and it is not easy to get in and out. However, after the establishment of the Cloud Track, transportation has become much more convenient. There is a Cloud Track station on the mountainside below the top of the mountain. The Cloud Track is such a perfect invention. Deru, who was sitting on the car, said lazily, "It's a pity that it can't be fully implemented throughout the country. Because it's too easy to destroy. Just some genin can destroy the Cloud Track by sticking more detonating tags." Yukito, who looked quite arrogant, also said something. But even so, this is a cross-century invention. It's worthy of being Dr. Vegapunk. Z said as if to smooth things over. "I think what you said is not the problem of my invention, but the problem of you ninjas." The copy of Vegapunk rolled his eyes and said to the tailed Jinchuriki, "Do you expect me to develop a means of transportation that will not be destroyed by ninjas? Are you going to use armored vehicles for transportation in the future? But it is indeed very dangerous to travel like this. Once the Cloud Track falls down, the ninjas are fine, but ordinary people have no hope of survival." Yomuren frowned and said, "So, the Cloud Track tram is not completely repaired, and can only be built in places that are completely controlled by the Cloud Ninja Village, so as to prevent those rebellious ninjas who don't care about their lives." Vegapunk shrugged. "Unless a full-scale war is launched, there shouldn't be those powerful ninjas who deliberately go to blow up the Cloud Track. The Cloud Ninja Village should still have some deterrent power. Ninja battles do not involve civilians. This is the consensus and open rule of all ninja villages. Although this rule cannot be fully followed due to the extensive management of ninja villages, it is only the occasional action of a few rebellious ninjas. On the surface, the big ninja villages still abide by the regulations. As for blowing up a country's important facilities, ordinary ninjas would never do such a thing under normal circumstances, except for some rebellious ninjas. That's true. It's not that easy for ordinary ninjas to blow up the Cloud Track. Our Cloud Ninja Village is not easy to mess with." Although Yukito doubted the safety of the Cloud Track at first, he was quite confident in his own ninja village. Except for the Rock Ninja, our Cloud Ninja has not been actively attacked by other ninja villages. Those cowards definitely don't have the courage to cause trouble for our Cloud Ninja. So you often attack others, right? The Vegapunk clone rolled his eyes secretly in his heart. However, he had to admit that the barbarians in the Cloud Ninja Village were indeed feared enough. Whether it was strength, unity, or self-esteem, they were very different from ordinary ninja villages. This was also the reason why the Cloud Ninja Village could grow stronger and stronger before Vegapunk came. Wait, something is wrong. Z, who has the ability to perceive, suddenly sat up. His eyes changed. There is an ambush. Just at this moment, there was a loud bang, and the entire Cloud Rail tram tilted up. With a sense of weightlessness, the tram directly left the track and fell to the ground. Amid the violent explosion, the Cloud Rail tram that fell to the ground turned into a huge fireball, and various metal parts gushed out and scattered over a radius of several hundred meters. However, this attack obviously did not pose any threat to Vegapunk and his group, who were the weakest and also the senior ninja. The four of them had jumped out before the tram landed and landed in front of the burning tram that had turned into ruins. Yukito's face was extremely ugly. He had just said that no one would cause trouble for the Cloud Ninja village, but as a result, someone directly attacked this place with terror. His pretty face was slapped, and it would be strange if he was not angry. However, when she looked up and saw the group of ninjas in front of her, her face could not help but change slightly. Chapter 114. It's such a kid's sneak attack. What a big deal. Do the Rock Ninja and Konoha want to go to war with the Cloud Ninja? Looking at the ninjas on the opposite side, Deru sneered and said, people like Hatake Kakashi and Huan too, even if they wear masks of the Enbu, can't hide their identities. Otherwise, Kakashi, who was in the Anbu, wouldn't have made a name for himself as a copy ninja. Huangtu's tall stature, Kakashi's silver hair and single Sharingan are basically things that can't be hidden, so both sides simply didn't cover up at all. Stop talking nonsense and do it. Huangtu rushed directly towards Vegapunk without saying a word. Deru frowned slightly and suddenly stretched out his hand, and two boxes flew out from the burning tram behind him. With a crackling sound, the boxes disintegrated directly and turned into a large number of parts, and finally directly wrapped Deru and Z. In a burst of strong light, the parts emitted a strange chakra energy, and they were connected to each other to form an armor. What is this? Huangtu said in surprise, and at the same time, he did not stop fighting. He punched directly. At the same time, a large amount of rock had already wrapped his fist. Earth escape, rock fist technique. With a bang, the casserole-like rock fist was easily blocked by Deru's chakra arm. Looking at Deru, who had completely turned into an energy meteor in front of him, Huangtu couldn't help but frowned. Is this the invention of Vegapunk? But with this chakra suit, the flexibility and ninjutsu of the ninja will be gone. Deru sneered. You think too much. This is not the old-fashioned steel stuff. It just looks a bit like steel. While talking, Deru also made seals with his extremely flexible hands. Storm escape, laser trick. A large amount of flexible light shot towards Huangtu. Huangtu frowned and summoned a huge earth wall, but it was easily penetrated by the light. This armor not only does not hinder flexibility, but can even increase the power of ninjutsu. What is the principle? Be careful, that armor is not made of steel, but pure chakra. Hatake Kakashi saw some problems and quickly warned. In fact, the armor made by Vegapunk was developed by imitating Susanoo. As the most typical and powerful trick of the Mangekyou Sharingan, Susanoo developed to the limit is not only offensive and defensive, but also has the ability to amplify ninjutsu. It can be said that it can completely serve as a model for Gundam in the ninja world. With this model, Vegapunk naturally does not need to think about it anymore. At most, he transformed the orthodox Susanoo into a small-scale Susanoo to strengthen the Kumo ninja. There is another advantage to doing this, that is, the strength and performance of the armor are linked to the chakra of the ninja itself. The purer and more powerful the chakra is, the stronger the power of the armor will be, and it will not be eliminated with strength. The energy generator that produces the chakra armor is enough to withstand dozens of times the chakra of the Jonin. Normal ninjas would only worry that they would not be able to maximize the effect of the energy generator. This is only the level of mass-produced goods. The energy generator carefully made by Vegapunk himself using the magnetic field ability is more than enough for the Otsutsuki clan. At least now that Hancock has digested most of the power of Kaguya Otsutsuki, he can use the armor made by this energy generator to burst out more powerful power, but there is no need. Armor made of pure chakra. Susanoo. Huangtu's eyes showed a bit of surprise. His father Inoki had a deep memory of Susanoo's ability, and even he, as a son, had some understanding of Susanoo, which he had never seen before. Susanoo. Is it the most powerful secret technique of the legendary Sharingan? Kakashi asked with some doubts. Even though he also had the Manjaki Sharingan, Kakashi now didn't know much about the secret techniques of the Sharingan. Yes, according to the old man, the most powerful force of Uchiha Madara was the attack and defense combined Susanoo. In the era when the ninja village was not established, there was a rumor that anyone who saw Susanoo would inevitably die. But the authentic Susanoo is at least dozens of meters high, which is very different from this chakra armor. Hatake Kakashi smiled bitterly. Even if it is just an ordinary chakra armor, it is already too much. If it is really a chakra armor of dozens of meters, I think surrendering is the wisest choice. It's not too late for you to surrender now, Z, who was wearing chakra armor, said, but he did not take action directly like Deru, but stood beside Vegapunk. Z, who has a calm personality and has perception and medical abilities, is considered to be the protector of Vegapunk, while Deru, who is more powerful and has stronger attack power, and the two-tailed Jinchuriki Yukito, who has amazing destructive power, are responsible for killing the opponent. Yukito and Vegapunk don't have any chakra armor. Vegapunk is a clone on the surface, but in fact he is just a clone. He doesn't care about his own safety. What's more, his fighting talent is indeed very poor. As for Yukito, as a Jinchuriki, she is one of the rare ninjas whose chakra exceeds the limit of the energy generator. Vegapunk's clone does not have the ability to manipulate magnetic fields like the original body. In addition, Vegapunk has reservations, and the ones he produced are just ordinary mass-produced machines, which naturally have no effect on her. But for the Jinchuriki, it doesn't matter whether there is chakra armor or not. After all, the tailed beast itself is equivalent to a kind of beast-shaped chakra armor. The defense and bonus of that kind of mass-produced machine are always inferior to the power of the tailed beast. It's not my style to surrender so easily, and, no matter what, we should have the upper hand in numbers. Kakashi dodged Deru's storm release laser and replied calmly, but Deru's laser instantly circled and whipped across like a whip. The three Konoha root ninjas were unable to dodge, and were immediately cut into two with a muffled groan. It seems that the number of people cannot be the decisive factor in a battle. Facing Deru's ridicule and sneer, Kakashi's face was serious, and he said nothing. He turned into a flash of lightning, and used his hand as a knife, to quickly cut out a lightning cut. Facing Kakashi's famous trick, Deru did not dare to neglect it. The lightning flashed on his chakra armor, and he turned into a flash of lightning. He fought with Kakashi. With the addition of a chakra armor, the storm release in his hand was like a long or short laser whip, covering Kakashi's figure. When this whip hits a person, it will not only tear the skin and flesh, but also cut the human body in half in an instant like a sharp hot melt knife. Within the range covered by it, whether it is stone or tree, it will be torn into pieces when it touches. Fortunately, Kakashi has the Sharingan, and his observation and reaction abilities are also very good. This is why he can still fight back and forth with Deru even though his strength, defense and destructive power are completely suppressed, and his speed is not superior. However, because of the low tolerance rate, Kakashi must have consumed much more mental and physical energy than Deru. Although he has been trained in the training cabin, and changed the Manjaki Sharingan to an ordinary 3 Magatama Sharingan, whether it is physical strength, mental strength, or chakra, it is stronger than the original self, but it is still much worse than Deru. In the case that the chakra is not as good as the opponent, it will consume more physical and mental energy. Kakashi knows that, as long as the battle lasts longer, he will definitely lose. Fortunately, it was not just Kakashi who took action this time. The remaining dozen or so Anbu and Root ninjas were at least at the level of elite Chunin. With their help to contain the enemy, the battle between the two sides was relatively even. Kakashi knew that there was an ace hidden among these Anbu. He was a genius of the Uchiha clan who was 1 or 2 years younger than him, but his strength was not inferior to his, and even better. On the other side, Huang-Tu had also started fighting with Yukito, but this time, it was Huang-Tu who had the upper hand on the scene. Although Huang-Tu looked inconspicuous, he had no blood limit, nor any powerful secret techniques, and only knew ordinary earth escape and physical techniques. However, the more ordinary the ability, the more terrifying it is when it is used to the limit. You should know that in the final battle of the original work, Huang-Tu could even suppress the Ten Tails for a short period of time by himself. it is conceivable how strong his earth escape is. Compared to Kakashi, a ninja who is more powerful in fighting against humans, Huang Tu, who possesses chakra that can be called tail beast level and uses earth escape technique that is also famous for its large-scale strong destructive power, is undoubtedly also a good hand at dealing with tailed beasts. Huang Tu used earth escape technique to summon a huge stone statue that was almost like a giant and directly engaged in a head-on battle with the wooden man, who had already begun to completely transform into a tailed beast. The two-tailed Nikomata transformed by the wooden man jumped around flexibly, and from time to time he used blue flames to bombard the stone giant. Although the stone giant reacted slowly, it was extremely powerful and had strong defense. With one punch, even the two-tailed had to retreat. The battle between the two sides was completely reversed from the battle between ordinary ninjas and Jinchuriki. The Jinchuriki who transformed into a tailed beast relied on flexibility to deal with it, while Huang Tu, an ordinary ninja, looked like he was fighting hard. Damn. This guy is so hard to deal with. After dodging the huge stone fist, Yukito couldn't help but complain, am I the Jinchuriki, or is he the Jinchuriki? This amount of chakra and the power of ninjutsu is a bit too cheating. Although there are not many ninjas with tailed beast level chakra, there are still one or two in every era. However, they can only be compared with the tailed beasts in explosive power. In terms of recovery, they are far inferior to us tailed beasts. As long as time is delayed a little, we should have a chance of winning. In Yukito's heart, the two-tailed Nikomata communicated with her very calmly. Don't worry, Yukito. Don't worry, Nikomata. This is the land of lightning, and I shouldn't be the one who is really anxious. I believe that Lord Drakeage will be here soon. This place is not too far from the Cloud Ninja village, not to mention that the battle between the tailed beasts and the stone giants was earth-shaking, and the chakra fluctuations almost covered hundreds of kilometers. The Cloud Ninja village must have sensed it a long time ago. The Cloud Ninjas have great confidence in their boss, the fourth Raikage. Compared with the cages of other ninja villages, the Raikage lineage has always been the first to charge, and the last to cover the rear. The speed of support is definitely much faster than that of ordinary ninja villages. Although the Bakuto is at a disadvantage on the scene, this huge battle range also makes it impossible for most of the rock ninjas following Huang Tu to rush through their battlefield. In addition, Vegapunk is protected by Z, who is wearing chakra armor. At least in the short term, they can fully guarantee their own safety. If time is delayed, the fourth Raikage will come with reinforcement, let alone completing the mission objectives. Even if these people want to escape, they may have no hope. It seems that there should be no problem. Z, who was blocking Vegapunk, breathed a sigh of relief. Although the Rock Ninjas and Konoha sent out the top elites, it is obvious that he and others can still stop them. As one of the few smart ninjas among the barbarians of the Cloud Ninja, Z also knew very well that, if this kind of attack deep into the enemy's hinterland did not achieve the desired effect in a short period of time, the attacker would definitely be the unlucky party. He and others only needed to delay. But the next moment, Z's face changed drastically, and he felt a strong chakra fluctuation coming from the sky. Wait, what is there in the sky? This powerful chakra is coming. A transparent beam of light emitting a faint glow bombarded the earth. With Z's reminder, Deru and Hatake Kakashi felt horrified in their hearts, and the two retreated rapidly almost instantly. With a bang, the beam of light bombarded the earth, first decomposing the ground into dust, and then a violent explosion occurred. In the smoke, Kakashi, covered in blood, walked out. He had suffered a lot of damage from the explosion, and the wounds of all sizes almost dyed him into a bloody man. As for the other ninjas in Konoha, they also suffered heavy casualties in this move. There were originally more than a dozen ninjas, but now only 5 are still alive. The living ninjas are also seriously injured. Only a short ninja relied on the extremely fast instant body technique, and did not have any serious injuries. As the main target of the light column, Deru's chakra armor did not give him any strong defense. Even though this set of armor can ignore most A-level ninjutsu, it is still vulnerable to the power of bloodline elimination. After the smoke dissipated, Deru's body was revealed, which was already in pieces, and partly turned into dust. Even though Deru's strength was infinitely close to the level of Kage, he was not spared in the end under the sneak attack of the third Suchikage. Chapter 115 The Arrival of the Raikage, The Power of Electric Current. Nyan Shiante Inoki, damn third Tsuchikage. You actually, do you still have the dignity of being at Tsuchikage? The huge two-tailed Nikomata was shaking with anger. He really didn't expect that this old man, as the cage of a village, would actually do such a sneak attack on an ordinary ninja. Slowly falling from the sky was a short old man with a huge bulbous nose. He was the third Tsuchikage of the Iwagakure village. After hearing the roar of the two-tailed Jinchuriki, the third Tsuchikage sneered. Dignity? Face? What does this thing mean? For me and the Iwagakure village, only actual interests are real things. So Lord Tsuchikage also wants to go to war with Konoha. Why did you attack our ninjas too? This time, it was Hatake Kakashi who was covered in blood who spoke up. He looked at the third Tsuchikage with a stern look. You have to know that the dust release just now not only killed Deru, but also many ninjas of Konoha, and even Hatake Kakashi himself was seriously injured. As Kakashi said this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. It seems that Konoha is not the only one with a backup plan. The old man Inoki is really a complete old bastard. You really can't underestimate these old predecessors who have survived the cruel battlefields of the ninja world. But as at Tsuchikage, he is so shameless. Kakashi is really eye-opening. Hearing Kakashi's words, the third Tsuchikage smiled and said, I'm really sorry, everyone in Konoha, but the blood elimination of dust release is a little difficult to control. I think you won't blame me, an old man who is a little confused. Third Tsuchikage, do you want to brush this matter aside? It's just, the short Anbu let out a childish roar and almost rushed up. Kakashi suddenly stretched out his hand and pressed on the Anbu, which made him calm down. We have written down what Lord Tsuchikage said. As for whether to blame him or not, that is not a question we should consider. I have passed the information to the village through summoning. I believe that our Lord Hokage will give you a reply when the time comes. Although Kakashi is young, he is also an old hand who has rolled through the meat grinder of the Ninja World War. He knows that he is not as strong as others now, so there is no need to waste words. The most important thing to do is to protect himself. As for the future, there will always be a chance to get back at this place. Inoki glanced at Kakashi and looked a little hesitant. In fact, he had the intention of killing and silencing him from the beginning. As long as all the ninjas in Konoha village died, naturally no one would know that it was him who did it. But now that Kakashi has escaped and has passed the information to Konoha, Inoki naturally has no reason to do it. Killing a few ordinary Anbu and killing a ninja like Kakashi who has the potential to be a cage have completely different meanings for Konoha Ninja Village. Now that the Rock Ninja Village is destined to go to war with the Cloud Ninja Village, it would be unwise to offend Konoha again. As long as Kakashi is still alive, there will be a lot of wrangling in the future, and Konoha will not really tear each other apart. The key now is to catch the replica of Vegapunk. At that time, we can use Vegapunk's technology to negotiate with Konoha Ninja Village, and even form an alliance to put pressure on the Cloud Ninja. Thinking of this, Inoki's eyes turned away from the remnants of Konoha and looked at Vegapunk. Damn Inoki, if you want to snatch Dr. Vegapunk away, you have to get past us first. Yukato, who turned into a two-tailed cat-shaped man, shouted and spit out a flame. For the tailed beast, it was quite normal flame, but in the eyes of humans, it was like sweeping towards Inoki like a flood of destruction. With a sneer on his lips, Inoki directly controlled the light and heavy rock technique, flew into the sky, avoided the flames, and at the same time, condensed a beam of light in his hand. The cage of the ninja village often has the ability and rumors to suppress the tailed beasts. For example, the wind cage who masters the magnetic escape technique often uses Shukaku to gain record. The third Raikage and the eight-tailed Gyuki often fight each other. The fourth Mizukage is a perfect Jinchuriki. The first Hokage has even subdued all the tailed beasts. Only in the Rock Village has there never been a contest between the cage and the tailed beasts. The reason is very simple. The dust release of the successive Tsuchikage is too lethal. Even the tailed beasts cannot withstand it. A single blow will kill the tailed beasts. This kind of horrible blood elimination that ignores defense and can only be avoided is very unfriendly to the naturally large tailed beasts. It is for this reason that Sachikage has never had a record of fighting against his own tailed beasts, because his ability is not suitable for suppressing the tailed beasts at all, and he will kill the tailed beasts if he is not careful. A beam of light came out of Inoki's hand and swept across the sky. Stimulated by the terrible murderous intent, the two-tailed cat and the woodman shuddered and jumped up instantly. Most of their bodies avoided the attack of the light column, but only their tails were lightly swept by the light column and turned into dust in an instant. Is this the dust release? The only bloody elimination in the ninja world. It's so scary. I didn't expect this little old man to be ugly and shameless, but the power of ninjutsu is so terrifying. After taking a few deep breaths, the cat's face showed obvious fear, and at this time, Inoki's hand had condensed a new ball of light. Question mark? Just when Inoki wanted to make a move, he suddenly felt a burst of powerful chakra approaching here at an unimaginable speed. With a rumble, a dazzling stream of light descended from the sky, directly smashing the ground and shaking it continuously. Inoki was stunned for a moment and immediately reacted and swept a beam of light over. Amidst the violent explosion, the earth was broken apart, and the explosion caused by the subsequent dust release blasted a large hole in the ground. However, Inoki's face showed a look of shock, and the whole person rose rapidly. Lightning release, pseudo-darkness. The long spear of light formed by the strong lightning instantly pierced out from under Inoki's body, directly turning his robe into charcoal. Fortunately, he flew faster and was shorter, otherwise the lightning spear would not have damaged his clothes. Lord Drakeage, you are here to support us. The two-tailed Nikomata made an excited sound. The Jinkriki, Bakuto, had already seen clearly who had just descended from the stream of light. It was a super strong man with bronze skin and light golden hair, and it was none other than the fourth Drakeage AI. Thank you for your hard work, Yukato. Leave it to me next. What a fast speed. Fourth Drakeage, you've gotten a lot faster. Inoki in the sky said with lingering fear, his eyes still showing some fear. That was the heaven sent technique, right? He actually reacted the moment he was teleported, not only dodged my dust release, but also almost killed me. You're much harder to deal with than your father. In the eyes of most ninjas, the third Drakeage is much stronger than the fourth Drakeage. The third Drakeage's lightning release armor can defend against S-level wind release Rasen Shuriken. You know, wind release can restrain lightning release. From this point of view, the so-called strongest shield is well deserved. Normal ninjas or even ordinary jonins can never hurt the third Drakeage. However, for Inoki, the defense of the third Drakeage was obviously not a problem he needed to consider. After all, the dust release ignored defense, and normal defensive ninjutsu was completely useless. On the contrary, the fourth Drakeage, who focused more on speed, gave Inoki a headache. However, according to his understanding, although the fourth Drakeage was fast enough, it was not so fast. It stands to reason that his dust release was enough to make the fourth Drakeage suffer a lot when he just came down through the heaven sending technique. Unexpectedly, the opponent was not hurt at all, and he almost got killed. The fourth Drakeage snorted coldly and secretly felt lucky in his heart. If it weren't for the fact that learning the electric current push made his nerve reflex speed much faster, and his physical strength and adaptability to lightning also increased a lot, he might have really been killed directly because of the delay caused by the heaven sending technique. If he really died so easily, he would definitely become the laughing stock of the 5 major ninja villages. I guess he would not be able to face his father in the Pure Land. Glancing around, seeing that Vegapunk was still fine and the Two Tails Jinchuriki was still active, the fourth Drakeage breathed a sigh of relief. However, when he saw Deru's torn body, his eyes suddenly became as sharp as needles. Deru, you dare to die? Inoki flew up to a certain height and replied coldly, even your father was killed by me, let alone that little ninja. Asshole, go to hell. Hearing Inoki talking about his father, how could the fourth Drakeage, who had a bad temper, bear it? He immediately threw out a lightning escape ninjutsu. However, the fourth Drakeage's own fast speed does not mean that his ninjutsu speed is also fast. Inoki, flying in the sky, easily avoided his attack, and then threw down a dust escape, but facing the fourth Drakeage, whose speed was so fast that it completely exceeded the reflection of the human retina. After being pushed by the electric current of cultivation, it was naturally completely useless. After a few moves, the angry fourth Raikage gradually suppressed his temper, although his strength had improved a lot. After practicing the electric current propulsion, the battle between him and Inoki was meaningless without the ability to fly. Unless he could successfully launch a sneak attack before Inoki took off, the fourth Raikage felt that he had no way to deal with this despicable villain. After calming down, AI glanced around and immediately focused on the Iwagakure ninja who was still on the ground, with a cold smile on his face. Not good. The third Sachikage was slightly startled. Huangtu, you guys retreat quickly. Isn't it too late to remind you now? The fourth Raikage sneered and disappeared like a phantom. Hearing his father's reminder, Huangtu, who was originally controlling the huge stone man in the Tatel Jinchurikita fight, was the first to react. The whole person immediately became alert, and his body became like an obsidian statue. That was the earth escape hardening technique that had been cultivated to the peak state. However, the first target of the fourth Raikage was not him. The dazzling light kept flipping and jumping among the Iwagakure ninjas. In just a few seconds, the light had disappeared, and the dozen or so Iwagakure ninjas who had been on guard had all turned into pieces. The third Sachikage's bloody elimination was known as the strongest attack in the ninja world, and his physical destructive power was the best in the ninja world. However, the ninja itself is a profession known for its flexibility. The proportion of dodging in battle is far greater than resistance, so stronger ninjas may be afraid of dust release, but they will never despair. And the only strong ones who can really mow down the unparalleled and make other ninjas despair, except for monsters like Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, are ninjas known for their speed. Konoha White Fang Hatake Tsukumo and Golden Flash Minato Namikaze are representatives of this type of ninja. It is precisely because this kind of super speed ninja is so lethal to ordinary ninjas that even the great ninja village feels blood dripping in their hearts. So there is a rule that encountering these two people can be directly regarded as a mission failure and save oneself. The Raikage of all generations is also this kind of mowing ninja, but no matter how much they lead by example, the Raikage of all generations can't run to perform tasks like Hatake Tsukumo and Minato Namikaze, so this rule has not been passed down. So fast. This speed. Huangtu's heart was cold, because he didn't even see the attack of the fourth Raikage. When the speed gap is so large, there is almost no way to make up for it in other aspects. You can't even react to the opponent's attack. What will be the result of the battle, except being killed instantly? The rest is you. The fourth Raikage did not take action directly. He stood in front of the corpses of many ninjas from the rock village. His eyes looked at Huangtu coldly, causing the battle-hardened ninja to shrink slightly. This bastard. The third Sachikage was shocked and angry, and his whole body was shaking with anger. If he had not maintained some rationality, he might have really flown down to save his son. However, Inoki knew very well that the reason why the fourth Raikage did not kill Huangtu instantly was to lure him, the third Sachikage. Huangtu did not see the fourth Raikage's action clearly, and even he did not see it clearly. Again, when the speed and reaction gap is too big, the gap in other aspects is already dispensable. If Inoki dared to fall to the ground, even if his dust release ninjutsu was very destructive, facing the fourth Raikage's speed, he would not have a chance to attack at all, and would be killed instantly. As if sensing that Inoki could not fall back to the ground, the fourth Raikage revealed a cold, almost mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. Inoki, guess how many seconds it will take me to break your son's neck? Inoki's face was cold, and he floated in the air without saying a word. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116 ends. The Vegapunk clone arrives in Konoha. Don't be so arrogant here. There are no ninjas in the rock village who are afraid of death. Huangtu let out a long breath, cleared his mind, looked at the fourth Raikage who was about the same age as him, and said coldly, floating in the air. Inoki clenched his fists, and then loosened them powerlessly. He knew very well that facing the fourth Raikage, his son Huang-Tu would have no chance of survival. This Raikage, who was a generation younger than him, might be slightly inferior to his father in attack and defense, but his speed was at least 3 times faster than the third Raikage. That was no longer a speed that a normal human could have. Even for the Io clan, who had always practiced lightning armor, this speed was absolutely abnormal. Inoki could accept that the fourth Raikage's speed was 1 or 2 levels stronger than his father, but if it was 3 or 5 times stronger, that would be completely wrong. It must be Vegapunk. This scientist who was ahead of his time must have researched something for the fourth Raikage. As long as he got Vegapunk, the rock ninjas would catch up soon. At this moment, the fourth Raikage turned into a flash of lightning and instantly passed through Huang-Tu. Huang-Tu, who looked like an obsidian statue, laughed miserably and looked down at his chest, where there was a large hole as big as a wash basin. The super fast speed brought great power, and the earth release hardening technique obviously had no effect in the face of the strongest lightning release spear that restrained him. The black color all over his body gradually faded, and Huang-Tu opened his mouth, but in the end, he fell to the ground and died without saying a word. Inoki's body shook slightly, gritted his teeth, and forced himself to look away from Huang-Tu and look at Vegapunk, but he saw something strange in an instant. The two-tailed Jinchuriki, who had already retracted the tailed beast mode, walked to the side of Vegapunk and Z by the wooden man, and then suddenly made a move, directly using the fire at ball, which hit Z's body, and instantly burned him into a pile of ashes. Z. The fourth Raikage roared with an expression of disbelief on his face. Yukito, what are you doing? When Yukito turned his head, the fourth Raikage was shocked. At this moment, Yukito's eyes were already blood red, and 3 megatama in his pupils were slowly rotating. Sharingan? Damn Konoha ninja. The fourth Raikage finally knew what was going on. However, at this time, Yukito had turned into a huge tailed beast, spraying out countless small tailed beasts, and bombarded the fourth Raikage. With a flash of lightning, the fourth Raikage easily dodged all the tailed beasts, and appeared on the head of the two-tailed cat-shaped beast. He frowned and punched it hard, and the two-tailed cat-shaped beast screamed, and shook his head desperately. However, this time, the fourth Raikage, who was even more irritable, only punched it a few more times. After a few punches, the cat-shaped beast was already staggering, and fell directly to the ground. The 9-tailed beasts have strengths and weaknesses, and Nakamata is basically the last one among them. His flexibility may be better than most tailed beasts, but his strength and physique are basically the last. Since the fourth Raikage began to practice electric current propulsion, his strength has been catching up with his father, the third Raikage. That fierce man is a monster who can fight the 8-tailed Gyuki naked, and the Nakamata is far inferior to the Gyuki. Seeing the Nakamata gradually shrinking back into the body of the woodman, the fourth Raikage turned his head, and then his pupils shrank slightly. At this moment, Vegapunk has been surrounded by the remaining Konoha ninjas. 3 of the Konoha ninjas who were seriously injured were making hand seals with their hands, and seemed to be using some special ninjutsu. At the front, Hatake Kakashi and a short black-clothed ninja were blocking them. Without the slightest hesitation, the fourth Raikage turned into a flash of lightning and rushed up, and the short black-clothed ninja also took a step forward, and ominous chakra emerged from his body. Crack, crack, a sound of shattering sounded in the void. The chakra of the short black-clothed ninja formed a half-body warrior, blocking the attack of the fourth Raikage, but at the same time, the warrior formed by the chakra had been hit with a huge crack. Ouch. With a faint groan, red blood dripped from the mask of the black-clothed ninja. It was the blood and tears of his Manjaki Sharingan. With just one blow, he felt that the pupil power in his eyes had almost dropped sharply. 2 more times. No, just 1 more time. Susanoo will probably be completely shattered. Is this the fourth Raikage? It's really terrible. Before the young Anbu could recover, seeing that the blow did not break the defense of the opposite ninja, the fourth Raikage's face became serious. The whole person suddenly retreated more than 10 meters, leaving a sprint distance, and then turned into a flash of lightning and rushed over. With a crash, the originally green chakra half-giant was completely shattered under the attack of the fourth Raikage, and turned into countless fragments. The young Anbu ninja screamed in pain, and felt his eyes go black, and he almost fainted. Susanoo was broken. Inoki, who was flying in the sky, was stunned for a moment. For a moment, he was deeply shocked, even overshadowing the grief when his son died. Susanoo was Inoki's nightmare throughout his life. It was because he was severely injured by Uchiha Madara with Susanoo when he went to Konoha to attend the peace conference that Inoki developed his current personality. Therefore, Uchiha Madara and Susanoo can be said to be Inoki's psychological shadow. Now seeing his psychological shadow shattered by a blow, Inoki didn't know what he felt in his heart. Even though the fourth Raikage had broken Susanoo, it was too late. The three injured Anbu ninjas had already finished their seals. A black halo flashed by, and all the Konoha ninjas disappeared without a trace. Flying Thunder God technique. The fourth Raikage rushed through the halo that had turned into a phantom, frowned, and showed an expression of extreme anger on his face. Despicable Konoha ninjas. Floating in the sky, Inoki looked at the battlefield below and was speechless for a while. After paying such a huge price, the final result was still nothing. Shaking his head and suppressing his emotions, the rock ninjas below were all dead. Inoki took a deep look at the fourth Raikage, without saying anything harsh, but flew away directly from the sky. After the fourth Raikage smashed a few rounds of stones and grilly, there were shouts from afar, and soon his younger brother Killer Bee and a group of cloud ninjas had arrived here. Seeing the tragic battlefield, the unconscious Yukato, and the tragic deaths of Deru and Nozomi, even Killer Bee, who was always out of tune, stopped rapping and gritted his teeth. Brother, what on earth is going on? The fourth Raikage's face was cold. Konoha and the Iwagakure raided Dr. Vegapunk and abducted him. Killer Bee, get ready. I declare war on Konoha and the Iwagakure. Killer Bee nodded. Okay, brother. When do we start? A ferocious look appeared on the fourth Raikage's face. Now, immediately, start the war. Finally, I'm back. Kakashi looked at Shadow Rock in the distance and knew that he had returned to Konoha village. He breathed a sigh of relief, and then he felt pain all over his body and almost fell to the ground with his eyes black. He just barely managed to fall to the ground, but the short Anbu next to him had already fallen to the ground, with a faint stream of blood flowing from the Anbu's mask. Kakashi's face changed slightly, and he took off the Anbu's mask while enduring the pain, and fed him some pills. The Anbu looked only about 15 or 16 years old, with a delicate appearance, a round nose, and blood constantly flowing from his eyes. Shisu, are you okay? Kakashi asked worriedly, and the short Anbu wiped his face carelessly. It's okay, it's just that the Sharingan was overused, and the chakra was exhausted. This didn't look like normal overuse. However, ninjas paid great attention to each other's privacy, especially the secret ninjutsu that was related to their own lives and property, and they would not ask each other about it. Kakashi could only nod and change the subject. That's good. Anyway, we finally achieved our goal. Thanks to your illusion and Susanoo, but I didn't expect you already have the legendary Mangekyou Sharingan. If possible, I'd rather not have this kind of eyes. Uchiha Shisu sighed. Kakashi, who also knew how the Sharingan evolved, was silent for a while. Did you use space-time ninjutsu just now? The legendary Flying Thunder God technique? At this moment, Kakashi heard the question from the side, turned his head, and saw that the Vegapunk clone looked at the three black-clothed Anbu ninjas lying on the ground with an interested expression on his face. What? So it was a one-time sealing technique? These three guys are consumables, right? How cruel. The blonde boy reached out and touched the three root ninjas lying on the ground and immediately shook his head. The three ninjas seemed to be fine, but in fact, their bodies were already in pieces, and even their internal organs were randomly spliced together. They had already died. Obviously, the long distance and large scale transfer ninjutsu just now was not without cost. That should be the legendary Flying Thunder God formation, which can be used more skillfully than the shadow guards of the fourth Hokage, just because they are disposable. You guy. Kakashi was a little speechless. You know, Z, who just protected Vegapunk, died because of the two of them, but Vegapunk didn't seem to care about it. At the beginning, he was very cooperative, because of Shisu's illusion. Now it seems that the illusion has been solved. Why is this guy still so careless? Inexplicably, Kakashi thought of his first encounter with Vegapunk. At that time, the blonde boy had already revealed a bit of the temperament of mad scientist. However, Compared with the current replica, the original Vegapunk seemed to be more humane. At least the relationship between that Vegapunk and his two female companions, especially Hancock, was very close, and there was definitely a certain affection between them. The replica of Vegapunk seemed to sense Kakashi's thoughts, raised his head, and said with a smile, "You are right. As a replica, my own emotions are very cold, or in other words, I don't know much about human emotions. After all, to put it bluntly, this replica is actually Vegapunk's clone, but even Vegapunk has a primary and a secondary when operating on two lines. As the main body, he naturally devotes the greatest attention. Although this replica relies on the ability of the quantum chip, whether it is intelligence or logical thinking ability, there is no problem, but because of the distraction of attention, it naturally behaves heartlessly, even indifferent. Uchiha, who was lying on the ground with his eyes closed, was a little surprised when he heard this. He even had the urge to give this Vegapunk clone a second look, but his eyes were in great pain and his vision was almost grey and black, reminding him that this was not the time to use the Manjaki Sharingan. Kakashi didn't react much, but his heart sank even more. What on earth did Vegapunk's original body want to do by releasing this clone? However, Kakashi knew very well that no matter what Vegapunk wanted to do, the three major ninja villages could not refuse this temptation. This was the only chance to catch up with the other two ninja villages. Yes, the content that the brainwave reading system can read is becoming more and more detailed and rich. Vegapunk smiled, looking at the pharmacist Nono in front of him, with a look of admiration on his face. Yakashi Nono lowered his head, and after listening to Vegapunk's praise, a smile appeared on his face. "This is all because of your wisdom, Master. Thank you for your gift." Vegapunk, who was sitting on the stool, stretched out his hand with a satisfied look on his face. Yakashi Nono immediately knelt on the ground, gently rubbing Vegapunk's hand with his pretty face, as if he was a pet puppy, looking at Vegapunk obediently. In the past half-month, Yakashi Nono spent almost the first 2 days under the punishment of nanomachines. The painful nerve signals released by the machine that directly manipulated the brain were almost enough to make any normal person die of pain, but because the brain was completely controlled and protected by the nanomachine, it would not be harmed. Not only that, in addition to pain, the nanomachine also has the power to control various negative emotions such as depression, sadness, despair, etc. During that time, as long as there was any thought of being unfavorable to Vegapunk, or escaping in his heart, Yakashi Nono could experience the taste of life being worse than death. With no way to escape mentally, Yakashi Nono changed his attitude completely in just a few days and became obedient. After Yakashi Nono no longer dared to disrespect Vegapunk in his heart, he naturally could not maintain a firm stance, and soon suffered from Stockholm Syndrome and completely became Vegapunk's maid. Chapter 117. Uchiha Obito travels through time and space. Yakashi Nono was just a small episode in Vegapunk's research. With his own electromagnetic ability as a template, it was easy to analyze brain waves. If he was not afraid of completely damaging Yakashi Nono, this kind of research would not take half a month. Fortunately, the research was not meaningless. At least he got a pretty good experimental assistant and a maid. After enjoying the service of Yakashi Nono, Vegapunk began to pay attention to the progress of his own experiments. Nowadays, the reason why Vegapunk has been staying in Lowland is that it is very convenient to use underground dragon veins to study time and space technology. The energy of that dragon vein seems to have the ability to interfere with time and space naturally, saving Vegapunk a lot of things. Even the entire research base has been folded into many different spaces because of this energy and his space technology. On the surface, it looks like an experimental base of the size of an ordinary building complex, but the actual internal area is almost comparable to that of a large university. And today, Vegapunk finally completed a series of preliminary preparations such as data calculation for parallel world crossing, and can really conduct experiments. Uchiha Obito, who had been waiting anxiously for a long time, was called. Over the past period of time, the closer Vegapunk's preliminary preparations were to success, the more uneasy Uchiha Obito became. Until today, when he heard the news of the experiment, Uchiha Obito finally breathed a sigh of relief. Regardless of success or failure, it would only take a moment. Uchiha Obito finally understood that death was not a scary thing, but the process of waiting to die was really painful. Although this experiment was different from the death penalty, the feeling was similar. Since his body was repaired by Vegapunk, Uchiha Obito no longer wore that strange mask, and even during this period of time, he had less contact with the Akatsuki organization. In fact, the original Akatsuki organization had already collapsed, and the newly established Akatsuki organization had not yet recruited any rebel ninjas. Now, apart from Uchiha Obito, there were only Nagato and Konan. According to the time calculation, it was about a year ago that Nagato returned to the Rain Village and killed the salamander Hanzo. Only then did he really have a stable base, and it was at that time that Obito was ready to expand the scale of the small organization. Then Obito confidently came to Vegapunk's experimental base, wanting to recruit Vegapunk, but he hit a wall and was defeated. After that, the contact between this fake Uchiha Madara and the Akatsuki organization became very rare, and recently it was completely cut off. Fortunately, Uchiha Obito was mysterious on weekdays, and Nagato just felt that it was a little strange, and didn't expect that he had an unexpected situation. Can we start the experiment? When he came to the laboratory, the first thing Uchiha Obito saw was the huge ball of light placed in the center. The light emitted by the ball of light was very soft and even a little dim, but Uchiha Obito could feel that the ball of light contained energy comparable to the level of the tailed beast. This is exactly Vegapunk's quantum brain, which he transferred from the sea country. Now Vegapunk has lit up the technology tree of nuclear fusion. After discovering the radioactive minerals in the Naruto world, he can extract endless energy purely from seawater, so naturally his quantum brain does not need geothermal energy. The most important thing is that Laolan has dragon vein energy. This kind of energy with space-time attributes is the focus of Vegapunk's research during this period. Therefore, instead of leaving the quantum brain to rust somewhere else, it is better to conduct research here directly. The preliminary data has been collected in full. Now if we want to go further, we can only conduct field experiments. Vegapunk looked at the data in his hand for a few times, then turned to look at Uchiha Obito and said, I have also conducted experiments with real objects. It is easy to travel through time, but in that process, those materials should have suffered certain distortion damage. The mice that were transported over don't look fine on the surface, but the actual internal bone structure and internal organs have been completely dislocated due to the power of space and time. After all, it is just energy created by imitating the dragon vein of Laolan, not the real pure dragon vein power, so there are still some problems. In theory, with your own space-time ninjutsu, you will not be harmed by this kind of damage, but after all, there has been no actual experiment, and I'm not completely sure about the results. Although the dragon vein energy in Laolan is huge, it is also extremely difficult to mobilize, and this energy is accumulated over many years, so it is not easy to recover. After the last time he traveled through time, Vegapunk was sensitive to the fact that the dragon vein energy had decreased by about 1/10. In other words, he could only travel through time about 10 times at most using the dragon vein energy. According to Vegapunk's estimation, if he traveled through time 3 or 4 more times, the entire dragon vein itself would collapse, and it would not take 10 times at all. For this reason, Vegapunk could only study the composition of the dragon vein energy and use the nuclear fusion reactor to imitate a new type of energy close to the dragon vein energy, and he did not dare to continue using the genuine dragon vein energy. According to Vegapunk's calculations, the parallel worlds in the entire Naruto world are not endless. At least Vegapunk can only find 2. In addition to the infinite moon world, there is only one parallel world left that Obito can travel through. However, when traveling through parallel worlds for the first time, you can actually make some choices about the time point. Probably, the time before and after the current time point is no more than 20 years, which is within the selection range. However, it is only the first time when the 2 worlds are connected, and then you can only follow the law of time. After listening to all of Vegapunk's introduction, Obito had a nonchalant expression on his face. It doesn't matter. Success is the best, and everything can be saved. If it fails, then I can only regard it as atonement. Maybe I can seal in the Pure Land. Achiharabito thought secretly in his heart, but he didn't say this dog-licking idea out loud. Vegapunk didn't bother to care what this Uchiha psychopath was thinking. Anyway, it was just an experimental subject. Success would be the best, but failure would also allow him to collect important data. By the way, before that, stretch out your hand. As if he had thought of something, Vegapunk tapped Achiharabito's hand lightly, and suddenly, a diamond-shaped symbol appeared on Achiharabito's hand. What is this? Achiharabito asked curiously. Vegapunk waved his hand. This is a data compression package I made from the inspiration of the soul reincarnation ability of the Otsutsuki clan. When the time comes, you just need to find an enemy who is not as strong as a Jonin and print this pattern on him. The soul reincarnation ability of the Otsutsuki clan is quite exquisite. It uses its own chakra as an anchor point and fixes it on the body of the reincarnated person. After death, the soul will immediately enter this compressed anchor point. As time goes by, it will completely occupy the body of others. At first, Vegapunk was puzzled by this ability. He couldn't figure out why it was just a soul data compression package. Later, after research, he found that this was entirely caused by the special physique of the Otsutsuki. The Otsutsuki clan seems to have flesh and blood, but in fact it is a bionic body constructed by high quality chakra. Because it is a chakra energy body, they will not even lose strength when they turn around, and they will be in a state of complete victory as soon as they appear. However, this is an ability that only the Otsutsuki clan can use. Unless Vegapunk is willing to abandon his physical body and transform into a pure chakra energy body like the Otsutsuki clan, there is no way to use this ability. Vegapunk is definitely unwilling to abandon his physical body. Who knows what the result will be after the transformation of life form. Not to mention that this will also abolish the power system of the pirate world. It's just that soul transfer can't do it. Vegapunk has also developed another way of using it. He combines shadow clones with this method of soul transfer and can directly transform some weak ninjas into his own clones. Of course, in order to prevent the clones from rebelling, this transformation is not complete. The transformed clones are basically solidified into mechanical minds, without any emotions, and only have the mission goals he set. Achiharabito didn't understand what the soul data compression package meant. He just nodded and agreed to Vegapunk's request. Then, he asked nervously, "Where do we start the experiment?" "Just here. Give you 10 minutes to prepare. I will open the door of time and space transfer soon. If my formula is not wrong, then this time I will send you to about 5 or 6 years ago, which is the period when Konoha and Iwagakure started the war. But there should be another you there. I don't know what kind of reaction you would have when you in that time and space saw you now." Achiharabito looked a little indifferent. "I'm completely different from my previous self." Yes, you can say this yourself." Vegapunk waved his hand. "Go and prepare, and bring anything you need to bring." 10 minutes later, Vegapunk communicated with the quantum brain, and opened the door of time and space on time. Waves of purple energy flowed, forming an energy channel like a vortex. The inside of the channel was also a strong purple light, and it was impossible to see where it led to. Achiharabito gritted his teeth, took the instrument that Vegapunk asked him to carry, and walked straight in. After a moment, the light dissipated, and the passage completely disappeared. Vegapunk frowned slightly, trying to sense Achiharabito's existence. After entering the space-time tunnel, Achiharabito came to a strange space layer that looked like a funhouse mirror. He drifted there for a short time and encountered a lot of turbulence formed by strange space-time energy. Fortunately, Achiharabito could directly enter the Camus space and avoid most of the space turbulence, otherwise he estimated that his result would be no different from those little white mice. The time was not long. In Achiharabito's physical perception time, it was at most 2 or 3 minutes. He saw the light flashing in front of him, and then the space layer suddenly shattered like a kaleidoscope, and the cool night breeze blew on his face. This is Konoha Village. Achiharabito looked at this familiar place with some doubt. This was indeed the Konoha village in his memory, but there were some minor changes. It seemed to be a little more dilapidated and depressed than he remembered. No, to be precise, it should not be dilapidated and depressed, but a little backward. When he jumped onto the roof to observe the situation, his body shook slightly again. On the cliff in the distance, the most famous landmark building of Konoha village, the Hokage Rock, was standing there. However, it was a little different from his memory. There were only 3 portraits on the Hokage Rock now, which were the first, second, and third generations of Hokage. There is no portrait of Minato teacher. As expected, have I really returned to the past? Uchiha Obito said, as if he was dreaming, with a look of sadness and joy on his face, so complicated that it was hard to describe. I'm really back. I can completely redeem all the tragedies and regrets. Lin, I will definitely save you. Uchiha over there. What are you shouting on the roof? Don't you know what disturbing the people means? Come down quickly. At this moment, Uchiha Obito heard the shouting below, and suddenly lowered his head inexplicably, and saw 2 members of the Uchiha Guard looking up at him. Just after coming out of the chaotic space, Uchiha Obito still had his Sharingan open, but because he didn't use the Kambu ability, he had returned to the 3 Magatama state. This is also the reason why he was recognized as an Uchiha, but the 2 guards carefully observed Obito and frowned. Which family are you from? Why don't I seem to have seen you before? The total number of the Uchiha clan is less than 1,000, of which there are only about a few hundred ninjas, and only dozens of people who can open 3 Magatama, all of whom are high-ranking members of the Uchiha clan, so the members of the Uchiha Guard still know about the 3 Magatama members. At this moment, the 2 guards looked at Obito with doubtful eyes, gradually showing a vigilant look, and reached out to touch the ninja bag on his leg. You know, this is the period of the Third Ninja World War. The defense strength of the major ninja villages and the vigilance of the ninjas are completely different from those in peacetime. If there is a little abnormality, ninjas like the Anbu Guard will directly take action to subdue the opponent first, and then talk about other things. Uchiha Obito glanced at the 2 guard ninjas, and the pattern of the Manjaki Sharingan flashed by. Then, the 2 members of the Uchiha Guard were hit by the illusion, with dull eyes and a dull look. After jumping off the roof, Uchiha Obito immediately asked, what time is it now? How far has the war in Konoha progressed? The 2 Uchiha controlled by the illusion answered every question. Soon, Uchiha Obito understood the current situation. Vegapunk's time-space shuttle experiment was carried out perfectly. He did come to the middle of the Third Ninja World War. After getting the news, Uchiha Obito breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Lin would be killed at this time. However, even the Battle of Kanekun Bridge has not happened yet. The Uchiha Obito in this world has not even given an eye to Kakashi. For him, there is still plenty of time. Chapter 118 The Beginning of War. Let's not talk about what Uchiha Obito will do when he returns to the parallel time and space in the past. Now, after confirming that Uchiha Obito has traveled to the parallel world, Vegapunk only needs to wait. Vegapunk waited leisurely, and the entire ninja world, except for the sea country and the wind country, had become a mess. The Cloud Village is indeed a ninja village famous for its lightning attributed ninjutsu. It is called a swift and resolute one, especially the 4th Raikage. He said that he would start a war, and started a war. After telling his subordinates that he was going to start a war, he didn't care about the big army at all, and went straight to the fire country Konoha village alone. Then it was a performance of the 4th Raikage. He practiced electric current propulsion, and his speed, which was already the peak of the ninja world, was 3 or 4 times faster than before. The current 4th Raikage can be called a super lawnmower. Along the way, almost all the Konoha ninja strongholds he encountered had no power to resist and were killed by him instantly. It is impossible for any big ninja village to have only one stronghold, otherwise, many tasks would take 10 days or half a month to complete on the road, and by then, the opportunity would be gone. In fact, the 5 big ninja villages are only the training bases and the most important administrative strongholds for those ninjas. Each ninja village will have a large number of branch strongholds in its own country to accept commissions and complete tasks nearby. When entering wartime, those strongholds are also fortresses used to defend the country. There are not too many ninjas in such small strongholds, usually only a dozen or 20, and their strength is not too strong. Most of the captains of the strongholds are elite chunin, at most the strength of the special jonin, and this kind of strength is not even enough to sound the alarm when facing the 4th Raikage, and they are killed directly. It was not until the fourth Reikage came to a place only 10 or 20 kilometers away from the Konoha ninja village that it was discovered by the Konoha ninja village. It was not because a ninja sent a signal, but because the almost boiling chakra of the fourth Reikage, which was not concealed, was clearly felt by the perception ninjas of Konoha. At this time, it was only one night since Vegapunk was captured. The Konoha high-level officials of the third Hokage never thought that the fourth Reikage would reach this level. In one night, the fourth Reikage broke through at least 17 or 18 Konoha strongholds, killed 200 or 300 Konoha ninjas, and killed all the way to the outskirts of Konoha ninja village before finally stopping. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage looked sad and looked at the ninjas below him. The Cloud Ninja village has declared war on Konoha. Just now, about 3,000 ninjas from the Cloud Ninja village have broken through the border and entered the Land of Fire. Everyone, tell me what you think. Below the third Hokage were the patriarchs and high-level officials of the major families of Konoha, as well as those Jonin ninjas, including Hatake Kakashi, Uchiha Shizu and others, all standing here with serious faces. I think we should deal with the barbarian outside first. As long as we kill the fourth Reikage, I believe the morale of the entire Kumogakure will be greatly dampened, and our chances of winning will be much higher. Danzo was the first to speak, but the third Hokage just glanced at him lazily without saying a word. The third Hokage had seen the speed of the fourth Reikage with the help of the telescope technique, and it had long exceeded the limit of human reaction nerves. To put it bluntly, if an ordinary Hokage challenged him without any preparation, he would probably be killed in one move, including him, the Ninja World Doctor. Perhaps the difference in strength between the two sides is not as big as it seems, but the characteristics of the ninja with high attack and low defense are destined to have little tolerance for mistakes in battle. In this case, as long as the reaction ability cannot keep up, no matter how strong the strength is, it will be killed by the Reikage in 1 second. The third Hokage did not speak, but the head of the Hyuga clan, now Hyuga Hayashi, spoke. I have used my Byakugan to observe the Reikage from a distance. I have to say that with the speed of the opponent, even if the entire Konoha came out in full force, I'm afraid there is no possibility of catching the opponent, unless we have the Flying Thunder God technique. In fact, Hyuga Hayashi had more things in his mind that he did not say. He felt that with the speed of the Reikage, the Konoha ninjas would not be able to catch him, and it would be good if they were not killed by the opponent and their morale collapsed. Of course, before the strength reaches the Super Shadow level, the number and human wave tactics still have a certain meaning. If thousands of Konoha ninjas are really sent out, coupled with the assistance of barrier techniques, it is not difficult to entangle the fourth Reikage in a short period of time. However, that not only requires a lot of lives, but also only entangles him, and cannot really deal with the fourth Reikage. The opponent can escape from the encirclement at any time, by relying on his own speed, and it cannot solve the fundamental problem. The fourth Reikage is not a fool. Although he has been on the outskirts of Konohagakure, if Konohagakure really dares to send out a large force, he will definitely not charge directly. At most, he will use guerrilla warfare to deal with the large group of ninjas. The observation ability of the Hyuga clan's Byakugan can't react to the fourth Reikage's actions. Danzo frowned and asked. Hyuga Hayashi smiled bitterly. It's embarrassing to say this, but even our Hyuga clan, facing that kind of speed, is probably no different from ordinary ninjas. With my Byakugan ability, I can barely see the fourth Reikage's movements, but I can only see the movements clearly. My body can't react at all. The opponent's nerve reflexes are no longer within the scope of humans. Then it should be the credit of Vegapunk. The fourth Reikage wasn't so powerful before. Danzo said with an unsightly face. According to previous intelligence, that little Reikage is certainly strong, but he is definitely not to this extent. Perhaps by asking Vegapunk, we can find the weakness of the fourth Reikage. Hiruzen, hand over Vegapunk to me. The third Hokage blew out a puff of smoke. Please wait until dark before you dream. Do you think I will send this kind of talent to the root? Danzo snorted, but he was not very angry. He was just saying this. Unless the third Hokage is now suffering from Alzheimer's, this proposal would never succeed. However, Danzo's words did open up a new idea. The third Hokage knocked on the table and looked at Hatake Kakashi. Kakashi, go and invite Dr. Vegapunk here. We have some questions that we want to ask him. Kakashi nodded gently and disappeared in an instant. About a few minutes later, the door of the conference room opened, and a handsome blonde boy walked into the Hokage's office with a smile on his face and a curious look. Danzo looked at the boy who had no aura in front of him, and couldn't help but snorted coldly. Vegapunk turned his head and looked at Danzo with a smile. "What's wrong, old man? Are you sick? If you are sick, you must go to see a doctor quickly. A dog I raised before died because I forgot to take it to see a doctor. You, pay attention to your identity. You are not the real Vegapunk. Just a clone." Danzo narrowed his eyes and spoke coldly. The original Vegapunk was a high-ranking noble of several countries in the era of the Sea Kingdom. Danzo didn't dare to show off in public, but he felt that he could still control an ordinary clone. The clone of Vegapunk snorted. "So what? Even if I'm just a clone, my wisdom and knowledge can rank second in the world. Otherwise, you wouldn't have to come and beg me now." The third Hokage glanced at Kakashi, who shook his head, indicating that he didn't leak the information. Did you deduce it yourself? You are so confident in your own technology. Humph, even without you, Konoha will still be the strongest ninja village in the ninja world. Don't think too highly of yourself. After hearing what Danzo said, Vegapunk clapped his hands and said, "That makes sense. I'd better go back and accept house arrest. I wish you can always maintain your status as the strongest ninja village in the ninja world." "Wait a minute, Dr. Vegapunk." The third Hokage finally couldn't help but speak. "Please forgive our offense and temptation to you. It's just that, because we rescued Dr. Vegapunk, the Cloud Ninja Village is ready to declare war on Konoha. No matter how the war develops, it should be inseparable from Dr. Vegapunk. So we hope that the doctor can provide some technical assistance to Konoha." Vegapunk smiled. "I don't care about that. It's just research anyway. It's the same everywhere. It can be Konoha. Of course, you don't have to do me a favor. After all, everyone knows what you are thinking. You said you rescued me. Will you really let me go back?" Vegapunk's sharp question made the third Hokage cover his mouth and cough awkwardly. Let Vegapunk go back? Did Konoha really pay so much just to save a person? It was impossible to let him go back, but the third Hokage had been serious for a long time, so when he spoke, he inadvertently brought out a bit of the moral high ground, and was choked by Vegapunk. In the awkward situation, Vegapunk suddenly waved his hand, "But these don't matter. For me, as long as I can study and meet my needs, it's fine." The third Hokage was stunned for a moment. Not only him, but almost all the ninjas showed more or less strange expressions on their faces. Compared with the ninjas who have always advocated loyalty and other requirements, isn't this Vegapunk's clone a little too easy to talk to? Then, Dr. Vegapunk, do you have any other requests? The third Hokage asked cautiously. Vegapunk touched his chin and said, "Do you know? The condition for the Kumoga cure to let me join was that I would be the fifth Raikage." As he spoke, Vegapunk glanced at the third Hokage. The third Hokage opened his mouth and immediately felt very angry. Why did he say that when he had nothing to do? Exclamation mark. Of course, the one who was more excited than the third Hokage was Danzo Nabokage. "What? You are a foreigner, and you want to be the fifth Hokage?" The third Hokage quickly tried to smooth things over. "If Dr. Vegapunk really wants to integrate into Konoha, I'm actually willing to inherit the fifth Hokage position." Haha. Vegapunk laughed twice with an unclear meaning. "I see that your broken village is in a period of transition, and there are still a lot of bad things in it. If I really want to be the Hokage, I would not want to. The barbarians of the Cloud Ninja are rude and barbaric to the outside world, and they are despicable and shameless, but they are clear about rewards and punishments and united internally, especially the successive Raikages who lead by example, and have great prestige in the entire Cloud Ninja village." Even if Vegapunk was directly selected as a successor to the Raikage at the beginning, no other ninja would not accept it. In comparison, today's Konoha belongs to those who are submissive to the outside world, but strike hard at the inside. Moreover, the internal situation is in a mess. Even if the third Hokage recognized him as the successor, I'm afraid no one would buy it. Vegapunk's words seemed to sting the senior executives, and their faces were not very good. Among them, the Uchiha clan had the ugliest faces. Because of the butterfly effect, the Hinata Hayashi incident did not happen in this world. Otherwise, the Hinata clan might have the ugliest face now. I'm sorry, the current situation of the village is indeed not very good. The third Hokage sighed helplessly, but the first problem is to deal with the sudden attack of the Cloud Ninja. Dr. Vegapunk, I want to ask you, the speed of the fourth Raikage suddenly increased several times. Is it related to you? Besides me, who else can do such a thing? Vegapunk admitted without hesitation. The fourth Raikage practiced the electric current push that I developed specially for him, which increased his nerve reflex speed by more than 10 times. With his current speed, he is the fastest person except for space-time ninjutsu. After hearing this, a trace of excitement appeared on the face of the third Hokage. Electric current push. Can this kind of ninjutsu be popularized? Of course not. Vegapunk rolled his eyes. If it can be popularized, how could the fourth Raikage be the first to practice it? Anyway, we have to find a few experimental subjects to try it, right? In fact, the requirements for practicing electric current push are terrifyingly high. For someone like Hatake Kakashi, if he concentrates on practicing thunder release for 5 or 6 years, he can almost reach the minimum requirements for practice. As soon as these words came out, the ninjas present fell silent. Don't look at Hatake Kakashi becoming Hatake 50 to 50 in the later period, and it seems that his conventional combat power is only at the level of an elite jonin. In fact, if it weren't for the drag of the Sharingan, and the fact that Kakashi in the later period was almost self-destructive and almost didn't practice, he would have been a cage level ninja long ago. You know, Kakashi's resume before the age of 13 is almost the ceiling for those ninjas without blood limit. The highest talent of normal ninjas is only at Kakashi's level. Not everyone can participate in the final battle and fight against Kaguya after getting a pair of Kamu eyes. Chapter 119 New Experiment. With Kakashi's talent, it would take such a long time to reach the minimum bottom line of practicing electric current propulsion, which basically eliminated the possibility of Konoha having ninjas who could practice electric current propulsion. Perhaps if you look carefully in Konoha Ninja Village, you can find 1 or 2 ninjas whose talents are not worse than Kakashi, such as Uchiha Shisu. But there is only one ninja who is as talented as Kakashi, specializes in lightning escape, and knows a lot of ninjutsu. He needs so much time to practice, let alone ask others. Is it really so difficult to practice? Danzo was the first to question. Vegapunk was too lazy to pay attention to him. Fortunately, the current fourth Raikage has only practiced the first half of the electric current propulsion, and has not practiced the second half. Otherwise, I think this battle would not need to be fought. The second half of the electric current propulsion involves a lot of electromagnetic principles. It is through the continuous electric current effect generated by the Earth's magnetic field that a magnetic levitation state with almost no friction is achieved. In other words, at that level, the fourth Raikage will not only increase his speed again, because his own weight disappears, but also have the ability to fly directly. By then, even if Inoki dared to fight against the fourth Raikage, he would be killed in a second. With the ability to fly freely, the enhancement of combat space and combat means can be said to be absolutely immediate. At that time, the Raikage may be called the Super Shadow level. Isn't this the complete state of the electric current? A group of ninjas looked at each other with a look of relief on their faces. If it was a few months later, everyone would have surrendered, right? Then Dr. Vegapunk, do you have any way to deal with the current fourth Raikage? The third Hokage asked humbly. Vegapunk shook his head directly. The first half of the electric current push is actually to improve people's nerve reflex ability. This is an improvement in one's basic quality. What shortcomings are there? If there is really a problem, the current fourth Raikage is not too perfect in controlling his speed because of his previous exercise habits. This is probably the only shortcoming. Not too perfect in controlling his speed. Kakashi Hatake touched his Sharingan for the first time and thought of the time when he developed Chidori. At that time, Chidori was extremely fast, but because Kakashi Hatake's own reaction ability was not up to par, every time he made a move was a gamble. As long as the opponent could react and take the opportunity to counterattack, Kakashi would almost certainly die. However, after thinking carefully about the speed of the fourth Raikage, Kakashi smiled bitterly. That speed was beyond the normal naked eye, and even the Byakugan was difficult to capture. Even if the opponent's control was not perfect, who could take advantage of the opponent's attack to counterattack? Anyway, Kakashi felt that at least there should be no ninjas with that strength in Konoha village. No, maybe there really is. If the current might guy can open the 8 gates, he might really die with the Raikage. But obviously, Kakashi would not say such things, not to mention that it is also a question whether the current might guy can open the 8 gates. The 8 gates of the ninjutsu not only turned the chakra into a violent state, but also greatly accelerated the human reflexes. However, although the addition of the first 7 gates was also very powerful, it was only at the level of the original 4th Raikage. For the newly upgraded 4th Raikage, only the 8th gate, which had undergone a qualitative change, could really deal with it. Not only Kakashi was thinking, but all the ninjas present had a look of hard thinking. They did not think of using Might Guy to exchange 1 for 1, but were thinking about whether to set up some traps to kill the 4th Raikage. However, it was obvious that most of their thoughts were in vain. After all, the 4th Raikage himself was not a fool. He was also a ninja who had experienced the Third Ninja World War and rolled in a pile of dead bodies. Coupled with his speed, that was far beyond human imagination. Even with the flaw of imperfect control, normal traps would definitely not be able to deal with him. Not to mention whether it could break the defense of the lightning armor, like the traditional detonating talisman. It might not even catch up with his tail gas when it exploded. The third Hokage was somewhat helpless. Even though he knew some of the weaknesses, the 4th Raikage was still not easy to deal with. He looked up and saw Vegapunk with a half smile on his face. He was slightly moved in his heart. Drive Vegapunk, you should have other ways, right? Vegapunk smiled. Indeed there are other ways. As long as you become stronger as well. Can't you deal with the 4th Raikage? Me. The third Hokage was stunned for a moment. At my age, can I continue to become stronger? And there is no time to practice now, right? You don't need to consider time. As long as there is no problem with my experiment, of course you can continue to become stronger, Vegapunk said meaningfully to the third Hokage, and to some extent, your potential is much greater than that of the 4th Raikage. When the third Hokage saw Vegapunk's expression, he felt a chill on his back. He always felt that his gaze was like looking at some experimental animals. But at this time, the third Hokage had no room to retreat. I wonder what experiment Dr. Vegapunk wants to do. You know, the battle between Konohagakure and Kumogakure is about to begin. How long will the doctor's experiment take? Don't worry, the time is short. After all, you have already laid a good foundation at the beginning. Chakra with 7 attributes is very rare. By the way, have you heard of Bloodline Network? Vegapunk looked at his little white mouse and smiled brightly. The Bloodline Network with 7 attributes is the highest achievement of the chakra system. However, according to Vegapunk's original calculations, if ordinary people want to achieve this step through chakra fusion, it will take tens of thousands of years. Vegapunk naturally has no way to help the third Hokage awaken the Bloodline Network all at once. Not to mention him, even the 6 Paths Sage or Kaguya Otsutsuki don't have this ability. But if you use human body modification to synthesize a chakra close to the fusion of 7 attributes, it may not be impossible. It is very rare to have all 7 attributes of a ninja. There are probably only 5 of them in the entire ninja world, and the best among them is Sarutobi Hiruzen. Through the data collected from Sarutobi Hiruzen, Vegapunk has enough confidence to help Hancock go further and thoroughly master the bloodline network of the Otsutsuki clan. According to Vegapunk's research, in addition to the Seeking Truth Jade, the bloodline network can actually show many enhanced versions of bloodline limits and bloodline elimination abilities, but the Otsutsuki clan has no concept of ninjutsu training at all. Except for their own innate abilities, the others have not been developed at all. In theory, Hancock, who is in charge of the bloodline network, can easily use almost all the ninjutsu in the world, and even the enhanced version should be used, but this obviously requires a very high level of knowledge accumulation, and at the same time, the understanding of the bloodline network must reach a certain level. This is also the reason why Vegapunk wants to help Sarutobi Hiruzen conduct experiments. As for him, it doesn't matter. Not to mention that he has no fighting talent. The electromagnetic ability alone is enough for him to develop for a lifetime. Learning chakra is also to use the power of lightning chakra to develop more of one's own electromagnetic ability. Why are you ninjas always like rats? This level of laboratory is totally unqualified. Walking in the cold and humid underground base, Vegapunk couldn't help but speak. Although there are many advanced equipment here, and there are various seals and barriers to protect, the dark environment without sunlight, the damp walls and ground, and the dim lights above the head all make Vegapunk very dissatisfied. Danzo, who was walking at the end, glanced at Vegapunk. This is the best base of the route, and he still complained about the poor environment. You know, when this base was built, I don't know how much energy was spent. A large number of barriers and supporting structures strengthened by Earth escape gave him a full sense of security. Even if the entire Konoha was razed to the ground, his root base would not be damaged in the slightest. As for the environment, what do you need such a good environment for? That kind of environment will only wear down the will of the ninja. After all, we are ninjas, and we are more concerned about practicality rather than comfort, so there is nothing we can do about the other conditions of the base being a little simple, but at least I can guarantee that the research conditions are absolutely the best. The third Hokage spoke quite seriously. After hearing this, Vegapunk just laughed. Can these conditions be called the best? Haha, it means that you ninjas have chakra and medical ninjutsu, so you don't have to worry about bacterial infection and inflammation. Otherwise, if you do human body modification in this situation, you will definitely die. Anyway, Vegapunk is fed up with the rough surgical environment in the Naruto world. It is also thanks to the extraordinary energy of chakra in the Naruto world that other infectious diseases, except for blood disease, basically do not bubble up, so these people dare to play like this. Even the beasts in the pirate world, seeing the battlefield first aid and eye replacement surgery in the Naruto world, they have to bow down and say the word admiration. If it were in the normal real world, these people would have died of wound infection long ago. After hearing what Vegapunk said, the third Hokage was a little embarrassed. He coughed twice and glanced at Danzo. His meaning was very simple. Shouldn't this place be renovated to improve the environment? Danzo glared at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said, no money. How about you give more funding to the route? Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't respond immediately. Ignoring the interaction between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, Vegapunk quickly found the materials he needed for his experiment in the root space. It has to be said that Konoha is worthy of being the oldest and largest ninja village. It still has some foundation. If the steel and power technology of the Land of Lightning leads the world, then Konoha's human research and biotechnology are also far ahead of other countries. Otherwise, Konoha would not have been able to cultivate the second Hokage, a master of forbidden techniques like Orochimaru, and a medical ninja ancestor like Tsunade. After collecting the materials and instruments he needed, Vegapunk finally smiled and turned to look at the third Hokage. Well, it seems that you are not bragging. At least in the aspect of biological research, except for the main body, the conditions here can be called the strongest. This sounded strange. Of course the third Hokage didn't care much, he just asked with some concern, is it enough for your research? Absolutely enough. Vegapunk nodded. Give me one night, and I can start the transformation. Come to me tomorrow morning. The transformation will be completed around noon, and the army of Cloud Ninja should not have arrived by then. You can go and fight the fourth Raikage at the door. Then I'll leave it to Dr. Vegapunk. The third Hokage nodded. Although he was still a little uneasy, he had no choice but to take risks in this situation. The fourth Raikage blocked the gate of Konoha village, which really brought great trouble to Konoha. The biggest problem was that it was difficult for Konoha village to support the front line. It would be constantly harassed and killed by the fourth Raikage. No ninja village could bear it with its mowing ability. If they wanted to deal with the fourth Raikage, they could not keep up with his speed. It can be said that this Raikage played the essence of guerrilla warfare, which the ninja was best at, to the fullest, and he single-handedly restrained the entire Konoha village. If this continued, the army of the Cloud Ninja would easily break through the Land of Fire and directly kill Konoha, which would undoubtedly be a fatal blow to Konoha. Since the establishment of Konoha, it has never been beaten to the gate of the village by other ninja villages. What's more, although the ninja village does not need to consider the issue of territory, after all, they do not collect taxes and have no awareness of national territory, but if such a thing happened, it would undoubtedly be a fatal blow to Konoha's reputation. At that time, whether it is the high-level officials of the Land of Fire or the ordinary people, their trust in Konoha will inevitably plummet, and the funds allocated to Konoha and the tasks issued will also shrink sharply. If the situation is more serious and the daimyo of the Land of Lightning is more ambitious, there may even be a crisis of national destruction. In this world, due to the strange relationship between daimyo and ninja village, it is actually difficult for any battles to destroy a country to occur, especially for big countries. Sometimes the daimyo has ambitions, but the leader of the ninja village is unwilling, and the daimyo has no way to force it. Similarly, if the leader of the ninja village wants to expand the sphere of influence, but the daimyo prefers stability, is afraid of breaking the balance, and does not want to occupy the territory of other countries, then the leader of the ninja village can only sigh helplessly. But if Konoha behaves too weak, it is hard to say that the daimyo of the Land of Lightning will also have ambitions. After all, compared with other countries, the Land of Fire is rich in land and has a superior natural environment, which is coveted in itself. Chapter 120 Retreat. At noon the next day, the door of the laboratory of the root base was finally opened, and a group of ninjas waiting outside looked inside. The third Hokage walked out of the laboratory door, looking no different from yesterday, except that the wrinkles on his face had basically disappeared, and his originally pale hair had turned grey, and he seemed to be about 10 years younger. The only problem was that there was a strange glowing object on his chest, which looked like a mechanical heart. However, this was not a machine, but a copy of the Samsurai with degraded power. For Vegapunk, it was not a big problem to copy the Samsurai through genetic cloning. The real problem was that there was not enough energy to maintain the Samsurai. Just like Vegapunk could actually create clones of the Otsutsuki clan, but in fact this did not have much effect. The strength of the Otsutsuki clan was based on a large amount of chakra. Without enough chakra energy, the cloned weak Otsutsuki clan were almost all skinny and weak, and their combat effectiveness might even be inferior to that of ordinary ninjas. If there really was a lot of chakra energy, Vegapunk would have just used it himself, or given it to Hancock. Why would he cultivate those cloned Otsutsuki? After all, this world values quality more than quantity. The same chakra energy is definitely much stronger when used in a concentrated way than when used in a dispersed way. The genuine Samsurai, which the third Hokage does not have a sage body, of course cannot be used, but the one degraded by Vegapunk is different. The requirements for use are greatly reduced, and only 7 or 8 times the chakra of a Jonin can be used. Not only that, under Vegapunk's transformation, this degraded version of the Samsurai even improves the third Hokage's body to a certain extent, making his physique closer to that of the Otsutsuki clan, which is also the reason for his rejuvenation. As for the source of the Samsurai gene, it comes from the support of his own body. Vegapunk, who has cracked the space ability, may not be able to use it well in battle due to delays, but in non-combat situations, it is easy to support his own clones with some ordinary raw materials. The reason why this degraded Samsurai was made into such a weird shape was, on the one hand, to better fit his own transformation, and to directly fuse the 7 attributes of chakra into abilities through the chest, and on the other hand, he did not want the Samsurai to be exposed. Hokage-sama, did it work? The ninja wearing sunglasses asked. The third Hokage looked a little stunned and shook his hand. Ah, success. I didn't expect that there is such a way to fuse the 5 attributes of chakra. As he spoke, the third Hokage stretched out his hand slightly and saw a water cup in the distance, was directly attracted to his hand, and then he pushed it again, and the water cup swayed back to the cabinet. This is, Kakashi said in confusion. Control gravity? Yes, all gravity, anti-gravity, attraction, and repulsion that belong to the gravitational system can be controlled. This is the bloodline limit formed by the fusion of 5 types of chakra. Vegapunk smiled and said, this can be said to be a natural ability to restrain speed type ninjas. As long as you use gravity and anti-gravity a little bit, you can make speed type ninjas fall into an absolute disadvantage. Indeed, although the 4th Hokage has already possessed superhuman speed, He still uses his own two legs, not space-time ninjutsu. Both gravity and anti-gravity have a great impact on him. Of course, in Vegapunk's estimation, if the fourth Raikage completely cultivates the electric current push and can use the electromagnetic field to directly have the ability to fly, then this trick will not have much effect on him. Unfortunately, now without the help of Vegapunk, it will take at least 1 or 2 years for the fourth Raikage to cultivate the electric current push. There are even many difficulties. After all, lightning chakra is not the same as lightning in the natural world. It is not so easy to transform the magnetic field. Vegapunk only gave a rough method. Once it is stuck for some reason, it is normal to spend more than 10 years without practicing. After listening to Vegapunk's words, the ninjas of Konoha suddenly showed excitement. The fourth generation of Raikage has been hunting around the periphery of Konoha village, causing the morale of the entire Konoha ninja village to decline during this period. Now this problem can finally be solved. The ninjas of Konoha are not without efforts. Even though Hatake Kakashi, the elite jonin who really faced the fourth generation of Raikage, warned other ninjas, there are still ninjas who want to test the strength of the fourth generation of Raikage. As for the results, basically they are killed in seconds. This is also the reason why the third generation of Hokage has been shrinking his head. Although the third generation of Hokage has a politician's side, he still has the responsibility as a shadow level ninja. If it weren't for the speed of the fourth generation of Raikage, he judged that his appearance would also result in being killed in seconds. He would not be so afraid of fighting. Even if he himself is not afraid of death, if even the Hokage is killed in seconds, the morale of the Konoha village will probably collapse to the bottom. On the outskirts of Konoha village, on a big tree, the fourth Raikage was lying on a thick trunk, resting with his eyes closed. Since Vegapunk was abducted, more than 2 days have passed. The fourth Raikage first used the Heaven Sent technique, which has great pressure on the body, and then rushed from the land of lightning to Konoha village without stopping. In the middle, he also experienced more than a dozen battles. Even if these battles were just warm-up levels, by now, the fourth Raikage is already a little tired. Ninjas are generally trained to enter shallow sleep when they are not in combat and quickly recover their physical strength. The current fourth Raikage is in this state. Suddenly, the fourth Raikage opened his pair of bull eyes, raised his head, and looked in the direction of Konoha village. He saw a short ninja wearing a hat with the word fire and a Hokage cloak on his back walking out of the gate of Konoha village. The third Hokage? How dare you come out like this? The fourth Raikage was surprised for a moment, and then immediately became excited. As long as we kill him, there will be no suspense in this battle now. Then, the fourth Raikage immediately turned into a flash of lightning, and rushed directly to the third Hokage. Almost in the blink of an eye, he had crossed a distance of hundreds of meters, and came to the range of 20 to 30 meters of the third Hokage. Then, a sudden gravity directly pressed the fourth Raikage to stagger, and the whole person fell directly to the ground, leaving a deep groove on the ground. This gravity is about 3 to 5 times, which is not too strong, but for the fourth Raikage who can't control his speed perfectly now, it is absolutely a huge restraint. Accelerating to the limit, suddenly encountering gravity changes, the fourth Raikage, who has insufficient control, naturally has no way to maintain balance. However, the third Hokage also took a deep breath. You know, he hadn't seen the fourth Raikage's shadow just now, but in a flash, the opponent suddenly appeared near him. If he hadn't maintained the gravity field near his body, it would have been enough to kill him. Fortunately, the third Hokage was also a veteran. He reversed the gravity without saying a word. The fourth Raikage, who had just climbed up, floated up immediately. In this air without any force, his speed was suddenly unable to play. Thunder Escape, Thunder Spear technique. After struggling a little, the Raikage immediately understood his current situation and immediately used his own ninjutsu. Although he was famous for his ninjutsu, as a Raikage, his level of Thunder Escape ninjutsu was at least above that of an ordinary jonin. Of course, compared with the third Hokage, it was far behind. In terms of the 5-element escape technique, the third Hokage was the best in the ninja world. Even if all the ninjas of all generations were counted, no one could surpass him in this aspect. Wind style, vacuum bullet. The third Hokage fired back with a vacuum bullet without saying anything, instantly dispersing the lightning spear. There was already some difference in the level of the two sides ninjutsu, not to mention that the third Hokage used the wind style that restrained the lightning style. However, the wind style that dispersed the lightning spear did not break the defense of the fourth Hokage, but instead made him retreat a lot. The fourth Hokage immediately felt that as he retreated, the anti-gravity seemed to be weakened a little. His eyes suddenly lit up, and his hands formed seals again. Wind style, great breakthrough technique. Wind style great breakthrough can be said to be the most basic sea level wind style ninjutsu. It is basically the same as the fire type great fireball and the thunder type gratitude wave. It blows a strong gust of wind without sharpness to the front. It is not very lethal, and at most it has some interference. In the hands of the fourth Hokage, the power of this wind style may not be as good as some of the Jonins who are proficient in wind style. After all, although the fourth Hokage has wind attributes, he certainly has not practiced wind style much. But as the shadow of a village, he still had enough chakra, and a strong wind rushed directly towards the third Hokage. Of course, this kind of power could not hurt the third Hokage, but the fourth Hokage did not want to use this move to fight, but just took advantage of the huge reaction force of the big breakthrough to blow himself away. However, golden hoop, stretch. In the fierce wind, the third Hokage first made a seal with one hand to block the big breakthrough, and then the golden hoop in his hand quickly grew longer. When he came to the fourth Hokage, he suddenly stretched out a hand and grabbed his ankle. The golden hoop in the third Hokage's hand was transformed by the spirit summoning monkey demon. Compared with the iron rod of the real Monkey King, it is naturally a million miles away, but it also has certain characteristics of the original golden hoop. At least the length can be changed, and because it is a spirit beast, it can also make some more flexible movements, such as stretching out a hand to grab the opponent. The fourth Hokage was still in the lightning chakra mode, which was equivalent to having a layer of lightning armor. However, the 8th demon was a summon beast known for its hard body, so he completely ignored this damage. Very good, comeback, golden cudgel. The golden cudgel retracted instantly, and the fourth Hokage's movement in the zero gravity area was naturally completely invalidated, and he was pulled back a lot. Randomly, the third Hokage no longer used ninjutsu, while using the ability of the Samsurai to control gravity. Using other ninjutsu consumed a lot of energy and put a lot of pressure on the body. He just raised his golden cudgel high and then hit it with a stick. The golden cudgel fell with a terrifying whistling sound. Although the fourth Hokage was difficult to move because of floating in the air, he still crossed his hands over his head and made a standard blocking posture. However, as he blocked the opponent's attack with both hands, his face changed drastically. He felt that the golden cudgel on the opposite side seemed to carry a mountain-like gravity. With a click, the whole person was smashed into the ground. Using gravity to increase the power of the golden hoop, the ninjas standing on the wall of Konoha who were observing soon saw the mystery. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen looked like a dry old man, in fact, his physical skills, especially stick skills, were definitely at the level of a cage, and were not much worse than the 5-element escape techniques. Obviously, after gaining the ability to manipulate gravity, the old man quickly integrated it into his own physical skills. At least this simple trick of increasing gravity and increasing damage was played very well. However, although it was just a trick, the power brought by this trick was not small at all. The 4th generation Hokage was smashed directly to the ground like a meteor, and then a large pit of more than 10 meters was smashed directly in the rumble. The whole person spit out a large mouthful of blood with the sound of bones breaking. It was because of the protection of the lightning escape chakra mode that the 4th generation Hokage was only injured so little. Otherwise, a normal ninja would have been turned into minced meat long ago. However, in this way, the feet of the 4th Hokage finally touched the ground. Although he could only stay on the ground for a short moment under the anti-gravity, his innate keen combat awareness still allowed him to endure the injury and directly kicked his feet hard, retreating dozens of meters like a meteor, and finally exited the range of the anti-gravity space. After leaving the anti-gravity space, the 4th Hokage vomited blood again. At this moment, the bones of his arms had been broken into several pieces and were limply placed on his waist. Several ribs in his chest were also broken, and the pressure made it difficult for him to breathe. After taking a deep look at the 3rd Hokage, the 4th Hokage did not say anything harsh, nor did he continue to take action. Instead, he turned around and disappeared in front of everyone like a flash of lightning. Indeed, the biggest reason for the failure of this battle was that the fourth Raikage had no intelligence at all, so he was tricked by the gravity and anti-gravity of the third Hokage, which resulted in the result that he was almost powerless to fight back. But at the same time, gravity control did indeed greatly restrain the fourth Raikage's ability. Plus, he was already seriously injured, so he naturally would not stubbornly continue to fight with the third Hokage. Instead, he retreated directly when he saw that the situation was not good. Chapter 121 Situation. The serious injury of the fourth Raikage had a great impact on the Cloud Village. At least the Cloud Village ninjas, who were originally aggressive, quickly stopped their invasion and began to adopt a conservative defense strategy. The Konoha ninjas, who were originally blocked in the village, also seized the opportunity to launch a large-scale attack, step by step forcing the Cloud ninjas back to the border of the Land of Fire. However, even if the fourth Raikage was injured, the basic combat power of the Cloud ninjas was still above that of the Konoha village. With only 2,000 ninjas, Konoha had to send 5,000 ninjas to fight against them, including a large number of elite clan leaders. As the strongest ninja village, in addition to being far ahead in the diversity of ninjutsu and bloodline ninjas, the advantages of the elite jonins in the past cannot be ignored. Especially those clan leaders of the ninja clans. Almost all of them can be regarded as a strong level among the elite jonins, and some can even be regarded as quasi-kages, or simply at the level of kage. For example, the head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fumiaka, is almost close to the level of kage even without opening the manger key. There are also the brothers Hyuga Hisashi and Hyuga Hiyori of the Hyuga clan, both of whom are quasi-kage level strongmen. The Inoshika Chao trio can also fight against kage level. These can be said to be the true foundation of Konoha. They did not fail to make a move in this battle, but even so, they only forced the Cloud Ninja to retreat, without gaining the upper hand at all. The reason is naturally, because of the chakra armor of the Cloud Ninja village. This armor, which is almost close to the small Susanoo, is incredibly powerful, increases defense and physical skills, does not affect flexibility at all, and amplifies the power of ninjutsu. It can be said that except for consuming more chakra, there is no defect. This time, the Cloud Ninja dispatched about half of the Jonin with chakra armor, a total of only 8 Jonin, but each of them played a strength that was not inferior to those ninja clan leaders. At the level of ordinary ninjas, although Konoha has an advantage in numbers, its overall combat effectiveness is inferior to that of the Cloud Ninjas who have been trained in the training cabin, and whose hardware has reached the standard of Chunin. If it weren't for the low morale of the Cloud Ninjas, because of the problem of the fourth Raikage, and the fact that the Rock Ninja village also showed a tendency to participate in the battle, and sent a large number of troops to deploy on the border between the two countries, these Cloud Ninjas would not have retreated so easily. The 3 major ninja villages were on guard against the small countries near the border, but they also had their own concerns. The dark cloud of war enveloped the entire Naruto world for a while. And at this time, the Cloud Ninja village and the Rock Ninja village both welcomed their guests. What do you mean? Provide us with technical support. Anoki looked at the sand ninja in front of him with a strange look on his face. What? If that Suchikage doesn't want to, then forget it. The sand ninja, with oil paint on his face and expressionless, spoke, and then stood up, as if ready to leave directly. Wait. Anoki hurriedly stopped him. He could see that the sand ninja in front of him was definitely serious about leaving. This guy should be the kind of rigid ninja who completely obeys orders, or even those brainwashed secret forces. He is not a candidate for negotiation at all. However, there is also an advantage if this kind of person is used for negotiation. That is, there is no need to consider any tug-of-war. If he agrees, he will succeed. If he doesn't agree, he will just break up. Anoki's idea of trying to find out the intelligence was completely thwarted. At the same time, in the Cloud Ninja village, the same envoy of the Sea Country Alliance was also welcomed. The Ab brothers, the 4th Raikage and Killer Bee, were not there. The ninja who received them was the think tank of the Cloud Ninja, a ninja named Dode with a seal on one eye. Interestingly, the envoy of the Sea Ninja village opposite him was also king with a seal on his eye. Both sides were quite similar in appearance, age, and personality. take over Dr. Vegapunk's research. Itsuchi frowned and looked at King in front of him. This kind of thing is not that simple, right? Does the sea country have such a brilliant researcher? You can't let Vegapunk come here to conduct research in person. Also, this kind of thing, is there any benefit for your sea ninja village? You should be wishing that our 3 major ninja villages would perish. You don't need to think too much about the level. What I gave you is Dr. Vegapunk's research. Of course, from my heart, the best way is to directly destroy all the ninja villages and rule the continent, but supporting you is Dr. Vegapunk's request. In our ninja village, no one can refuse Dr. Vegapunk. And King's face suddenly showed an expression of contempt. Since that kind of weapon was developed, the order of this world has been impossible to shake. That kind of weapon. Itsuchi knew that this must be important information. What kind of weapon was it that made a ninja like King think that he could determine the world order? If you have time, you, the Cloud Ninja Village, can also pay attention to the islands near the sea. Maybe you can find some clues. King looked at Tute's thoughtful expression and said with a smile, maybe when you really see it, you won't think I'm exaggerating. Neither the Cloud Ninja Village nor the Rock Ninja Village finally refused the technological assistance from Vegapunk. Similarly, the information that Vegapunk had invented a certain super weapon gradually circulated among these big ninja villages. In this regard, both the Wind Country and the Sea Country were silent, which further strengthened its credibility. While the other 3 ninja villages were urgently preparing for war, they also began to study the so-called super weapons of Vegapunk. In the end, Konoha and Rock Ninja found an abandoned desert experimental site in the Wind Country, where the environment had changed. The Cloud Ninja Village also found the remains of a rock island on an island in the sea. Based on the wreckage, both sides calculated an almost astronomical explosion power, a huge explosion that was enough to cover hundreds of kilometers, easily destroying the island built entirely of rocks, and also blasting a huge puddle in the desert base. That is not really a black technology. In fact, Vegapunk only created a 3-phase bomb. This ultimate weapon of destruction developed by real humans has incredible destructive power. As long as there are enough of them, it is easy to destroy the surface of the planet and human civilization. The most important thing is that this weapon does not require any chakra, and even ordinary people can produce it. This makes the decapitation tactics of the ninja village completely ineffective. The instantaneous destructive power of the tailed beast may not be as good as that of nuclear weapons, but the overall destructive power is added together, and the deterrent power is not necessarily worse than that of nuclear weapons. However, the tailed beast can be defeated and sealed, and there are only 2 in a ninja village at most. As for nuclear weapons, as long as you let go, it is not difficult to make hundreds or thousands of them. Faced with this large-scale weapon that can be mass-produced, no ninja village has the ability to exterminate it. As the 3 major ninja villages learned more and more about this weapon through intelligence infiltration, they became more and more cold in their hearts. The external manifestation was that the atmosphere of the 3 parties, which was originally tense, gradually became calm. Of course, there is another point. After receiving the support of Vegapunk, the remaining 2 ninja villages began to develop rapidly. With the help of Vegapunk's clone, the Konoha ninja village also entered a state of rapid development. At this stage of development, the 3 parties all chose a low-key strategy. However, at the same time, on the border, the 3 parties also started a small-scale ninja fight, and they all used the latest technology, or simply said to be experimental products. Although it is said to be 3 parties, the Wind Country and the Sea Country Alliance occasionally sent their own ninjas to join, and they also use the latest technology. It can be said that this battlefield has become a small experimental battlefield. It's really troublesome. The satellite launch failed. In the experimental base, Vegapunk looked irritated. The group of Otsutsuki on the moon, they are all sick in the head. They all shot down when they saw me launching a satellite. Dear, do you need my help? With my current ability to control gravity, it is not difficult to pull the moon down directly. Hancock said to Vegapunk with a smile on his face, eager to try. Is it okay to just pull the moon down? Vegapunk rolled his eyes. Forget it, that would have too much impact. It's a pity that the Samsara has blocked the space-time ability, otherwise we could just go up directly. But it's not a big problem. After all, those Otsutsuki still left a space-time channel. I'm about to find its space-time node, and then I can teleport directly there. Since you shot down the satellite I launched, I'll use the entire moon as my satellite base. By the way, is there any new news about Obito? Sasha has always wanted to know the results of your experiment. At this time, Yi Kang, who was also in Vegapunk's laboratory, asked with a very interested expression. As the Queen of Laolan, Sasha has always had a good relationship with Yi Kang, the 5th Kazakage, and was also kept in the experimental base by Vegapunk as an experimental assistant. Because she has always been asked to help manipulate the dragon veins, she is very interested in experiments related to dragon veins. That guy. According to what he said in the contact, there is no problem with the time of crossing. But in a short period of time, it is not easy to communicate with the signal. At least I have to wait until the clone data packet I sent over completely finds a physical body before I can communicate normally. That guy won't betray me just like that, right? Yi Kang reached out and gently pressed Vegapunk's head, which made the irritation on his face slightly relieved, and asked with some concern. It's not easy to betray. Time and space have a certain repulsive force. Even if he has the power of Camus, without the help of my clone, Obito can't stay in that world for too long. If he wants to really stay in that parallel world, he will eventually ask me for help. Vegapunk is not stupid. He left a backup plan to check and balance Obito early on. If Obito really doesn't find a body for his clone, he will be bounced back by that world. Hey, I found it. This is the space band, which should be the channel frequency from the moon to here. Very good. With this frequency, it seems that we can complete the moon landing operation tonight. Time quickly fast forwarded to the evening. When the news came out, not only Hancock and Yi Kang, but even Nico Robin, who had been staying in the sea country to handle government affairs, ran over directly with the help of the remote space-time teleportation array. Nico Robin is an archaeologist after all. After hearing about the moon, and knowing that there is a family on the moon that has been passed down for thousands of years, she naturally can't help her archaeological soul. Although the Naruto world is different from the pirate world, her curiosity has not diminished at all. In addition, Nico Robin has made great contributions during this period of time, so Vegapunk took her with him. Fortunately, Robin, the archaeologist, is not the ruins destroyer Laura, and Vegapunk does not have to worry about bringing her with him, causing the moon to fall, explode directly, or let a sealed old lady snatch the body. Instead of looking for the unknown Earth-Moon channel, Vegapunk used the machine to reopen a space-time gate along the frequency band after finding it. After opening it, everyone could see the desolate ground on the opposite side. Soon, Vegapunk, Hancock, Yi Kang, Nico Robin and others stepped onto the moon together. Compared with the real world, the moon in the Naruto world is much smaller, and it is likely not even a planet, but more like a super large meteorite. The gravitational circle and atmosphere here should be caused by the ninjutsu of Chibaku Tensei. Normally, such a large meteorite cannot form any atmosphere at all. Even if it is in space, the traction force may allow ordinary people to float directly out with a slight jump. Is there really anyone here? Yi Kang looked around and asked with some doubts. After all, no matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like there are people living on the moon now. You know, although there is air here, there are no plants or water sources. How can normal people live in such a place? Of course there is, but it's not here, but should be inside the moon. Vegapunk recalled a little and seemed to remember that the Otsutsuki should live in a different space inside the moon, and the natural environment there should be quite good. The inside of the moon. Yi Kang looked at the huge stone ball under his feet in disbelief, but Nico Robin and Hancock didn't care. Nico Robin said directly, "Doctor, you should have a way to get in. I have calculated the frequency bands, and it is very simple to enter the inner space." Vegapunk shrugged, stretched out his hand to display his ability to manipulate the magnetic field, and opened a space wormhole a moment later. Chapter 122 Battle on the Moon. I didn't expect there is such a space inside the moon. If you think about it this way, aren't these races on the moon always watching the Earth from the sky? Walking in the strange space inside the moon, Yi Kang looked around with some curiosity. In fact, in her heart, the life on the moon is not so much paying attention to the Earth as monitoring the Earth from a high position. Otherwise, why don't the two sides have any intersection? Vegapunk shrugged. That's about it. The Otsutsuki on the moon are actually very similar to the Uchiha of Konoha. They all have some mental problems. Some of them even want to destroy the entire human race. Destroy humanity. Yi Kang smiled bitterly. There are too many disasters that can destroy humanity, right? After contacting Vegapunk's laboratory, Yi Kang really didn't think it was difficult to destroy humanity. Among Vegapunk's inventions alone, there are more than one auto that can destroy humanity. What's more, Yi Kang now knows about the Moon Eye project and even has some understanding of the Otsutsuki clan. It's no wonder that she feels that her world is full of disasters. However, before Yi Chan could sigh for long, he saw a large group of figures flying over the horizon. Seeing this, Yi Kang quickly calmed down. Are there humans on the moon? They have discovered us. They are not humans. They seem to be just some puppets. Nico Robin frowned slightly, and the eyes revealed in the flowers in the distance allowed her to see more clearly. However, Vegapunk and Hancock had already known about it. Their observation haki were not vegetarian. Vegapunk's observation haki had a huge mental power bonus, and then he had the ability of the electromagnetic system, which was even more enhanced. Hancock absorbed most of Kaguya Otsutsuki's power, and her strength had already exceeded the standard. It can be said that almost as soon as they entered this unknown space, the observation haki of the two had already scanned the entire space. Leave it to me to solve it. Hearing that it was a puppet, Yi Kang was immediately interested. The Sand Village itself was famous for its puppets, and she, the 5th generation Kazukage, would naturally be a little interested. Hancock was too disdainful to deal with some scrap metal. Vegapunk and Nico Robin were not belligerent either, so no one fought with her. She stretched out her hand, and a strong light swept across, sweeping away the puppets on the opposite side one by one. Similarly, those puppets also sent out many chakra energy bombs, which were also dodged by a group of people. Light escape doesn't seem to be very useful for these puppets. Yi Kang looked at his own results and decisively changed his tactics. The radiation ability of light escape is only effective for organic life forms. For these puppets, there is only pure high temperature killing. However, Yi Kang is not only good at this blood elimination, she is more proficient in her own burning escape. The light ball in her hand condensed out, and then used the magnetic field to continuously compress it. Finally, a light ball the size of an apple flew into the air, and instantly burst out with sun-like light. With a bang, it blew down a large group of puppets in the sky. In terms of pure destructive power and destruction range, the combination of the two blood limit is stronger. As for the light escape blood inheritance elimination, it focuses more on biological killing. Seeing that this move was effective, Yi Kang continued to condense a series of light balls. In a moment, only a dozen puppets in the sky were blown up. The remaining puppets were caught by her and sealed directly. It seems that the humans here don't welcome us very much, Nico Robin said, looking at the battlefield, where the battle had just ended. Vegapunk didn't care. We are not really guests. The other party is on guard against us, which is the most correct thing to do. This is not bad. Although the other party directly sent a large number of puppets with knives and swords, he and others did not hesitate to take the initiative and attack the large group of puppets. It's hard to say which side has more bad intentions. At this time, Yi Kang, who had already sealed some of the core parts of the puppets and the complete puppets, came back. My lord, where should we go next? Come with me. I'll take you to the core of the moon. Vegapunk waved his hand and activated the magnetic field ability. Several people were suspended in the air at the same time. The electric current push was not learned for nothing by the 4th Raikage. At least the version that Vegapunk learned was definitely far better than that of the 4th Raikage, the experimental subject. The electromagnetic ability formed a shield in the outside world, and several people flew rapidly towards the center. In the center of the lunar space was a castle. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a pale face, who looked quite weak and old, was sitting inside the castle, looking at a mirror below. His eyes were white, but there was a faint light. It was the blood limit that was quite famous in the entire ninja world, the Byakugan. Ahem. Have these ninjas in the ninja world finally found this place? I thought that if I knocked down the object flying into the sky, I could delay it for a while. Damn it. It happened to be at this time. No, I have to do something. Father, are there enemies coming? At this moment, a childish voice came from behind the middle-aged man. He turned around and saw a boy of 3 or 4 years old with only holes in his eyes. Sharon, what are you doing here? Don't worry, it's okay. The middle-aged man comforted him, but it was obvious that the child named Sharon was not completely relieved. Although he couldn't see with his eyes, his ears were not deaf, so he naturally heard the sound of the explosions. If that could still be considered an accident, then the powerful chakra fluctuations outside were not fake. Even though the boy was only 3 or 4 years old, he already had a natural mind and chakra perception ability. Of course, he could not hide the battle outside. But what could he do if he knew it? The little boy was silent for a moment and finally said, I understand, father. You must pay attention to safety. The middle-aged man's body shook slightly and an expression of enlightenment appeared on his face. Don't worry, Sharon. And don't forget the mission of our family. After saying this sentence, that was almost like a will, the middle-aged man had made up his mind and slowly walked towards the door of the castle. At the same time, the white light in his eyes became more and more intense and gradually turned into gold. But at the same time, his face became paler, with a hint of death. The chakra in his body kept boiling, and bloody tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. When Vegapunk and his group arrived at the gate of the castle, they saw a white-haired ninja with golden eyes and extremely powerful chakra all over his body. This chakra, Yi Kang's face, was a little pale. Even after being strengthened by Vegapunk and learning light escape, Yi Kang thought that his strength was among the best in the entire ninja world, but he also felt that the chakra strength of the opponent was a little beyond the standard. On the contrary, Hancock, who was standing next to Vegapunk, became interested. Very good chakra strength. It seems to have reached the standard for absorption. Hancock has gradually acquired all the abilities of Kaguya Otsutsuki, and now she also has the power to absorb chakra, but ordinary chakra is not up to standard in terms of quality and quantity. Unless it is absorbed on a large scale, it will have almost no effect on her. The ninja with golden eyes in front of her, however, had a very impressive amount and quality of chakra, even approaching the 6 paths level, which made her perk up and want to warm up and absorb more chakra. Strange, why are this guy's eyes golden? Vegapunk murmured, feeling a little weird. He might not remember other things clearly, but he still remembered the appearance of the samurai very clearly. After all, it was probably the most handsome pair of eyes in the world of Naruto. From the perspective of appearance alone, it was much stronger than the Sharingan, Samurai, Byakugan and the like. The Samurai, which was originally deep and mysterious, with a hexagonal white light in the sky blue, has now turned golden, which naturally made him feel something was wrong. Intruders, this is your burial place. The ninja with golden eyes did not say too much. As soon as he opened his mouth, he took action immediately, and a golden light jade in his hand suddenly blasted out. He now felt that his whole body was swelling and about to burst, and every cell in his body seemed to be wailing. At the same time, his vitality was madly fading. He might turn into a pool of blood or a pile of bones in the next second. Naturally, he didn't want to delay time. Hancock smiled and walked out directly, stretching out a white and tender jade hand. Then, the dark-armed color domineering mixed with another black airflow, turning into a wall in front of her. With a loud bang, the entire alien space and the moon began to tremble constantly. The terrifying energy completely tore the earth apart. In the direction of Vegapunk and others, the earth was billowing with smoke and dust, all the way to the end of the space. Ahem. So stupid. The Seeking Truth Jade in the Samurai mode is not so easy to receive. What? How is this possible? The smoke dissipated, and the Seeking Truth Jade left a huge fan-shaped pit on the ground. However, at the front of the huge pit, there was still a small semicircular piece of intact ground. Hancock, standing at the front, stretched out a hand leisurely, with no stain on her body, and no reluctance on her face. Even Vegapunk and others were well protected by the wall of domineering and Seeking Truth Jade released by her. I see. Why do I feel so uncomfortable? This power is not yours at all. Not only can I not control the power, but I will be hurt by the power, and even my vitality is being drained. However, even so, it is wishful thinking for a bug like you to hurt me. Hancock glanced at the golden eye Otsutsuki in front of him. He had just used a big move, and with the stimulation brought by Hancock, the Otsutsuki could not control himself for a while and vomited blood. When he raised his head, there were many more wrinkles on his face, and Hancock saw the problem at once. You, cough cough cough. Hearing Hancock's words, the Otsutsuki looked up and wanted to say something, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he spurted out another mouthful of blood. After Hancock realized that this was not his own chakra, he lost interest in him and pointed at him casually. A light pink beam shot out instantly. Feeling the weak chakra in the pink beam, the golden-eyed Otsutsuki was slightly stunned. Who could be hurt by this kind of chakra? Just like this, he was directly hit by the pink beam, and the whole person turned into stone. Then, with a crackling sound, he broke into powder. After turning into stone, can't you control the energy in your body? Hancock took a look and stopped paying attention to the unlucky Otsutsuki. I wonder where the source of these chakras is? Give me some time. Such a powerful energy source, it's not difficult to find. But Hancock, you seem to have completely combined the fruit ability with the chakra ability? Vegapunk said, and then commented on Hancock's ability in surprise. That's all thanks to my dear. Hancock hugged Vegapunk excitedly. Chakra is an energy that can be easily integrated. After absorbing the power of Kaguya Otsutsuki, it can be easily integrated with the power of the devil fruit. It seems that it has reached a special state, or this kind of chakra is considered a complete chakra. Vegapunk thought about it. This is probably the credit of the so-called realm of all things. Indeed, the quality of chakra has been improved to the ultimate. After the synthesis of the bloodline network, it can be used more freely, which is completely different from ordinary chakra. After the power of the devil fruit is integrated with chakra, the power exerted is also completely different. For example, the regular ability of the sweet fruit is difficult to deal with. Once it is hit, it will be killed instantly. Now it can carry this power in all chakras. It can be said that once Hancock fully exerts her power, she is so cruel that she has no friends. Even Kaguya Otsutsuki, the final boss, may not be able to withstand this fusion of the devil fruit and the bloodline network. After thinking for a while, Vegapunk and his companions walked into the castle. With their observation haki, they easily found Otsutsuki Tonari, who wanted to hide. Then Vegapunk asked Hancock to petrify Tonari and put him directly into the sealing scroll. The sealing scroll could not hold a living person, but it was no problem to hold a stone statue. Because Otsutsuki Tonari's bloodline reverted to his ancestral lineage, he was no different from a pure-blooded Otsutsuki. When the time came, Hancock would restore him, and he would be another excellent experimental material. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123, Another Parallel World. This is the source of chakra energy you are looking for. Looking at the golden ball of light above their heads, Yi Kang and Nico Robin were shocked and speechless for a moment. The huge chakra made them feel extremely small. Vegapunk didn't feel anything. As a scientist, he would only feel small for some unknown things. Although the great Samurai was powerful, he had a certain understanding of the principles behind it, so he naturally didn't think it was that scary. Not to mention Hancock, the chakra in her body at the moment, was not inferior to the great Samurai, so of course she didn't think such a dead thing would be a huge threat. Dear, is this thing useful to you? Hancock looked at the great Samurai in the sky and asked. It's still a little useful. I'll give it to you after I study it for a while. After you absorb all the chakra of Kaguya Otsutsuki in your body, you can probably directly absorb the power of the Samurai. Vegapunk looked at the huge Samurai and said. Now, he also knew what happened to the Otsutsuki just now. It was obvious that he had used some method to guide the power of the Great Rinnegan, but he himself did not have the potential to evolve a real Rinnegan, so naturally his eyes would show the golden light of the Great Rinnegan. It is probably because of this that he had to pay the price of vitality and could not control the energy of the Rinnegan in his body. Otherwise, if he completely controlled the Great Rinnegan, even if he was not Hancock's opponent, he could at least fight Hancock back and forth for a few rounds. Of course, the Great Rinnegan is now the trophy of Vegapunk and others. Vegapunk is going to study the effect of this Great Rinnegan and then give it to Hancock to absorb. Not only does it increase chakra, Vegapunk is confident that through his human body transformation technology, Hancock will also have the ability of the Rinnegan. Thank you, dear. Hancock hugged Vegapunk, gave him a hot kiss, licked the corner of his mouth and said, "Okay, next I'm going to transform the entire moon into an artificial satellite so that I can use it to observe the situation on the ground and transmit signals. Even in an emergency, it can be used directly to carry out space strikes, directly delivering nuclear weapons through space transmission, even if the ninja village wants to stop it." However, Vegapunk will not talk about this kind of thing. The more trump cards the better. It still doesn't work. In the dense forest, Urahara's figure flickered, sometimes disappearing, and finally returned to reality after a moment, and then he sighed. There is no other way. Even with the power of Camus, we can only delay it for another month or two. But, after 1 or 2 months, it will not be the time Fallen to be in danger. We can only get that guy out. Damn it, is this also calculated? Obito cursed and finally stood up helplessly. Let's go find a suitable candidate nearby. Vegapunk's soul data pocket needs a ninja whose strength is not as strong as a Jonin as a carrier. If it reaches or exceeds the Jonin, there will be certain dangers. It is very likely that it will not be able to occupy the body, but will perish together. Although in theory, anyone can be chosen, even an ordinary person, but Vegapunk obviously also wants a better body as his own clone, so the requirement for Obito is the strength of a Chunin, preferably an elite Chunin. Normally, a Chunin is already considered a team leader, and can be regarded as the backbone of a ninja village. Although it is not difficult to find a ninja, it is not so easy, and some intelligence is required. However, at this time, the ongoing Ninja World War, let alone Chunin, even Jonin, is not difficult to find. Just go to the battlefield and take a walk. The battlefield of ninjas is completely different from that of ancient soldiers. There will not be various dense formations, but basically they are all in scattered lines. After all, the ninja's ninjutsu has great destructive power and a wide range, and its own defense is fragile. If it is clustered, it is easy to be annihilated by a large wave of ninjutsu. This also leads to the ninja battlefield being extremely large, which may stretch for hundreds of miles, or even be the battlefield of some small countries. This is also the reason why the ninja battles are so destructive to those small countries, even though the number of people is small. However, a large battlefield is also beneficial. It is not easy to be discovered, no matter what happens. Obito just took a walk on the battlefield and saw many Chunin who met the requirements. Then, he picked a Chunin of Rock Ninja at random, directly used the Mangekyou Sharingan to control the opponent, and then gently pressed the seal in his hand, and the seal was transferred to the opponent. As the seal was stamped, the original diamond-shaped seal expanded rapidly, wrapping the entire Rock Ninja, and finally formed an object that was almost like a black ball. However, it only took a few minutes for the black ball to burst, and a blonde boy emerged from it. What a strange feeling, such a fragile body, it gives me the illusion of going back to the past. The handsome blonde boy looked at his hand and said, although Vegapunk's soul data package can create an avatar that absolutely obeys orders, it obviously cannot improve the strength much. Compared with the original Chunin body, the current Vegapunk soul clone has become stronger due to the transformation, mainly because the mental strength has increased, which has led to an increase in chakra. At the same time, there is a simulation chip in the brain that can instantly perform ninjutsu, but it is at most the level of an ordinary Jonin. Of course, Vegapunk's true ability does not lie in this pitiful strength. He glanced around and glanced at Obito. It seems that the original body's plan was successful. This should be the timeline you are looking forward to, right? Obito nodded. Yes, this is the middle of the Third Ninja World War. In fact, I in this world should not have met Madara yet. If I want to change the future, it can be said to be easy. Huh. Then did you do anything? Vegapunk's clone spoke with interest. Achihirobito was silent for a moment, then said, I dare not. This world is too dangerous. Even if I find a way to help Konoha defeat the Rock Ninja and the Mist Ninja, so what? Rin may still die on any battlefield or in any mission, and once I change something, then everything I know will change accordingly. By then, will Lin be in more danger? Will my actions put her in danger or even death sooner? Vegapunk's clone curled his lips. In his opinion, Achihirobito was just a fool, who in this world is immortal. Just because of this, will nothing change? Being timid is meaningless. Ordinary people may choke to death while eating, and may fall to death while walking. Even if Vegapunk pursues immortality and eternal life, he also knows that the so-called immortality is only relative. Planets will be broken, the universe will die of heat, and humans will naturally die. Not to mention that Nohara Rin is a ninja. To put it bluntly, the death of Rin in the original work is certainly a conspiracy, but it is not unexpected. Ninjas are almost mercenaries, and it is normal for mercenaries to die on the battlefield. But he also knows that it is meaningless to say such things to Obito now. Obito is now a fool. Okay, leave the next thing to me. If you are really worried about Lin, then help me do something. I will make some potions and give them to your dream goddess to strengthen her directly so that she will not die easily in this war. This, strengthen Lin? Achihirobito was stunned for a moment, then reacted, isn't this a little? Didn't I transform your body? Don't you still have wood release and sage body now? At that time, I will directly draw some blood from your body as raw material so that Lin can have the same physique as you. In this way, she will at least have the strength of an elite Jonin, and the ability of wood release has a special symbolic meaning in Konoha. Once she successfully awakens wood release, she will naturally attract more attention, and then many conspiracies will not be found on her. Vegapunk did not specify what the conspiracy was, but after Achihirobito went through training, although his brain was still a little nervous, he was no longer the original Kenji. It would be strange to say that he had no doubts about his own experience. After all, everything was too coincidental, especially in the later period. Achihirobito was also the mastermind behind Yahiko's death and Nagato's blackening. How could there be no sense of deja vu? However, the matter was already done. Even if Achihirobito had some doubts in his heart at that time, he had no way to find the truth. In addition to the Uchiha clan's unique idiocy, he had no other choice except the Moon plan. So Achihirobito naturally understood Vegapunk's subtext. If Nohara Rin became a wood release user, she would naturally attract Konoha's attention. In this case, it would be difficult for Uchiha Madara to plot against her in order to keep it secret. You're right. In this world, only by becoming stronger can you control your own destiny. Not knowing what he was thinking of, Achihirobito's expression immediately became firm. As long as Lin is strong enough, even the Ninja World War can be safe. Seeing that Achihirobito agreed with his opinion, Vegapunk's clone nodded secretly in his heart. In this way, it would be easier to control Achihirobito's actions. You know, Vegapunk's clone is now just an ordinary Jonin. In peacetime, he can be considered a figure, but in the Ninja World War, he is nothing. With his current strength, it is very inconvenient to do anything, and it may cause some danger and trouble. After all, the major ninja villages are extremely sensitive now, and they may be killed as enemies. But if Achihirobito helps, it will be much easier. Even if Achihirobito wants to solve the problem of time and space repulsion, he will definitely not disobey Vegapunk, but perfunctory and going all out are two completely different attitudes. You've been in this space for a month or two, right? It seems like you haven't done anything. In a simple underground secret room, Vegapunk looked around. Apart from some clothes, weapons, and food, there seemed to be nothing else. He couldn't help but roll his eyes. Achihirobito blushed slightly. He couldn't tell Vegapunk that he had been following Lin like a pervert with his Kamu ability during this period of time. If it weren't for the fact that his own self in this world often ran out to entangle his dream goddess and reminded him, he might have been exposed in front of Lin. Fortunately, Vegapunk didn't think too much about it. He just wrote down the instruments and raw materials he needed on a piece of paper and handed it to Achihirobito. Help me get these things. By the way, there are some white Zetsu spores in your Kamu space. As long as you use specific drugs and chakra stimulation, you can turn it into white Zetsu. At least it can help you get some information. In fact, the spores of white Zetsu can immediately turn into mature white Zetsu, as long as chakra is input. However, the control of this white Zetsu is still in the hands of Kaguya Otsutsuki. Without Kaguya Otsutsuki, black Zetsu will have the highest control, and then Uchiha Madara who has the samurai. On the contrary, the person who activates it with chakra has no control ability. Therefore, Vegapunk's potion is mainly to wash away the control of others, and mark it with his own mark, so that white Zetsu will obey his orders. As for Obito who inputs chakra, he is just a coolie. Obito doesn't care about these, and white Zetsu is indeed a very convenient tool and experimental material. Now Obito, who is short of manpower, quickly made them. Afterwards, Vegapunk took out some materials from the mature form of white Zetsu, strengthened his own physique and chakra, and then ordered them to obey Obito's orders. Now that Obito has the double Kamu and the degraded sage body, his strength can be regarded as first class even among the cage level, and his concealment and collection abilities are unparalleled in the world. Although there is chaos outside, it is just the right time for him to show his abilities. About a week or so, all the instruments needed by Vegapunk were in place, and Uchiha Obito got all kinds of materials. Okay, this is the blood transformation potion promised to you. As long as you secretly give it to your dream lover to drink, she will naturally awaken the wood-release chakra and obtain the same degraded sage body as you. Handing a bottle of potion to Uchiha Obito, Vegapunk's clone adjusted the instrument and began to communicate with the original body. Chapter 124 Hancock's Strength. In Laoling's experimental base, Vegapunk closed his eyes and felt the data transmitted by the quantum chip. Have you taken root in that world? It seems that this time of crossing is still very successful. As long as the connection between the crosser and the original world is cut off, and the repulsion between the crosser and the crosser world is resolved, it should be successful. It seems that I can also go to the parallel world to have a look. Vegapunk calculated that what he still needs to do now is to control the daimyo of the other 3 countries. With the advancement of its science and technology, as well as the control and infiltration of the other 3 ninja villages, this kind of thing is not too difficult. After that, it is the research on the giant reincarnation eye, which will not take long. After all, Vegapunk has already understood a lot about the genes of the Otsutsuki clan. The current reincarnation eye is just another evolutionary direction of the Otsutsuki. In fact, the parallel world is not of great significance to Vegapunk's research. The biggest use is to provide more chakra energy. Therefore, Vegapunk is not in a hurry. A week later, Vegapunk finally thoroughly researched the secret of the Great Rinnegan. As long as he was given the same amount of chakra, he could completely create a Rinnegan. Borrowing the chakra of the Rinnegan, Vegapunk once again injected energy into Hancock, who had already absorbed all of Kaguya Otsutsuki's power. Chakra itself has the ability to modify genes, and Vegapunk has mastered all the secrets of it, which directly strengthened Hancock again. With the original foundation of Kaguya Otsutsuki, Hancock absorbed the energy of the Great Rinnegan much faster this time. It took only a day or 2 to completely absorb it, and she also mastered all the power of the Rinnegan. After the transformation was completed, Hancock did not experiment with her own power at the first time, but looked at her silver white hair and sea blue eyes in the mirror for a long time, before curling her lips. It's pretty this way, but I think my old look is better. Of course, it's much better than the samurai and the Byakugan. Well, after saying that, Hancock's hair turned black again, and her originally blue eyes turned back to their original color. This was also an ability that Vegapunk specially added for her, allowing her to constantly transform in various forms without affecting the use of her power. Otherwise, white hair and blue eyes are fine, but Hancock hates things like the Byakugan, the samurai in her forehead, and the horns growing on her head. In her opinion, those things clearly destroyed her perfect appearance. Okay, can the samurai be integrated with your original chakra power? Vegapunk looked at Hancock looking in the mirror for a while, and asked after she finished looking in the mirror. Yes, dear, your research is perfect. After the 2 abilities are merged, each has a certain growth. As she spoke, 12 black seeking jades appeared behind Hancock. As soon as she thought about it, those seeking jades turned into light balls. As Hancock stretched out her hand, the light balls condensed into a lightsaber, which she held in her hand. Hancock did not swing the lightsaber in her hand, but the energy index in it was so high that the alarms of the entire base began to sound. The power of the reincarnation eye is not inferior to that of the Samsara eye. Compared with the Samsara eye, it is even more specialized in destruction, and its frontal combat power is even higher. The most important thing is that the reincarnation eye is more beautiful and more in line with Hancock's mind. Hancock, holding the lightsaber, was eager to try, but she could also feel how powerful the lightsaber in her hand, which was condensed by 12 reincarnation eye-seeking jades, was. If she chopped it down with one sword, let alone the experimental base, I'm afraid that the entire Wind Kingdom would be split in half. Vegapunk pouted and used his magnetic field ability to open a space wormhole. Let's try on other planets. The Naruto world is similar to the Earth. It also has a solar system and several major planets. Vegapunk's wormhole opened to a planet that is approximately the position of Earth and Mars. Hancock's eyes lit up, and she walked into the planet. After absorbing Kaguya Otsutsuki, her genes also had the ability to survive in the universe. As for Vegapunk, she used her magnetic field ability to cover herself with a small ecosystem. It is unlikely that she can survive in the universe for a long time, but it is no problem to persist for more than 10 or 20 minutes. The two came to Mars in this alien world. Hancock's eyes were bright. With a slash, the golden lightsaber instantly turned into an infinite light curtain and cut towards the Earth. Silently, without even a vibration, the entire Earth first appeared with a tiny but deep crack that stretched to the horizon, and then began to shake slightly. The rumbling sound was muffled in the depths of the Earth. Vegapunk's face changed slightly, and he quickly manipulated the magnetic force to fly into the sky. However, Hancock reached out and grabbed him, and moved him directly to the space in the heavenly domain. The space in the heavenly domain had the machine that Vegapunk had left behind, and it could fully observe the outside world. When Vegapunk finished debugging, he saw that the outside world had become a huge canyon. At the bottom of the canyon, a little bit of faint red light was faintly revealed. It was the magma in the Earth's core that was erupting. This must be at least tens of thousands of meters, right? Vegapunk said with some surprise. The planet in front of him was not a man-made meteorite like the moon. To enter the magma layer, it must be at least several kilometers deep. The deeper it went, the more terrifying its strength would be because of the compression of gravity. If it was placed on the moon, it would probably be cut in half with one cut. Then, he began to pull up his perspective again, wanting to see how far the knife could reach. However, he stretched until the Earth was curved, but he still couldn't see the end of the knife. Instead, he saw that the environment of the entire planet seemed to have undergone tremendous changes because of the knife. There were countless volcanic eruptions, and the terrifying storm swept all the places he could see. If this knife really chopped down in the Wind Country, it is estimated that there would be few living people left in the entire Wind Country, and it would even affect the ecology of the entire planet. It would be normal for 60% to 70% of the population to die directly. Fortunately, this kind of golden wheel reincarnation sword, which was performed by 12 seeking Deo Jades together, can also be called a big move for Hancock. After using it, it takes at least 1 or 2 hours to condense the 12 seeking Deo Jades again. If there were no restrictions, and it was just a casual move, it is estimated that Hancock could cut a planet into pieces in 1 or 2 hours. Now, it takes at least 7 or 8 months to completely destroy a planet. But, this is really scary. I'm afraid those strong men in the Otsutsuki clan have mastered this ability to destroy stars by themselves. Looking at the scene in front of him, Vegapunk was secretly alert. Although Hancock could be said to be special in terms of combat talent and combat skills alone, she was far beyond the naturally strong Otsutsuki clan who could only use their blood. She also had Kaguya Otsutsuki and the Great Samsara Eye. These two stepping stones laid a good foundation for her. Even among the Otsutsuki clan, she should be considered a top strong man. But think about the Otsutsuki clan planting trees and eating fruits everywhere. If they eat 1, 2, 3, or 4 fruits, they may not be able to beat Hancock. If they eat 17 or 18, 20 or 30 fruits, then Hancock is no match. If they really eat hundreds or thousands of fruits, it is estimated that they can smash ordinary planets with a slap. In a dozen years, those Otsutsuki will probably come. The development of science can indeed quickly flatten the process of the Otsutsuki's millions of years of evolution, but the energy in between cannot be emitted. No matter how powerful Vegapunk is, he can't break the law of conservation of mass now. Even if he can develop genes that are 10 or 100 times stronger than the Otsutsuki, he still needs chakra energy far exceeding that of the Otsutsuki to drive them. Otherwise, it would be like that Otsutsuki Tonari, who reverted to his ancestral form and became a pure-blooded Otsutsuki, but because of his lack of energy, he couldn't even grow eyes. If it weren't for the energy support of the great Samsurai, this guy would probably have died long ago. However, although we can't plant trees everywhere, we can go to the parallel world to seize the fruits of other Otsutsuki. To put it bluntly, the root of the Otsutsuki is no different from the so-called cannibalism. Every Otsutsuki can actually be regarded as a fruit of the sacred tree. Even all people with chakra can be regarded as the ultimate degraded version of the fruit of the sacred tree. Everyone can be called food. Among all the Otsutsuki, there must be an Otsutsuki who is far beyond their limits and leads them, because this cannibalism school can eventually achieve an existence close to the end product. He alone can occupy more than 90% of the energy of the entire tribe, and the rest of the people can only eat his leftovers. Although according to Boruto, a certain Otsutsuki god has long been unknown, whether he has died or left this dimension, but how many strong people there are in the Otsutsuki is really an unknown number. There are still nearly 20 to 30 years left, which is enough for us to travel to a large number of parallel worlds and obtain more energy. After Hancock's test was over, Vegapunk immediately accelerated his plan. With the moon in the sky as his eyes and the fully developed space technology, all the high-ranking officials and nobles of various countries were replaced silently. After that, Vegapunk's eyes turned to the Jinchuriki. He did not want to break the current international situation, so he also wanted to see how to get those Jinchuriki without affecting the situation. The major ninja villages fighting, but not breaking up is of great benefit to his technological development. Vegapunk only needs to come up with a rough technology tree, and those ninja villages will work hard to develop it to perfection. For example, the chakra armor of the Land of Lightning has now developed to the 3rd generation. The Sand Ninja's Iron Golem has evolved the ability to separate and merge. Various ninja techniques are now commonplace in the 5 major countries, and the Land of Water is now developing a special animal gene modification fluid that fuses the tailed beast's chakra. Letting Vegapunk do the research himself may be faster, better, and more complete than their research, but Vegapunk is still just one person, and he still has to study how to leave the Naruto world. Even if he has the ability of a shadow clone, he feels that he is too busy. In this case, it is better to outsource this part of the research, and then Vegapunk will just need to receive the results directly. Of course, this also leads to a consequence, that is, the high-end combat power of the major ninja villages is constantly expanding, and almost every ninja village has nearly double-digit shadow-level powerhouses, and those shadows of one village are already strong enough to be close to the super shadow level. Counting further down, almost all ninjas' strength has risen by 1 level. Except for the students of the ninja school, there are almost no ninjas with the so-called genin strength in several ninja villages. The weakest ones are also standard chunin strength, and the stronger ones are special jonin and jonin. It can be said that the combat power of any ninja village now is basically equivalent to the sum of the combat power of all ninja villages a few years ago. With this kind of combat power, if we pull out the Akatsuki organization, I'm afraid it will only be beaten to the ground by the major ninja villages. It seems that I have to strengthen the Akatsuki organization. No, I'd better control the Akatsuki organization completely, take away all the tailed beasts, and then let them disappear. Well, instead of letting them disappear, it's better to deter those ninja villages in the end. Okay, let's do it. After making a plan, Vegapunk took Hancock back to the moon and began to observe the rain country. Although there is no great samurai on the moon now, it has never been a problem for Vegapunk. The electronic perspective telescope he developed can completely see through the strata no more than 100 meters and rely on the internal computer analysis system to find anyone in the entire ninja world. It's hidden quite deep. I found it. It should be the Outer Path Demon statue. When Nagato summoned the Outer Path Demon statue, it also sucked a lot of life force from him. He still has a lot of black sticks stuck on his back. These black sticks are tools for Nagato to communicate with the Outer Path Demon, so he is not too far away from the Outer Path Demon statue. Sure enough, Mino soon found Nagato himself a few kilometers away from the Outer Path Demon statue. The current Akatsuki organization has only recruited 2 people, Sasori and Kakuzu. Minus the black and white Zetsu and Uchiha Obito who I captured, there are only 4 people. With this kind of strength facing the other major ninja villages that are constantly strengthening, they still want to seize the Jinchuriki and combine the Ten Tails. I'm afraid the plan is almost like a dream. Although Vegapunk did not target the Akatsuki organization, his own actions were like a huge apple smashed on the chessboard, leaving the unlucky Akatsuki organization in a complete dilemma. Chapter 125. The Transformed Nagato. Late at night, in the Rain Village, on the tallest building in the center, Uzumaki Nagato sat on a special chair, closed his eyes and was resting. Even in his sleep, his body twitched slightly, which was caused by the pain of the wounds on his back and legs. With his current physical condition, especially with so many black sticks stuck in his back, he couldn't even lie down, or lie down to sleep. He could only sit on a chair and sleep every day. In his dream, Nagato seemed to have returned to the past. A faint chill permeated his body, as if the cold rain from the sky was pouring on him. He saw the scene of Yahiko's death in his hands again. Under the huge mental stimulation, he suddenly opened his eyes and found that he was no longer in the Rain Village, but in a desolate land. The cold wind blew, and it was bitterly cold. This was also the reason why he felt the cold. And the 6 paths of pain, which had been controlled by him, now had no sense at all. He didn't know whether it was destroyed or too far away to sense. When he looked up, his face was filled with shock. The huge pale blue planet above his head seemed very similar to the map he had seen. Looking at the surrounding environment, even though Nagato thought he was well informed, he was still dumbfounded. This is the moon. Before he could finish his thought, he felt a whistling wind coming from behind him. Turning his head, he saw a huge golem suddenly appear behind him. Outer golem, what is going on? Why did the outer golem and I suddenly come to the moon? The outer golem was originally inside the moon, and now it is just returning to its original place. As for you, I think you are a very useful catfish, so I called you here. At the same time as this voice appeared, a handsome blonde boy and a tall, stunning beauty. The boy looked at Nagato, as if he was looking at some rare and exotic animal. Nagato narrowed his eyes slightly. Years of hard life had already honed the originally introverted boy into a qualified ninja. Sensing that his 6 incarnations had completely disappeared, he activated his own ninjutsu without saying a word. Shinra Tensei. The strong repulsive force turned into a semicircular shield and pushed directly in all directions. However, before the repulsive force pushed in front of Vegapunk, Hancock had already shown a frosty face, jumped up directly, and punched the repulsive circle. The sound of crackling was endless. The originally strong repulsive force confronted Hancock for a while, and then it was directly pushed back. Nagato himself was directly bounced away with a bang. Even Nagato himself did not expect this kind of thing. Without any preparation, the whole person flew up and hit a mountain wall behind him. The black iron rods that were originally stuck in his back came out from his chest with a sound of puffing. Without using Pain's 6 paths, Nagato's Shinra Tensei would certainly be more powerful, but at the same time, the backlash once it was cracked would be far beyond imagination, not to mention that he was already very fragile, and his back had been rubbed by so many iron bars. Just a punch from Hancock had already injured the orphan of the Uzumaki clan, and he was bleeding profusely and was about to die. Hancock, you hit too hard. Vegapunk rolled his eyes and said, then stretched out his hand, and the strange magnetic force directly dragged Nagato up and carried him in front of him. Sorry, dear, I didn't expect this guy to be so fragile. Please forgive me. Hancock looked pitiful, hugging Vegapunk and rubbing against him, but Vegapunk had already seen that she didn't mean to reflect on herself, but was just using this as an excuse to act like a spoiled child. Okay, I don't blame you. Vegapunk patted Hancock's head gently and looked at Nagato, who was about to die. Help me with first aid, Hancock. Hancock raised her head and looked at Nagato. Her face immediately changed, as if she was looking at something dirty. This guy's really lucky. If it weren't for my dear needing you, I wouldn't help you. Hancock followed Vegapunk and learned a lot of ninjutsu knowledge, including medical ninjutsu, by relying on some learning machines that directly input into the brain. Although she rarely used these things, at her current level, even if it was just pure input of yang release chakra, it was enough to bring the dead back to life. Coupled with the medical knowledge in her head, even if he was chopped in half and his internal organs were dug out, as long as he was still breathing, for Hancock, he could be easily saved. Hancock stretched out her hand, but she didn't touch Nagato at all. However, the powerful yang-style chakra entered Nagato's body like a ball of light. Suddenly, Nagato, who was originally breathless, immediately breathed steadily, and his skinny body began to swell and become full. The dark red hair with a pale and dry texture also slowly became shiny and moist under the nourishment of the huge yang-style chakra, turning into a bright red full of vitality. However, the iron rod on his chest did not retract. After all, yang-style chakra can only speed up the self-healing ability, but there is no way to make the iron rod stuck in the flesh jump out automatically. And although it is called an iron rod, it is actually a pure chakra creation. Its hardness and toughness are even better than ordinary metals. Naturally, it is impossible for Nagato's recovered body to be broken. However, Nagato, who has recovered a little bit of consciousness at this moment, gritted his teeth and slapped the iron rod fiercely. With a crackling sound, the iron chakra iron rod directly pushed out from his back. Along with the iron rod, came a large amount of dark red dirty blood. It was obvious that his body and the iron rod had been coexisting for quite some time, which was why there were so many residues. But now Nagato did not think so much, but quickly slapped out one iron rod after another, and the dirty blood instantly flowed all over the ground. At this moment, Nagato was still under the healing of Yangtan chakra, and the dark red dirty blood gradually turned into red blood, and finally slowly stopped flowing, almost piercing him through a huge wound, and finally completely closed. Nagato exhaled a breath of relief, slowly stood up, felt the relaxation of his legs and back, and his face was almost unbelievable. But before the joy on Nagato's face faded, Vegapunk snapped his fingers. Hancock, help me knock him out. The experimental materials don't need to be awake. Okay, dear. What? Wait. You. Nagato's face changed, and he raised his head. Before he could finish his words, Hancock took action without hesitation. The figure flashed by, and Hancock appeared in front of Nagato at an unimaginable speed, and her white jade-like index finger gently tapped Nagato's forehead. Although the finger was as white as jade and looked harmless, Nagato's heart was filled with a fierce alarm. His eyes shrank slightly, and he did not hesitate to use his fastest ninjutsu, Shinra Tensei, again. He was ready. Even if he could not defeat the opponent, at least he could also be thrown away, so that he could keep some distance. However, a faint black light flashed on Hancock's finger, and the power of the all-seeking jade instantly cracked Shinra Tensei, and then tapped 2 centimeters in front of Nagato's forehead. The subtle black lightning flashed, and Nagato felt as if his mind was hit hard by a sledgehammer. He suddenly felt dizzy, his eyes turned white, and he fainted directly. Conqueror's Haki, internal explosion. This is an advanced application of Conqueror's Haki deduced by Vegapunk using the quantum brain. Hancock's strength was insufficient before, and she could only do ordinary Conqueror's Haki entanglement. However, Hancock is now many times stronger than in the pirate world, so she has naturally learned this method of application. This method of directly injecting Conqueror's Haki into the opponent's body can cause great damage, especially near the brain. Basically, if you get hit, you can only become a vegetable. However, Hancock restrained the power of her own Conqueror's Haki, and only used the loose Conqueror's Haki to directly shock the mind, which is roughly equivalent to a Conqueror's Haki mental shock that has been increased by dozens of times. As a result, Nagato was easily stunned. After all, Conqueror's Haki will grow with the growth of the host itself. Hancock's strength has become so much stronger, so naturally the power of Conqueror's Haki has also skyrocketed many times. Done, dear. Hancock clapped her hands and approached Vegapunk with a look that needed praise. Vegapunk gently stroked her long hair and back a few times. "Well done. Hancock is worthy of being called." Hancock's face was pink, and it was easily done. Then Vegapunk directly used a sealing technique to seal the chakra of the unconscious Nagato, and then took him directly to the laboratory. After the teleportation array was completed, all of Vegapunk's laboratories were connected as one. Therefore, Hancock and Vegapunk took him directly from the moon to the base of Laulan. In fact, even several other countries have begun to promote the teleportation array. Although it can only transmit some emergency supplies and important personnel now, according to Vegapunk's estimation, it is estimated that in a dozen years, all the major cities in this world should be connected by teleportation arrays. In the base of Laulan, Yakashi Nono came to Vegapunk's laboratory with a nervous face and faintly revealed a bit of excitement and twisted fanatical attachment. "My lord, I'm here. Do you need my help?" He looked up at the medicine master Nono, and Vegapunk shook his head and pointed to the restraint bed in the laboratory. Nagato was lying on the bed with his eyes closed. "This time, I have something serious to do. I want to perform a brain surgery on this guy. You will be my assistant." Medicine Master Nono was slightly stunned and blushed, but she was Konoha's ace spy after all, so she soon calmed down. "Okay, my lord. Is this an important person?" "It is indeed very important. It is not easy to completely control this guy," Vegapunk said, and directly picked up the scalpel. "As the owner of the Samsara, it is very difficult to control Nagato. Vegapunk is not sure whether the quantum transporter can control him. After all, the Samsara and Nagato have coexisted for such a long time, and it has almost deeply transformed his blood. Otherwise, Nagato would not still have the power of the Samsara after the impure world reincarnation. Even if Nagato's Samsara is only at effective 6 paths level power, Vegapunk does not have the confidence to completely control him. If a clone is made, it will not only be a bit dull, but also require a lot of resources. After thinking about it, Vegapunk decided to directly transform his brain, so that Nagato can retain his memory and become his puppet completely. This is why Vegapunk called the pharmacist Nono over. He didn't have much time. If he called a helper, at least the operation could be done faster. Although Nagato was brought over at night, if Nagato didn't go back by the next day, he would definitely be discovered. You know, Nagato has been using the 6 paths of pain to pretend to be himself, and now, because the 6 paths of pain have no way to contact Nagato, they are now offline. In other words, they are in a pure corpse state. If they are discovered at that time, it will be fun. Vegapunk wanted Nagato to be his puppet, although the main reason was that the pair of reincarnation eyes were convenient for stirring up trouble. The power in Nagato's hands was also an aspect that he took a fancy to. Although Yakashi Nono is a spy, her medical ninjutsu level is not worse than those special jonins who specialize in medical treatment. After becoming a member of Vegapunk, she was strengthened by Vegapunk's transformation of Hashirama cells. The quality of the yang escape chakra in her body increased greatly. Now, except for Tsunade, her medical ninjutsu level should be the first class. Even considering that she has learned a lot of new knowledge from Vegapunk, her medical ninjutsu level may be the second in the ninja world. At least help Vegapunk speed up the operation time. There is no problem. Directly cutting open Nagato's skull along the gap, Vegapunk began to perform brain surgery on Nagato, and directly added a nanochip to remotely control Nagato himself. Yakashi Nono didn't know much about Vegapunk's black technology, but it was still possible to perform the operation. After 2 hours, Vegapunk finally connected the chip to Nagato's brain completely, and then sutured it. Soon Nagato's appearance had returned to normal, except that his red hair had been shaved off, his eyes were closed, and he was still in a coma. There seemed to be no other changes. Afterwards, Vegapunk gave Nagato 2 more injections, adding genes from the Senju and Uchiha clans to him. After all, he had become his puppet now, so he could better control the Samsara. In the end, Vegapunk directly sealed the outer path statue in Nagato's body, truly enhancing his life essence. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.